Vaguely surprised.
Vaguely surprised, yes. Vaguely surprised. I think the candidate was vaguely surprised. We were all surprised that night. So it became clear that Larry and Steve Moore and Art Laffer and Steve Forbes, who had been with the candidate Trump in 2015, 2016, especially right before the Detroit Economic Council speech that the candidate Trump had made about tax cuts. Right. They'd been with him for all that time and briefed him on how tax cuts are going to help the economy. It's quite arcane unless you're an economist, but in any event, it became clear that all four of them were eligible for the Trump administration. Mm-hmm. And I talked to Larry about it week to week, and Larry was interested in just one job. He said, I only want one job. And I thought, well, okay. He said, I don't want these other jobs. I want one job. And that was director of the National Economic Council. That's the job he wanted. But at the time, it had someone else in it, a Goldman Sachs banker who had another vision. And through 2017, however, Larry and his colleagues kept the president informed about this speech that you can go see at the Detroit Economic Council. I believe it was in early 16 or late 15. I don't remember. It all moves together. So, skipping a lot of toing and froing, Larry was invited to become the director of the National Economic Council. And at first, Larry and I thought, I always think when people go in, because you know how many people I've lost to the administration.
Right.
Monica Crowley, our dear friend, is now lost. I mean, you can't. The hoops you have to go through to talk to somebody in the administration.
Yes.
As an amateur broadcaster, it's not worth it. Wait till they come out. Then they'll talk forever. So Larry and I at first thought he could talk every week, but it's really too much. And also what happened is that the White House would always come up with a reason for him not to say anything. And of course, that's not broadcasting. You know,
exactly.
I can't do this, I can't do that. You know, when you talk to official Washington, that there's a long list of what they don't want to be asked about.
Right.
And then invariably they have this requirement to have somebody from the communications department on the phone with you, which is very eerie. That extends even to NASA. They have to ask permission. So wait till they're former.
Exactly. How's Larry's health?
Larry is very good. I now and again I ask him. I did initially, but he's so vigorous. It's not worth asking right now. Mm-hmm. You know, I've had a health event, and
that was my next question. We'll do that in a moment.
Yes, and so Larry is correspondingly solicitous of my health.
Right.
So we're two veterans talking to each other about how healthy we are and how we're recovering.
Let's talk about your health. How are you enjoying being on the receiving end of this, by the way?
It's easy for me. You know that. We're two hosts here. So hosts know how to hand off. We know what segues are.
I'm curious because some people like to drive and some people like to be in the passenger seat, and somebody who would like to drive hate being in the passenger seat. So.
Oh, no, I don't mind.
I hope you're enjoying the ride today.
I know not to filibuster, but I can.
Good.
Yes.
So your health, your voice sounds very good. And not too long this was an issue.
Right, a year ago. I was the recipient of the best healthcare system on the planet, probably in the solar system.
Describe the diagnosis.
Right. I had a swollen gland in my neck, what you get when you have the flu. Mm-hmm. And over the course of a year, we examined it, eye, ear, throat, including biopsy, pin biopsy or a scan, and nothing came up other than the fact that it was swollen, and then it receded, and then it swelled again. The spring, the summer, and the fall of 18 went, and I decided I wanted to take it out since it was just not behaving. It was a swollen gland. Mm-hmm. It was not profound. However, the diagnosis came back that it was cancerous on October 1st, is my memory, of 2018. Now, I learned a great deal about it. It's the human papillomavirus is 99% of the population. It's vaguely related to warts, but in any event, everybody has the virus. In a small percentage of us, and I'm probably speaking to that small percentage right now, you cannot know. It becomes dormant and comes back as, in males, cancer of the tongue. Mm-hmm. You cannot predict it. You don't know it's there. It's in everybody, so it comes back. And increasingly, the eye, ear, nose, and throat surgeons and teams are seeing this more than smoking.
think Michael Douglas went through something like
Yes,
this too.
they're prominent. I was told Jamie Dimon of J.P. Morgan went through it as well.
Right.
You cannot know it's coming. The symptoms are unreadable before, although that swollen gland is the symptom that
Right.
was. But even then, that's not the source of the cancer. That's a symptom. Your body is responding to the cancer,
Right.
and it's always in the same place.
How do the doctors treat the cancer?
Right. Well, of course, you've got a talk show host who talks 4 hours a night, so what else would you do? You're going to cut his tongue out.
Right.
Yes. So they told me that. I figure, hey, this is an easy decision. We're going one way. Right. It's
Right.
Not, you don't struggle over it. You say, okay, fine. And this is Sloan Kettering in New York. And they were very clear to me that this has a very good recovery rate. And we're very successful, and we have much better tools than we did 10, 20 years ago. So I listened to them. And for the first time, when you're dropped into a desert, you learn how to survive without water. When you're dropped into cancer, you learn how to survive. That's what you learn. You learn a great deal about the American healthcare system, which I remind everybody is superb. Yes, it's expensive, and the reason is it's superb. Here's the chronology. October 1st, we get the diagnosis from the lab that it is cancer. They don't know where it is, but they can assume they know where it is. On November 2nd, I was on the I was on the operating table. 1 month to do all that testing, all that discovery, all that preparation with their heavy schedules anyway, because other people are making demands on their time, and the hospital is processing. Now, Bill, let's do policy here. Where else can you find that? I mean, I'm not special. I didn't go to the head of the line.
Right.
And I have insurance, but it's not extraordinarily different from other people's insurance. It's SAG-AFTRA, because I'm a member of a union. So bang, 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 Sloan Kettering on the operating table, and then becomes the recovery. And here I am today, having gone through surgery and then radiation, which was much more challenging than the surgery. And then learning to talk again. And you're good to say that I've recovered. I hear the difference. I can hear the difference.
Yes.
And it's only a year since the discovery, and 3 years minimum for recovering, because you've got to learn to talk again.
Right. Your voice sounds as it did 10 years ago, but there was a period a few months ago where the voice was clearly struggling. Did you start to doubt that you had a future in radio at that point?
No. I was told it was acceptable. Everyone was very generous. I mean, maybe they were too generous. But I kept working, and the physicians told me, you can do this. Actually, they were fun about it. They said, we've never had an opera singer. I go, okay. They're telling me something here. So we're not quite sure, where this is going. Everyone's different. I talked to a colleague of yours here at Hoover, Bruce Thornton, who's gone through a similar challenge. And Bruce and I talk now and again. We compare notes.
Right.
Everyone responds to this particular cancer differently. And you recover differently because it has to do with your voice box, mucus, your ability to swallow, eat. You lose sensitivity in part of your mouth because of the surgery. Everything's different. And Bruce and I joke that we're talking to really wonderful people who are very patient with us, but they've never had it. So all they can do is give you anecdotes from people like yourself
Right.
about what it's like. And you go, well, that's cool. But so when Bruce and I talk, we're sharing anecdotes. He says, I can do this. And I go, well, I can't do that, but I can do this. And it's surprisingly supportive. Now, another profound thing I learned, and this has to do with policy as well. Cancer is not a killer. It was when we were growing up. It's no longer a killer. It's not the end. I don't think there are too many different kinds of cancer, but I do a lot of reporting now because biotechs come to me to put their product on air to the investor class. There are too many different kinds of cancer to say we've beaten cancer, but it's surprising how many kinds of cancer now have successful protocols.
Right.
And extend life. And now the new T cells are coming in, which are changing again the ability to adjust to cancer. So I tell the younger people on my staff, by the time you're my age, darling, this might be just tuberculosis. That might be what we're dealing with here, part of life cycle. I've learned that, and I've learned that the reason we're so good The reason this is happening so quickly, and radiation is the same story. 10, 15 years ago, the radiation I had to have afterwards, it's prescriptive radiation because they can't find any cancer. They just want to make sure they would radiate where it could be. Would have destroyed my jaw, or would have severely limited my ability to recover.
Right.
The radiation itself, the radiation machines have improved so much that I do not have that threat to my bones. All of that is a product of money and research and incentive and production, all of that. That's when certain candidates castigate big pharma or big medicine, and when certain candidates talk about Medicare for all and limiting what people can charge for this or that procedure, they're not thinking through what it is to be on the receiving end of that healthcare system.
Healthcare, John, is obviously going to be a part of the election next year. Senator Warren just last week announcing the details for how she'll pay for Medicare for all. Let's wrap up the podcast by just talking briefly about how you want to approach the presidential election. As I see it, 3 conversations that will be going on. One is socialism versus free market capitalism, and a lot of Hoover fellows here are already fascinated by this, especially those who teach young students at Stanford who seem quite enamored with socialism. The second conversation, John, would be Trump populism. Is it here to stay? Is it just a one-off with Donald Trump, or is this the preview of coming attractions for Republican candidates down the road? And then the third conversation, John, is America's standing in the world. Where we're going to be as a foreign power, how we exert our power or influence over world markets. Do we continue with the Trump pattern? Does a Democrat come in and change course? Discuss a bit how you want to approach these conversations.
Socialism, populism, exceptionalism.
Yes.
How's that? Okay, those 3. I'll start with socialism. I have Richard Epstein. So Richard Epstein's wonderful. Richard, let's talk about socialism. Boom, we're off to the races.
Once you get him to come out of his shell.
So socialism is a joy also, because the same debate that appears we're having, although it's all very polite, is the debate that was that happened 100 years ago after the Bolshevik Revolution.
Yes.
As socialism became a popular term of art for the salons of London, of Washington, of New York, and that young people in America were attracted to the idea of socialism until and if, with Lenin's death, Stalin came up with the idea of socialism in one country, and then you had this debate inside the socialists. All wonderful stuff, because we're reviewing all of that. Mm-hmm. And this time, unlike 100 years ago, we have historical precedent. Right. Sort of like mumbling, it didn't work out very well.
Exactly.
And the idea of we pretend to pay you and you pretend to work is not the way America wants to go for GDP.
Right.
Socialism also these days involves New Green Deal. Mm-hmm. And the New Green Deal, on the face of it, is science fiction. And that makes it a joy to discuss.
Yes.
When you get into the numbers, it becomes, well, you move into a terrain that is entirely speculative.
The gentleman you're about to interview, Dr. Michael Boskin, has written brilliant pieces on the Green New Deal and the fallacy of it. So be sure to push his
All
on
right,
it.
populism.
Yes, populism.
Let's go to that. Populism is suspect because it has great momentum. And it comes and goes through history, through countries, through regions, through time periods. It's always available, and it can be a transforming event. At the same time, it can lead to trouble ahead in the hands of kleptocrats or monocrats or opportunists. So it's a tool. It's a tool, but it can be a dangerous tool.
Right.
The one that I like is exceptionalism. I love that one. And we talk about it a lot because that's the way to talk about American history. Mm-hmm. You get the landscape big enough. America is a complete accident. I mean, it's like we're in an alternative universe that started somewhere in the 17th century. This should not exist.
Yes.
No one would have said, I feel like the beginning of War of the Worlds. No one could know, okay? No one would have said, sitting there in Elizabethan England at the beginning of the 17th century, oh, by the way, do you know the future's in New York? You go, what? Yeah, no problem. 4 centuries from now, New York City's going to be the center of the world. They would have thought you were writing, what, heresy. They would not have been able to relate to it. So I love exceptionalism because it allows us to review the last 400 years from that Elizabethan drawing room and William Shakespeare and their concerns about legitimacy and regicide, the same concerns we have today.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Fine. Early Guy Fawkes Day coming up, Bill. Right. That's legitimacy. That's regicide. That's where we live today, and we live out of their tradition, early Elizabethan tradition of man's home is his castle. That's theirs. We're still dealing with it. Much of our Supreme Court over these last years deals with that assumption. Well, that's American exceptionalism. We don't exist except we do. No one would make us up in a script pitching session. They say that's impossible. You can't take a land of Aborigines ripped by pandemics for centuries and throw in every possible mix of European wastrels and come up with a GDP that outpaces the earth in 4 centuries. Right. You're ridiculous. Be practical. So those 3 things, socialism, populism, exceptionalism, allow me in the course of the show with my correspondents to review the last 100 years, the next 100 years, and the last 400 years.
Final question, John Batchelor, the man or woman listening to this podcast who thinks, I'm going to do what John Batchelor does for a living. How does one become John Batchelor?
Yes.
Do I go to Princeton? Do I write books? Do I kind of end up in radio accidentally? Or is there a plan?
Bill, I think we have similar paths here, and here's why. You get to this microphone after trying everything else, after having succeeded and failed at other parts of your life, after having regrets and doubts and missed opportunities. That's what brings you to the microphone. Here's what the microphone does that television cannot do. And it does it for both of us as we talk. The audience can hear that we've been talking a long time. The audience can hear that we're both pros. But even more important, the audience can hear when we believe something is true. The audience can hear when we're not sure. And the audience can hear very clearly when something is not accurate. They can hear it. You can't do that with television. The eye fools you. Mm-hmm. You watch the colors, you watch the movements. But in the radio, or in this particular, we're a digital platform. That's what we are. In the radio, or what we're doing now, the podcast, they can hear sincerity, they hear excitement. And here's what they learn from us, Bill. And I do it. They hear what we're excited about. If we really like something, they hear it. And they go, I don't know anything about that, but Bill Whalen and John Batchelor are excited about it. So the next time it comes up, I'm going to pay attention. That's what they hear.
Very good. John Batchelor, I wish you continued good health and continued success with all your endeavors.
Mr. Whalen, same to you. Thank you very much.
You've been listening to Area 45, a Hoover Institution podcast on the policy avenues available to the 45th President of the United States. And in this podcast, a radio host who does his best to make sense of this presidency and its impact on both the national and world stages. If you've been enjoying Area 45, please don't forget to rate, review, and subscribe to us on iTunes. And if you wouldn't mind, please spread the word, get your friends to have a listen. By the way, we're not the only Hoover podcast available to you. There's Econ Talk, the classicist with the great Victor Davis Hanson, the libertarian with the redoubtable Richard Epstein. We also cover fellow speeches in a podcast you can easily download. The Hoover Institution is online at www.hoover.org. While you're there, do yourself a favor and sign up for Hoover's Daily Report, which delivers the best work of my Hoover colleagues to your inbox every weekday. The Hoover Institution has Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter feeds. Our Twitter handle is @HooverInst. It's @HooverInst. John Batchelor also inhabits the realm called Twitter. His Twitter handle is @BatchelorShow. That is Batchelor spelled BATCHELOR, @BatchelorShow. And you can go to johnbatchelorshow.com to see where you can tune in and find the podcast. It's available on Apple Podcast and Spotify and a whole bunch of other hosts. John, enjoy your time here at Hoover. I know you've got a lot of fellows lined up, so enjoy the conversations. Great to have you back on campus.
Thank you, Bill.
For the Hoover Institution, this is Bill Whalen. We'll be back soon with another installment of Area 45. Until then, take care. Thanks for listening.
For more podcasts from the Hoover Institution, please visit hoover.org or Hoover's channels on iTunes, iTunes U, Stitcher, and SoundCloud. I'm Chris Dower for the Hoover Institution. Thanks for listening.
You're listening to BVRN, the Black Vault Radio Network.
it's fascinating to watch that, but they just.
IRN USA Radio News, I'm Carson Tager. President Bush is expressing his gratitude to all the men and women in our nation's military on this Veterans Day. He's in New York, where he helped rededicate the refurbished Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum. He says our country is blessed because our liberties have been defended by brave men and women in the past. The White House is open to ideas for speeding up federal aid to help struggling American automakers. Congress has already passed $25 billion in low-interest loans to help the auto industry deal with revised fuel efficiency standards. The Bush administration is implementing a more than $700 billion federal bailout of the faltering financial sector. A planned buyout of U.S. Sugar Corp by Florida state government has reportedly been reduced by about $400 million. The deal is being made to help restore the state's endangered Everglades wildlife area. A source said it's not clear yet why the buyout was being trimmed, but said it had nothing to do with credit problems or public financing. This is IRN USA Radio News.
An official message from Medicare.
Today I found out that my drug plan's monthly premium changed, so I compared other plans and found similar coverage at a better price.
Now's the time to review and compare Medicare prescription drug plans. From November 15th to December 31st, you can even change your plan. Call 1-800-MEDICARE. That's 1-800-MEDICARE. Or visit Medicare.gov and use the Plan Finder to see options in your state. A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
This is Tom Castor, VP of Banquet Foods. Recently, we launched new Banquet Select recipes. At only about $1.50, they've been hard to keep in freezers. Then came the letters. This one from Jane M. My husband really enjoyed your enchiladas and red sauce. Chicken and beef, wow. But when I told him the price, he went into shock. I actually had to slap him. Sure, I enjoyed it, but maybe there should be a disclaimer. Well, think about it, Jane, and thanks for the letter. New Banquet Select recipes. So good for so little.
Iran test-fired a new type of missile near the Iraqi border during war games Monday. State television announced the firing after issuing a warning last week to the U.S. that it would respond to any incursion into Iranian airspace. The Georgia-based National Religious Campaign Against Torture plans to lobby President-elect Barack Obama to issue an executive order banning torture. The group this week will also start calling on members of Congress to push for a torture ban. Their campaign is in response to the Bush administration's approval of interrogation techniques such as waterboarding. The crew of Space Shuttle Endeavour will arrive at the Kennedy Space Center this afternoon ahead of Friday's planned launch. The trip to the International Space Station is just the latest construction and assembly mission designed to expand the orbiting outpost. After the crew lands in Florida this afternoon, NASA will start the countdown clock tonight for Endeavour's launch, which is set for Friday, weather permitting, at 7:55 p.m. Eastern. For more news and analysis, log on to irnnews.com.
An official message from Medicare.
Today I found out that my drug plan's monthly premium changed, so I compared other plans and found similar coverage at a better price.
Now's the time to review and compare Medicare prescription drug plans. From November 15th to December 31st, you can even change your plan. Call 1-800-MEDICARE. That's 1-800-MEDICARE. Or visit Medicare.gov and use the Plan Finder to see options in your state. A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
The upside of the struggling economy for travelers may be less crowded hotels and lower rates. Hotel forecasters have been revising estimates downward after the stock market dropped in October. PKF Consulting of Atlanta predicts hotels will see a 4.4% decline in occupancy this year to an average of just over 58% of the rooms available. That would be the worst rate at U.S. hotels since Smith Travel Research started tracking the figures in 1988. Tourists, be warned, if you're expecting to travel to Australia and tramp around the desert, then don't do it in summer. Arthur Stevens has more.
The closure's been proposed after a risk assessment identified extreme temperatures as a high safety risk to people attempting to cross the desert over summer. The closure between December the 1st and March 15th will take effect each year in the Simpson Desert Conservation Park and Regional Reserve. Arthur Stevens, Melbourne.
And it's official. A renegade and his Renaissance wife are taking over the country. Those are the Secret Service's code names for the new first couple, according to the Chicago Tribune. Renegade is, of course, Barack Obama, and Renaissance is his wife, Michelle. The alliteration continues with daughters Malia and Sasha, who've been dubbed Radiance and Rosebud. Vice President-elect Joe Biden is Celtic and wife Jill is Capri. The whimsical names are chosen by the White House Communications Agency, but officials won't reveal the mysterious process they use to divine the new monikers. Once Renegade has moved his staff into the Oval Office, most of the top brass will get new names as well.
world. Many things that are unexplained, and questions surround them like a dark shroud, leaving our minds to wonder. For the next 3 hours, you are going to explore the world of the unknown. Your mind is going to embark on a journey aboard the only black ship that can take you into the enigmas of the universe. Now sit back, turn down the lights, turn up the volume, and open your mind, because he is back. The voice of darkness, your host of Paranormal Radio, Captain Jack.
And here we go. We've made it to Tuesday. Welcome to Paranormal Radio. I'm your host, Captain Jack. And boy, oh boy, we've survived the storms from last night, which last night we were unable to have our guest on. Leo Kim was our guest. If I can get my lights to work here in the studio. You know, I swear, half the time this stuff is put together with duct tape. Last night we were supposed to have Leo Kim on the program, and unfortunately, well, the storms kind of took out our phone system. We've been keeping an eye on it all day. As a matter of fact, it was a little iffy here today whether or not our phone system was going to work. Apparently, there were so many storms, and it was so bad, and so many towers took lightning hits that things weren't working the way they were supposed to. We were a little on edge. We thought we were going to cancel tonight, but we're not canceling tonight. We have Angela Joyner joining us tonight, as well as Officer X. Now, he's a police officer that had a very good look at this UFO back in January in Stephenville, Texas, and actually tracked it with his radar. We'll be talking with him here shortly, so stick around for that. All of our systems seem to be up and running fairly well tonight. I know that the satellite system held up fantastic last night. We didn't have any problems with the satellite system, but everything else kind of went to hell on us. But all in all, we're up and running and back in business. We were going to open up the studio cam tonight as well, but we wanted to make sure all our systems were stable before we put any more load on our bandwidth. So we should have the studio cam up and running here by Friday, by the way. So you can take a peek at what they've done here in the studio. They've rearranged and redid stuff, gave me a little bit more room, which is nice. I kind of like that aspect. I got now I have more room than I know what to do with, which is a good thing because I definitely need it. So we'll open up we'll put together the system for the studio cams this Friday. You guys can take a peek. All right. Last night I did get a lot of email in from you guys. We kind of went alone and kind of answered questions as we went for Leo Kim's book, Healing the Rift, Bridging the Gap Between Science and Spirituality. Great book, by the way. One of the emails that I got in was from Rick Biggs out there. I'm not sure where Rick is at. He's an electrical engineer, though, so this was I really enjoyed this one. It says, "Hi, Jack, you should try putting up a passive UFO radar around Stephenville, Texas. For a starter, the EE department at University of Washington made a prototype." And here it is, a University of Washington Passive Ionosphere Imaging Radar System. The University of Washington Department of Electrical Engineering maintains a passive FM radar system for imaging small-scale fluctuations in the Earth's ionosphere, a project supported by the National Science Foundation. The system employs commercial FM radio signals, 88 to 108 megahertz, as a source, which are reflected off the ionosphere and detected by receivers several hundred-mile distant. Wow. It would take a software engineer, an RF engineer, a year or so to get a system to work, but it could be done. Attached is a brief description of the idea, and I think the time has come for passive FM-based radar in the U.S. To heck with begging for Doppler radar or the BS everyone gets from asking for radar data. We can do it ourselves without any FAA or FCC license on any of it because it wouldn't transmit anything. Very interesting. Credit for this goes to the University of Washington EE Electrical Engineering Department and Peter B. Davenport, I know that name, Director, National UFO Reporting Center, Seattle, Washington. Regards, Rick Biggs, electrical engineer. I think that would be really cool. Actually, I think that would be kind of neat. Now, it's kind of interesting that it does it on the 88 to 108 megahertz range. Whenever I saw that, the first thing that came to mind was a little bit of pirate radio. That's what came to mind. I like pirate radio, by the way. So that would be kind of interesting to set up our own radar system. I wonder how that would work. I wonder if you... I don't know if you would actually have to have some sort of license. The FCC would squawk about it in one way or the other, I would think. Especially if I was doing it out here. We're in the military operating zone, which, by the way, I have something that's very, very interesting that came in. I have some flight maps, I guess that's what these things are, of several areas. Not only the area around here, around Stephenville, Texas. It kind of shows the Brownwood Operating Center. And where Stephenville is, kind of, the military said they were doing maneuvers out there. Remember that? Well, I've got that shows, their, of course, line. I know that's come out before, but it's interesting looking at these actual maps. And I also have, because it shows restricted areas. It shows areas that are restricted. So looking at these things, you can kind of sort of piece together what could have been happening that night. I also have some documents, some maps, of Needles, California. Now, we've talked about the Needles, California, whatever it was that crashed out there in Needles, California, that the military came in with a sky crane and picked up and took off. And one of the witnesses said it was an oval object that was still glowing as they flew off with it. There is several restricted area locations on the map around Needles, so it's very interesting looking at this stuff. The person that sent them to me, when he sent them to me, they're kind of low quality. I emailed back and I asked him if he could get his hands on higher quality images of these, and he said he will definitely work on it the next time he has the opportunity to take photographs of them. So hopefully we'll have those and we can put them up on the website so you guys can take a look at them and see exactly what we're talking about here. The Needles, California, it also lists radar stations, and I know we were trying to get radar imagery for Needles, California for the night that this thing crashed out there. All the radar stations out there, and we know that there's several different radar stations because of the curvature of the Earth. You kind of they have several stations. But all of these stations, none of them have anything. All their records are used up. We'll have to ask Angela about this. She kind of became a radar expert when dealing with the Stephenville lights sighting back in January. All right, let's see. What else do we have here? Several years ago, by the way, right after the X-Files came off air, ended the season, they had a little spin-off show called The Lone Gunman, the Lone Gunman in the X-Files. Well, on their pilot episode, I think it was on September 1st, was their pilot episode. In that episode, they had it was a conspiracy that the government took over airplanes and was going to crash them into the World Trade Centers, the whole thing like that. I did a show about that specific thing back in 2001 because they kind of outlined that in the 1997 terrorism report. Anyway, I got an email from a listener out there. It says, a few years ago, I met Dean Haglund, I believe it is, at the UFO conference in L.A. He's a great guy, very intelligent. I got a chance to talk to him for a few hours. At some point, I asked him about the episode, since I had thought about it right away on 9/11. He said that he didn't even remember the episode, and neither had any other cast members and most of the crew. I thought that was really strange. He wondered if they had just forgot since they were all in shock. At some point, a friend of his or someone from the show called him, and then they talked about it. He didn't have any inside info or anything. I just found it really interesting that no one from the show remembered it. That is kind of odd, don't you think, that no one from the show remembers shooting their pilot episode? I responded to this email. And I said, I would think that they might have been told not to talk about that pilot episode. I mean, The Lone Gunman didn't stick around. I mean, that program didn't, I don't think it lasted a single season, did it? I don't remember. I think that's the only episode that I watched of them, quite frankly. But, yeah, it was just kind of weird that no one would remember their pilot episode. And that specifically, especially so close before 9/11, is really strange. I know that there is some YouTubes out there of the beginning of that pilot episode and kind of outlines it. It's very, very strange that no one would remember. I don't know. That's just very weird. All right, let me see here. What else do I have? I'm going to try and get to as many emails here as I can. Now, as you know, Jose Escamilla has been working on a new film called Moon Rising. Moon Rising. He was kind enough to offer me to do the narration for, or at least part of the narration for that movie, which I agreed to, and I did some voiceover stuff for that movie. Well, guess what? It's coming. Moon Rising is coming. I got a chance to take a look at the trailer last night that Jose put together. Amazing. I cannot wait for this to see it all put together. It's just going to be incredible. Moon Rising is definitely ready to go. He is, and from the last time we had him on the program, by the way, there was so much more that has been added to Moon Rising. Very interesting stuff. We're going to have Jose on here sometime in the following weeks. We're going to get him in here as soon as we can in an open date to talk about this movie. He has high-res imagery of the surface of the moon and has discovered some things on the moon that, well, let me just tell you, this movie is going to blow you away. It's going to turn some heads. So I got a chance to talk with Jose like early in the morning. He's as bad as I am. I'm truly nocturnal. Completely nocturnal. It's like if the sun is down, I'm awake. If the sun comes up, it's bedtime for me. And so here I am, finishing my coffee. I know it's kind of weird to be drinking coffee just before bed, but caffeine makes me go to sleep. Caffeine makes me tired. I don't know why that is. It's very, very strange. And I get a message from Jose, and we got to chat a little bit about Moon Rising. I'm excited about it. Very, very excited about it. I'm not going to give you the website address, though. I'm going to wait until we have Jose on, and then you guys can see it, because there's so much more to it. That's just absolutely amazing. Speaking of new and exciting things, I wanted to remind everybody, tomorrow night we're going to have Ian O'Neill. We were supposed to have Ian on Friday, and, we had a system meltdown. We have a lot of that around here, obviously. And so we rescheduled Ian for tomorrow night. We're going to be talking with, he's got some great stuff that he's bringing to the table as far as science and killer asteroids, by the way. And 1 week, next week, Wednesday, is going to be the start of his program. It's going to be starting 2 hours before me on Wednesday. And I'm really excited about it. It's a full science show, which we need more science, actually. It's kind of interesting. I used to listen to Dr. Michio Kaku's, good friend of mine, used to listen to his radio program all the time, and then they stopped carrying it where I was. Out here in Texas, in fact, they stopped carrying it for some reason, which is just completely retarded. But, oh well. All right, let's see. I think okay, I have like a checklist here. I wanted to get to everything. Oh, yes, John Hutchinson, by the way. John Hutchinson, he has released a couple of very strange YouTubes. We put them up on our website, by the way. He got these photographs of what looks like a real alien. Not sure where he got these photographs. Of course, his source is confidential. And he's got some documents, too, some very strange documents. If you go over to the website, paranormalradioshow.net, and you scroll down a little bit, you'll be able to take a look at this. John John is an interesting guy. We've had him on the program before. We've talked. He's an interesting guy, and his world is like the X-Files. It really is. He is like the living X-File himself, by the way. Very wild stuff here. And, go take a look at this video. I'd really like to see what you guys have to say about this. I think if you go there, you have to scroll down about, midway, all the way down. You'll see John Hutchinson releases alien pics and documents. And we've seen some... Here, wait, no, I don't want to start that. Stop. No. Oh, well, I'll just let it play. We've seen some fakes in the past, right? Alien bodies, the alien autopsy. Remember that one? I think we all remember that one. This one, I don't know. It's up there. I mean, it may be too good. I don't know. It looks like someone gave it a black eye, though. Like someone just punched it, beat it up. Beat up the little alien guy. So, I don't know. Go take a look at the website, paranormalradioshow.net. Scroll down. Tell me what you think. Fake or real? The arms look a little fake. There's one part, there's in the video where you're looking at the head and you see the neck and the torso and you see the limbs. The limbs, it looks like mold. Not like, it looks like it was out of a mold. It doesn't look like mold. Well, it does kind of look like mold's growing on it, in fact. He's got pictures of a moldy alien. I don't know what to think of it. I don't know. Obviously, he doesn't know what to think of it either. Fast one might be being pulled on John, or it could be the real thing. Who knows? Very, very interesting indeed. Let's see here. Look, I really try not to do this. Looking around the world at some of the news is always a depressing endeavor, but here we go. Bailout sought for Big Three. Speaker Pelosi wants session on emergency and limited aid, but automaker relief bills' shape and fate are unclear. So here we go. We're going to bail out the Big Three. I'm going to email Congress and say, yeah, you know what? The paranormal radio isn't financed. We need a bailout. We need to be added into the bailout somehow. I mean, how many more places are we going to bail out? How much more are we going to have to fork over because of all this? The gas prices kind of put a damper on everything. That definitely wasn't the case with the housing market, though. The housing market, they're just definitely greedy. Anyway, let's see. What else do I have here? I always skip past all the top news, like the world news and everything, all the stuff that I have on my screen. I always skip past that because it is. I mean, some of the stuff that they call news is just incredibly retarded sometimes. But anyway, I'm scrolling down and I always go right to the science. Definitely right to the science. And portable nuclear hot tubs could power America, by the way. Do I have time to talk about this one? Can you imagine a nuclear hot tub? Seriously. That's what happened. That's what Hyperpower Generation, a small Santa Fe, New Mexico-based startup, hopes lots of utility and energy companies say over the next few years as it prepares to build and market small, self-contained, portable nuclear reactors that need almost no oversight or maintenance. This is a quote. I'm quoting it verbatim. Our goal is to generate electricity for 10 cents a watt anywhere in the world. Hypern CEO John Deal told Britain's Observer newspaper in an article published Sunday. They will cost approximately $25 million each for a community with about 10,000 households. That is very affordable. It's about $2,500 per home. It claims its sealed buried reactors, which will be 10 to 15 feet long and about 10 feet wide, could power 20,000 homes for 7 to 10 years. At that point, they'd be dug up and hauled back to the plant for refueling. That's kind of cool, actually. I'm sure someone's going to complain about that, though. Going to contaminate groundwater, or I don't know. The portable self-regulating nuclear reactor isn't a new one, and many companies and organizations have been trying to develop them based on the low maintenance, research reactors found at many American universities of various designs all use a form of liquid metal to both carry and the excess heat away from the core reaction and absorb stray neutrons. Interesting. Moderating research should be an approach meltdown, so keeping it from melting down, basically. That's what I need. We were talking about having a backup system. I need a nuclear backup system. Or just a regular backup system would be great, too. Gotta have one of those. All right, let's see. What do we got? We're going to take a quick break here. And when we return, we'll be speaking with Angela Joyner and Officer X. I might have to give him a name, like Joe, tonight. That's probably a good idea. We're going to be talking about the Stephenville Lights and the new Stephenville Lights. I've got tons of information to talk to you about it. So stick around. Don't go away. This is Paranormal Radio. I'm your host, Captain Jack. It's Tuesday night. And we're open, by the way. Open and running. We'll be back after the news.
Come out at night. That's when the energy comes and dark side's light. Vampires roll. Strut your ass to wearing your suicide ball. And across from a faith that died before Jesus came. Building a mystery. Where you sleep with voodoo dolls, and you won't give up the search for the ghosts in the halls. Wear sandals in the snow, and the smile won't wash away. Can you look out the window without your shadow getting in the way? I am so beautiful, you let your charm. So careful when I'm in your arms, 'cause you're working, building a mystery. Holding on, holding in. Yeah, you're working, building a mystery, and choosing so carefully. Woke up screaming loud. Prayer from your secret God. Feed off our fears. Hold back your tears. Oh, you give us a tantrum. And I know it all grin. Just when we need one, the evening's there. Oh, you're so beautiful. Beautiful, fucked up man. Setting up your praise and worship. 'Cause you're working, building a mystery. Holding on, holding in. Yeah, you're working, building a mystery, and choosing so carefully.
IRN USA Radio News, I'm Carson Tager. President Bush is expressing his gratitude to all the men and women in our nation's military on this Veterans Day. He's in New York, where he helped rededicate the refurbished Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum. He says our country is blessed because our liberties have been defended by brave men and women in the past. The White House is open to ideas for speeding up federal aid to help struggling American automakers. Congress has already passed $25 billion in low-interest loans to help the auto industry deal with revised fuel efficiency standards. The Bush administration is implementing a more than $700 billion federal bailout of the faltering financial sector. A planned buyout of U.S. Sugar Corp by Florida state government has reportedly been reduced by about $400 million. The deal is being made to help restore the state's endangered Everglades wildlife area. A source said it's not clear yet why the buyout was being trimmed, but said it had nothing to do with credit problems or public financing. This is IRN USA Radio News.
An official message from Medicare.
Today I found out that my drug plan's monthly premium changed, so I compared other plans and found similar coverage at a better price.
Now's the time to review and compare Medicare prescription drug plans. From November 15th to December 31st, you can even change your plan. Call 1-800-MEDICARE. That's 1-800-MEDICARE. Or visit Medicare.gov and use the Plan Finder to see options in your state. A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
This is Tom Castor, VP of Banquet Foods. Recently, we launched new Banquet Select recipes. At only about $1.50, they've been hard to keep in freezers. Then came the letters. This one from Jane M. My husband really enjoyed your enchiladas and red sauce, chicken and beef. Wow. But when I told him the price, he went into shock. I actually had to slap him. Sure, I enjoyed it, but maybe there should be a disclaimer. Well, think about it, Jane, and thanks for the letter. New Banquet Select recipes. So good for so little.
Iran test-fired a new type of missile near the Iraqi border during war games Monday. State television announced the firing after issuing a warning last week to the U.S. that it would respond to any incursion into Iranian airspace. The Georgia-based National Religious Campaign Against Torture plans to lobby President-elect Barack Obama to issue an executive order banning torture. The group this week will also start calling on members of Congress to push for a torture ban. Their campaign is in response to the Bush administration's approval of interrogation techniques such as waterboarding. The crew of Space Shuttle Endeavour will arrive at the Kennedy Space Center this afternoon ahead of Friday's planned launch. The trip to the International Space Station is just the latest construction and assembly mission designed to expand the orbiting outpost. After the crew lands in Florida this afternoon, NASA will start the countdown clock tonight for Endeavour's launch, which is set for Friday, weather permitting, at 7:55 p.m. Eastern. For more news and analysis, log on to irnnews.com.
An official message from Medicare.
Today I found out that my drug plan's monthly premium changed, so I compared other plans and found similar coverage at a better price.
Now's the time to review and compare Medicare prescription drug plans. From November 15th to December 31st, you can even change your plan. Call 1-800-MEDICARE. That's 1-800-MEDICARE. Or visit Medicare.gov and use the Plan Finder to see options in your state. A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
The upside of the struggling economy for travelers may be less crowded hotels and lower rates. Hotel forecasters have been revising estimates downward after the stock market dropped in October. PKF Consulting of Atlanta predicts hotels will see a 4.4% decline in occupancy this year to an average of just over 58% of the rooms available. That would be the worst rate at U.S. hotels since Smith Travel Research started tracking the figures in 1988. Tourists, be warned, if you're expecting to travel to Australia and tramp around the desert, then don't do it in summer. Arthur Stevens has more.
The closure's been proposed after a risk assessment identified extreme temperatures as a high safety risk to people attempting to cross the desert over summer. The closure between December the 1st and March 15th will take effect each year in the Simpson Desert Conservation Park and Regional Reserve. Arthur Stevens, Melbourne.
And it's official. A renegade and his Renaissance wife are taking over the country. Those are the Secret Service's code names for the new first couple, according to the Chicago Tribune. Renegade is, of course, Barack Obama, and Renaissance is his wife, Michelle. The alliteration continues with daughters Malia and Sasha, who've been dubbed Radiance and Rosebud. Vice President-elect Joe Biden is Celtic, and wife Jill is Capri. The whimsical names are chosen by the White House Communications Agency, but officials won't reveal the mysterious process they use to divine the new monikers. Once Renegade has moved his staff into the Oval Office, most of the top brass will get new names as well.
again your host, the voice of darkness, Captain Jack.
Welcome back, everybody. It's Paranormal Radio Tuesday night. We're checking all the systems, checking it twice. Everything seems to be working good for us tonight so far. Thus far, knock on wood. Tonight, my guests are Angela Joyner from Stephenville, Texas. Now, a lot of you know Angela from back in January 8th, the Stephenville Lights, the sightings at the mass sightings of a UFO out here in my neck of the woods. And joining us is Officer X. He is a police officer that got a real good look at this thing and was even able to lock in on it with his radar gun. In fact, we're going to be talking about the Stephenville Lights and also the new lights that have been seen back here on the October 23rd, I believe it is. Very interesting stuff. I mean, we got this photographs on the 23rd out of Marble Falls that from a listener sent him in. He took photographs of this blue thing in the sky when he was on his way to work. All he had was his camera phone, so that's what he took photographs of. They're up on the website if you want to go take a look at them, paranormalradioshow.net. We're going to be talking about that. And also in the Brownwood area, people I know saw something in the sky that night as well. A good friend of mine, Michael, as a matter of fact, and he's very skeptical when it comes to this stuff, but he was standing outside. He was feeding his wolves, by the way, and he spots these orange lights in the sky, and he sat there and watched them for a long time, and he wound up going back inside for something and came out a little bit later, and they were gone. So, very interesting stuff. We'll talk to Angela about this. Angela, welcome to the program.
Hi, it's nice to be with you again.
Yeah, thank you. It's good to hear from you. And Officer X, are you with us as well?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. We got everyone in place here. Let me just kill some of this background music here. Now, Angela, what I have been talking about the new lights that have been seen back on the 23rd for about a couple of weeks now, obviously. Anything new on this stuff? Anything has come out?
Well, actually, the report started coming in on the 21st, but on the 23rd, which was a Thursday night, there were numerous reports of more lights in the sky. Now, one of those people reporting to was my own brother, Brent Chambers, and he actually got a camera cell phone photo of part of it. He didn't get it all in the frame, but he called me right after my husband had called me out in the yard to come and see there was something going on, which when I got out there, I saw 2 sets of flares dropped, bright flares, defense flares, 4 at a time. And I was talking to him on the phone. He's going, no, this is not flares. This is a set of 3 white lights that actually are horizontal, and then they flip up, rotate up, vertical, go off, and then when they go off, they would come back on and do that same pattern again about 5 more times. And I had several people talk to me about these horizontal lights that would go vertical, and that's something that that's actually a similarity to what Officer X saw January the 8th, and Steve Allen, only his light started horizontal and then broke into 2 sets of vertical lights. So part of that was familiar. And but the flares were being dropped like crazy that night.
Yes. You know, there was a lady that was coming from, I believe it was Bangs, a football game, I think on the 22nd, I think. Her and her husband, and she said that at one point the sky lit up like it was a football field out there. You know, in the sky, like football field lights, a long row of them, and it was just so intense and so bright. And it was there for quite a while. And as they were driving along the highway, they couldn't figure out what the heck it was. And then they just slowly dimmed out. But she said for sure they were definitely not flares. She's seen the flares. She's seen them dropping flares around this area many times. And she said that's not what she saw. And I said to her, well, do you want to come on air and talk about it? She says, hell no.
Well, I am not accustomed to seeing flares in our area. Maybe I just wasn't, maybe I just didn't notice them before, but we had several nights in a row of jets from, I assume, Carswell that were really working this flare thing. So I know some of those reports probably were people that had actually observed flares but didn't really realize that's what they were seeing.
Sure.
But these other reports of the 3 lights horizontal that would turn up vertical, they were coming from the Stephenville area, the De Leon area, the Comanche area, and the Hyco area. Yeah. So it was a widespread area.
Yeah, my producer just corrected me about the lady that saw the lights from the football. It was near Santa Ana.
Near Santa Ana.
Yeah.
South of Brownwood.
Yes. Well, let me go to Officer X. Do you mind if I call you Joe?
That sounds fine.
Okay. I want to go back to kind of to show the parallels between what was seen recently and what was seen back in January. Could you tell us a little bit about what you saw, how it all happened for you?
Sure. Now what I saw wasn't just lights, it was a craft.
Right.
And, when I first saw it, I was on top of a railroad bridge on South Loop in Stephenville, looking to the northeast. And I saw this dark, large object lumbering across town at a very low altitude. And it was massive. And my first instinct was, well, our airport can't accommodate a commercial aircraft at all.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was kind of concerned and worried that something was, coming down.
Yes.
I saw it for maybe 5 seconds on top of that bridge when I crested the bridge.
Uh-huh.
That kind of, raised my interest as I went further down the South Loop. I got to Lillian Street in South Loop. I had a better view of the downtown area, and I saw it hovering near the Erath County Courthouse. Passed through another area where I didn't have very good visibility. Then I came to another clearing where I had excellent visibility, and there was this massive craft. It had 2 large, like headlights on the front of it.
Mm-hmm.
We'll call them headlights. At the very furthest end, to the right and the left, were 2 constant red, like wingtip lights, is what I'll call them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, on the top, it had 2 towers, about 40 foot tall. On top of these 2 towers were strobing red lights. Underneath it, it had 3 towers, 40 foot, tall,
mm-hmm.
And they were strobing white. And they were strobing sporadically. There was no pattern to the strobing.
Yes.
It strobed for maybe, I'd estimate maybe 3 or 4 seconds, and then the strobing stopped, they went out.
Hmm.
But as they were strobing, I could make out, just a silhouette of what the craft looked like. Now these lights that
Did I lose y'all?
I call headlights.
No, we're still
here,
here, Angela.
Have you, they were kind of like.
Oh, wait a minute. Did we lose him? Oh, boy. Yeah, we lost him. Isn't that just like, what is it? We're not past the top of the hour. Let's pull them back in. I gave him a little warning saying, hey, you know what? If our phone system dies out, we'll get you back. Just hang tight and we'll pull them back. See, even though our phone system is somewhat operational, it was kind of sketchy today, but we were able to at least get it up and working. But it's going to give us a couple of blurbs here It's going to give us a couple of blurbs here tonight. I just know it. The storms that passed through last night have just kind of raised a little havoc. So let's see if we can't pull them both back in here. We should be able to get them back in here any second now. So he's describing what he saw, a large craft. And now this goes a little bit further than just seeing lights. Definitely. Let's see. Are we back? Are you both back with us?
Yes.
Sorry about that. Our phone system
That's okay.
is definitely haunted. So here we go. Here we have it's a massive craft, and you originally thought maybe that's a airplane or something coming down, like maybe looking for a place to land, maybe having technical problems of some sort.
That was my first instinct, because we don't see massive airplanes coming across the downtown Stephenville.
Right.
That doesn't happen. And so, I was concerned. But then, I later saw that it wasn't an aircraft.
Yes.
It's something else.
Yes.
And it was huge. It was at least 600 feet across, and maybe twice that distance, further back.
Yes. Did you happen to notice any military aircraft in the air that night, or hear any of them in conjunction with this, or were you just too focused on what you were seeing?
I didn't see any military aircraft that night. I did see a strange search pattern of contrails earlier in the day that I've never seen before.
Oh, really? See, that seems to be kind of goes hand in hand, especially whenever it has a significant and very real UFO sightings the following day. There's always these strange contrails.
Yeah, and this was so strange that it was like a checkerboard across the sky.
Huh. That is...
It was very odd.
I have pictures of those, yeah.
Really? That's really strange. They've noticed they've done some tests and found that whenever you have those strange contrails, that there's a high level of barium in the air whenever you have those. I don't know how they test for that. I have no idea, but
I don't know. I haven't heard that.
Very interesting. So at one point, didn't you lock your radar gun on this thing, Joe?
Yes. As I traveled further down across the South Loop and got to Graham Street, I realized Graham Street would be a good street to take a left on and go directly toward the craft.
Mm-hmm.
As I turned onto Graham Street, I grabbed my radar, pulled the head up, pointed it at the object, and turned on my radar, and I got a hit back. It said 27 miles per hour, and this is when it was starting to do its going from vertical to horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
And it went first about 45 degrees, hung there for maybe 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Then it went completely horizontal, straight up, and then just took off to the left at a very high rate.
Let's see, it went horizontal to vertical, didn't it?
Yeah. It was flat across and went vertical.
So I'm picturing kind of like a pie plate that is slowly just being turned sideways.
Right, and it's pivoting off. If you're looking straight at your pie plate, it'd be pivoting off the left tip of the pie plate, not off the center.
Right. Very strange. That is very strange. So what did you think as you're watching this? What was going through your head at the time?
I was thinking to myself, well, this is not normal. This is definitely some sort of UFO.
Yes.
I was started to grab the mic and call it in,
mm-hmm.
and realized that that would sound a little strange from a guy who's still on his probationary period.
Yes. Yes.
And so I hesitated. When I was on South Loop, I wanted to get some film of it, but when I pulled the camera over to the left to get a good, try to get a good picture, I looked down in the viewfinder, and all I was getting was the windshield and the rail there beside the door.
Right.
It wasn't going to come out. And these cameras we have, they focus in on the closest thing.
Uh-huh.
So they're not going to focus in on something up in the sky. They're terrible for filming in the sky.
Especially at night with the distance too, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I was a little shocked at first. The lights were extraordinarily large, the two headlights.
Uh-huh.
They were at least 40 feet in diameter.
That's so. Man, my goodness, I'm picturing the towers on this, and again, because I like mixing the science with the paranormal. I just can't figure out what the function of the towers would be. But you said the top ones definitely had red, and the bottom ones had white, and they were flashing in different patterns. Yes.
Yes. Strobing.
So if we look at this right here and compare it to what was recently seen, I mean, Angela, it sounds like kind of the same thing, doesn't it?
Well, the fact that whatever it is starts out horizontal and turns up vertical, yes, that's very similar. But still, these recent sightings, the ones that have been reported to me, are still lights, not like not an actual craft was seen attached to the lights, like these three officers saw.
Sure, Joe. Could you make out any color to the structure of the craft? Black, white, silver. Oh, did we lose it?
Yeah, I lost you for a minute there. What did you say?
Could you make out any color to the craft itself? Like, was it black or silver?
Yes, it was when I saw it. It was black. It had to me it appeared like it was stealthy. It's kind of hard to explain. Let's say your night sky is a grayish black.
Yes.
And this would be a darker black.
I see.
It was darker than the night sky, therefore I could see a silhouette.
Yes.
A good shadow.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of what was mentioned whenever they saw it out in Phoenix, the boomerang shape, very, very large, moving very slow. Definitely wasn't a stealth fighter of any kind. Very massive, but it had that same coloration, that like a dark gray to it, where it would black out the sky. You could still see the silhouette of it, but it wasn't shiny, silvery, or anything like that. It's very, very strange.
Yeah, one of the other officers that drove underneath it actually saw the skin and the color.
Oh, really?
Yes, and the skin on it was canvas-like with kind of it wasn't a hunter green, it's more of an olive green glow to it.
Really?
Yeah, he we'll call him Officer Y.
Okay.
And he does not want to disclose his name.
Yes.
And of course we have Officer Z, and all three of us got together and come up with our drawings that you see on the Stephenville Lights website.
Yes. Where were they in conjunction to where you were at the time when you were seeing it?
Officer Y was near Selden when he drove underneath it.
Wow. And was it? Is that still near? No. So this is nowhere near the courthouse, or is it?
It's a totally different area.
Totally different.
Yeah,
area.
He didn't see it near the courthouse. He saw it when he was going home.
Oh, I see.
Out in the countryside.
I see.
Yeah.
That is very, very interesting. All right, we're close to the top of the hour. We're going to pull Angela back in because we lost her here. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll talk a little bit more about this. I mean, amazing. If you've got, these, again, the train, they always say, oh, people are not observed to look at the night sky. They're not seeing, they're seeing planets. They're seeing a comet. They're seeing an airplane. Well, I beg to differ. Definitely not an airplane. Definitely not a comet. Definitely not Mars. We'll talk more about it. Stick around. This Paranormal Radio is Tuesday night. I'm going to go kick our phone system and see if that helps. We'll be right back.
Paranormal Radio. Email Captain Jack at WPRTradio.com.
Distract me from a wide across Tibetan mountains and memories of mine. I'll some ghostly moments and natives in the hills. Recorded here on paper.
34 UFO sightings in 2007, 854 abductions by aliens or unknown species reported by American and British citizens, and hundreds more suspectedly unreported in 2007. Suppressed information about collisions with passenger aircraft and UFOs that has been kept from the public knowledge for years, and only one trusted source on information from some of the top UFO researchers in the world. Exclusive information that cannot be found anywhere else on the planet. Trusted, connected, accurate. The UFOstore.com. Expand your personal library with fast shipping and instant downloadable information from the largest selection of UFO products on the internet by going to theufostore.com or call on the 24-hour, 7-day-a-week order line at 541-523-2630. The truth is out there, and the UFOstore.com has it.
Stay calm. We are not going to harm you.
Is there a suppression of UFO and alien information by our government? Does the soul continue on after we die? Climb aboard the black ship of paranormal radio with your host, Captain Jack, on Contact Talk Radio and KRWM 106.9 FM HD3. Or visit WPRTradio.com for more information.
The internet is growing at such an alarming rate that anyone looking to start their own website for podcast or shoutcast streaming, it is almost impossible to choose who to go with. Well, I'm here to tell you that your questions are answered.
It's simple. B2Net Solutions is the one for you. They offer affordable and, most importantly, reliable hosting for your website, and they're so reliable, they are the #1 hosting solution on the net.
If you sign up today or transfer your existing website or shoutcast stream, just tell them Captain Jack sent you. And in addition to great service, you'll also get access to the experts in web development and audio streaming from WPRT Radio.
No kidding. That's right. All of your technical questions answered step by step from a professional team.
So go to www.b2netsolutions.com
or call them at 1-866-609-6447 and tell them Captain Jack sent you.
IRN USA Radio News, I'm Carson Tager. President Bush is expressing his gratitude to all the men and women in our nation's military on this Veterans Day. He's in New York, where he helped rededicate the refurbished Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum. He says our country is blessed because our liberties have been defended by brave men and women in the past. The White House is open to ideas for speeding up federal aid to help struggling American automakers. Congress has already passed $25 billion in low-interest loans to help the auto industry deal with revised fuel efficiency standards. The Bush administration is implementing a more than $700 billion federal bailout of the faltering financial sector. A planned buyout of U.S. Sugar Corp by Florida state government has reportedly been reduced by about $400 million. The deal is being made to help restore the state's endangered Everglades wildlife area. A source said it's not clear yet why the buyout was being trimmed, but said it had nothing to do with credit problems or public financing. This is IRN USA Radio News.
An official message from Medicare.
Today I found out that my drug plan's monthly premium changed, so I compared other plans and found similar coverage at a better price.
Now's the time to review and compare Medicare prescription drug plans. From November 15th to December 31st, you can even change your plan. Call 1-800-MEDICARE. That's 1-800-MEDICARE. Or visit Medicare.gov and use the Plan Finder to see options in your state. A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
This is Tom Castor, VP of Banquet Foods. Recently, we launched new Banquet Select recipes. At only about $1.50, they've been hard to keep in freezers. Then came the letters. This one from Jane M. My husband really enjoyed your enchiladas and red sauce. Chicken and beef, wow. But when I told him the price, he went into shock. I actually had to slap him. Sure, I enjoyed it, but maybe there should be a disclaimer. Well, think about it, Jane, and thanks for the letter. New Banquet Select recipes. So good for so little.
Iran test-fired a new type of missile near the Iraqi border during war games Monday. State television announced the firing after issuing a warning last week to the U.S. that it would respond to any incursion into Iranian airspace. The Georgia-based National Religious Campaign Against Torture plans to lobby President-elect Barack Obama to issue an executive order banning torture. The group this week will also start calling on members of Congress to push for a torture ban. Their campaign is in response to the Bush administration's approval of interrogation techniques such as waterboarding. The crew of Space Shuttle Endeavour will arrive at the Kennedy Space Center this afternoon ahead of Friday's planned launch. The trip to the International Space Station is just the latest construction and assembly mission designed to expand the orbiting outpost. After the crew lands in Florida this afternoon, NASA will start the countdown clock tonight for Endeavour's launch, which is set for Friday, weather permitting, at 7:55 p.m. Eastern. For more news and analysis, log on to irnnews.com.
An official message from Medicare.
Today I found out that my drug plan's monthly premium changed, so I compared other plans and found similar coverage at a better price.
Now's the time to review and compare Medicare prescription drug plans. From November 15th to December 31st, you can even change your plan. Call 1-800-MEDICARE. That's 1-800-MEDICARE. Or visit Medicare.gov and use the Plan Finder to see options in your state. A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
The upside of the struggling economy for travelers may be less crowded hotels and lower rates. Hotel forecasters have been revising estimates downward after the stock market dropped in October. PKF Consulting of Atlanta predicts hotels will see a 4.4% decline in occupancy this year to an average of just over 58% of the rooms available. That would be the worst rate at U.S. hotels since Smith Travel Research started tracking the figures in 1988. Tourists be warned, if you're expecting to travel to Australia and tramp around the desert, then don't do it in summer. Arthur Stevens has more.
The closure's been proposed after a risk assessment identified extreme temperatures as a high safety risk to people attempting to cross the desert over summer. The closure between December the 1st and March 15th will take effect each year in the Simpson Desert Conservation Park and Regional Reserve. Arthur Stevens, Melbourne.
And it's official. A renegade and his Renaissance wife are taking over the country. Those are the Secret Service's code names for the new first couple, according to the Chicago Tribune. Renegade is, of course, Barack Obama, and Renaissance is his wife, Michelle. The alliteration continues with daughters Malia and Sasha, who've been dubbed Radiance and Rosebud. Vice President-elect Joe Biden is Celtic, and wife Jill is Capri. The whimsical names are chosen by the White House Communications Agency, but officials won't reveal the mysterious process they use to divine the new monikers. Once Renegade has moved his staff into the Oval Office, most of the top brass will get new names.
Welcome back, everybody. Paranormal Radio. It's Tuesday night. My guest tonight is Angela Joyner. We're talking about the Stephenville lights from back in January and most recent lights being seen. We also have with us Officer X. He is one of 3 officers that didn't just see lights, actually saw the craft itself. At one point, he locked his radar gun onto this thing and tracked it moving about 27 miles per hour. This is about the time that it starts to kind of turn on its side. Imagine a pie plate. On the left side of the pie plate, if you're looking directly at it, the thing just starts kind of lifting up, kind of pivoting on that left side. That's what I'm picturing. And once it moves to kind of that vertical position, it starts moving. I don't know what to think of that. I mean, again, I've talked to different scientists, different theories on how the propulsion would work on one of these things. I think this gives us kind of an insight to new possibilities of how these craft actually work. Doesn't give us any idea of where the hell they're from. Could it be government? Something that we have never seen before being tested? I don't know about that. Possible. Who knows? Let's make sure we got our guests back. Officer X, Angela, are you both with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes.
All right. Sorry about that. We've applied a little bit of duct tape and some baling wire to our phone system. And if that doesn't work, we're just going to rush over a paper cup and some string to you.
All right.
maybe that'll work a little bit better for us. Who knows? Well, welcome back. Officer Joe, I'm going to call you. Just before the break, we were talking. You were one of 3 officers. Now, the other officer, he was on his way home, and he was it along the highway, above the highway. He just drove under this thing. How did that work out?
It's a farm and market road. He drove completely underneath it. It was slowly crossing the highway, and he went underneath it. And he, of course, slowed down and got a good look at it, and it just proceeded on across the landscape.
Yeah. What did he think?
And it was probably 100, 200 foot off the ground.
What did he think whenever he saw it? I mean, did he think that he saw a UFO or a military craft?
Yeah, he thought he thought he saw a UFO. He's not sure. He was a non-believer before this. So he was pretty confused, leaning toward the military end of it, I think, just to so he could contemplate it.
Yes, indeed. Now, Angela, before all of this happened, did you believe in UFOs? I think I asked you that last time.
My attitude before January was totally passive. I can't say, that, well, I knew there were unidentified objects in the air. That's just because you see things and they're unidentified.
Sure.
But if there were maybe a article, I might pick it up and read it and think, that's pretty good. But I just didn't really think much about it one way or the other.
Yes. Once you started really investigating what everyone saw out there, you dived into a whole other world that probably, there's some things that are just surprising as you started to dig deeper into it, huh?
Exactly. Now I'm really hooked. I had no idea that there were millions of people in the world interested in aerial phenomena like this until I began getting emails from as far away as Finland and England and Japan. I couldn't believe.
Does it seem to you that there has been? See, we're getting close to January here. It seems like October through January, even into February and March. These time of the month, the UFO flap just increases. There's an increase in sightings. Have you kind of seen that pattern?
Yes, I have, and I've had some old timers in the area tell me that some of these things go back as far as like 30 years, and October through February is actually prime time to see them.
Yes. We had a listener. He was on his way to work on the 23rd or 22nd, 23rd, early in the morning, out near Marble Falls, and he saw this blue light in the sky. It seemed as if though he said that it was like, it looked like a teardrop in the sky. And this teardrop started to move kind of into a horizontal position before it started moving across. And he didn't know what the heck he was looking at.
Hello.
Did we? We're going to lose.
Sorry.
Did we lose it?
I'm back. I don't know what happened.
Did you guys both fall? We had a little bit of drift there. We had this listener out near Marble Falls that on his way to work, he saw something. This blue light in the sky. He said it looked kind of like a teardrop. And it was kind of turning to a horizontal position, and then it moved across the sky. But he didn't know what he was looking at, but he pulled out his camera phone and took like 5 or 6 photographs of this thing as it was moving in the sky and sent it to us. And he's like, well, what do you think? And then on the 24th, as we're sitting here broadcasting, I actually had the window to the studio open. Was talking to James Gilliland. We were talking about UFOs. He was telling us about black helicopters flying over his ranch where there's a lot of UFO sightings have taken place. And all be damned, we had helicopters fly over the studio here. After the program, I walked outside and stood. You could hear the helicopters. I would say, I'm going to go out on a limb and say there's 3, maybe 4. in this little area, but they were run with no lights on because you couldn't see them. You saw no blinking lights or whatever. I mean, I know that the Apache helicopters will sometimes, and some of the Blackhawks will even fly through the area with no lights, but it's very rare. What it was, we didn't know how to explain it. And some staff members on their way into the studio that night said that they saw planes on the 24th dropping flares and doing their maneuvers. But again, we don't know. I mean, with the military aircraft in the air the last time back in January, chasing this thing, we know that it had aircraft chasing this thing. Maybe it was still in the area. Maybe they were still chasing it. I don't know.
And back in January, we didn't really see the flares like this time in October. And I think that's important to note. I talked to a man that's lived out on 219, an older gentleman. He's been out there since 1974. And I said, how many times have you seen flares dropped? And he said, never. I've never seen them. And both Officer X and I were raised in this area, and we've never seen them. So, it surely did seem suspicious to me that these reports start coming in, and then they start dropping flares.
Yes, as if though, kind of to, for cover. That's the impression that I got anyway.
Exactly, and also I believe, and Officer X will probably know this better than I do, but I think that week of October the 20th, we were in a burn ban. So I'm told that sometimes these flares will fizzle and drop to the ground and then light up and can cause fire. So my question would be for the Air Force is, why are you dropping flares over a grassy area, populated area, rather than going, somewhere where it wouldn't be a problem?
Yes, and then they're not supposed to drop flares, especially in. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely, there was a burn ban. So, did you get a chance to? I know that the first time you spoke with the military and said, "Hey, did you have anything in the sky?" And the guy that you spoke to was pretty jovial and very friendly. And then the second time you spoke to him, very businesslike, very serious. Did you call him up again to say, "Hey, what are you guys doing out here on the 23rd and 21st?"
No, I didn't. But the local newspaper. The one that I used to work for had contacted them, and they had it in print that I can't remember. I think he said 7. They had 7 jets in the area that night. Was it 7, Officer X?
I believe that's right. And they also said that they were dropping flares.
Yes.
Yes, and that they weren't.
Very interesting. Now, the fact that they're far outside of their normal operating area. What the hell are they doing operating out there? If that's their explanation, what the hell are they doing operating out there? They're not supposed to be.
Well, from what I could tell, they were in their operating area. It comes to as far as Dublin, and Dublin is 12 miles from Stephenville. But these planes were up anywhere between 20,000 feet, 25,000 feet. So they're pretty high, so it could be seen from...
Not all of Dublin is in that operating area, just the edge, right?
Hello.
Nope. Well, give it a second.
Hello.
Let's see. We're having a little bit of drift here. And we should be back. We'll they're gone. They both at the same time. They're gone. Yeah, well, it's time to get out the paper cup and the string. See, where I'm at. I'm out here in the middle of nowhere, not too far from Stephenville. And the fact that I'm out here in the middle of nowhere doesn't really help much because we can't get actual... Everything is completely done by voice over IP, which, of course, all of the dedicated IP information is all wireless. So, as you can see, we have a little bit of difficulty. And again, the storms last night just raised all kinds of havoc with us last night. And they're out there working on the tower still tonight, trying to get everything put together and working properly. So we may have a few of these dropouts tonight, which is I'll work through them. All right, do we have them back? Are you both back with me?
I'm back.
Sorry.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Boy, we could probably do this by smoke signal. It'd probably be even more.
I don't know if we'll make it till 11 o'clock.
Yeah, no kidding. See, here's another thing with this. When I've talked to a different guest about this, sometimes the guest will say, I think whenever your phone system drops out, someone's pulling the plug on you. They really think that. And then we look at our stats of our website. The top 2 visitors is U.S. government and U.S. military. So.
Oh, wow.
Yes. So, and then with the helicopters flying overhead that night when we were talking with James Gilliland as the phone was doing the same thing, we were going, maybe. So, what about the other 2 officers? Once they, of course, like what you said, Officer X, you reached for the radio and then thought, I better not do this. Now, we know that one officer was on his way home. Was the other officer on duty or no?
No, he was at his house. He was in his backyard of his house, and he lives kind of up on a ridge. There's a valley between him and the next hill.
Yes.
This thing was in the valley, and he could see the top of it.
Oh.
And he said it was lit up. He could clearly see it, and he said he could see even observation windows.
Oh, really?
Yes. And he said as it slowly started climbing up the ridge across from his house, on top of this ridge is a telephone pole. Underneath that telephone pole was a pickup with its headlights on. We don't know who that was, but they had a fantastic view of this thing.
Really?
And he said it barely made it over the telephone pole. It was so low to the ground.
Oh, my.
And this officer is the one that gave us the top view of the drawing that we made.
I see.
So, I saw a silhouette, some lights. Officer, Y saw underneath it, Officer Z on top.
Was this thing circular? Was it have a specific shape to it that you could tell?
From what we could tell, it was rectangular with the corners wedged off.
I see.
So it, kind of like a stretched out pentagon.
Right. Huh.
And also the sloping on the corners, it sloped downward, like a wedge.
Yes. Very interesting. And never was never able to figure out who was in that truck, though, huh?
No, we've never figured that out. But that's somebody that hasn't come forward.
You would think that that's kind of discerning. I mean, my mind all suddenly goes to I wonder if they're in a detention center somewhere. Forget about what you've seen.
I wonder too, because they were directly underneath it, and could nearly throw a rock and hit it. So close.
Huh. Well, now Ricky Sorrells. I mean, from what he described from him seeing, from what he had seen, is it consistent with what everyone else is reporting? Because he got a pretty good view of it too, right?
From what they say, I'm not sure if he saw the same thing we did or not. It was around the same time. It was in January, but I don't know if it's the same craft.
Yes. What do you think?
Actually, Ricky's first sighting was in the daytime, and it was in mid-December, and he walked right underneath it, and it was only about 300 feet above his head. So since it wasn't dark, I think he got a better look than most people.
Yeah, because he could see and he's a machinist by trade, right?
Right, he is, and a welder.
Yeah.
And he said he saw no seams or rivets, but he did see these deep cone-shaped indentions in the bottom of it, but he wasn't sure how large it was because as he was looking up, he was in a grove of trees, and that obscured his view. But when it did take off and leave, there was no air displacement, no sound whatsoever, and it left at sort of a 45-degree angle.
Very interesting. Now, we know we've talked about the radar returns because that is... We got a lot of information with that. Now, you really had to do some serious digging to get these radar returns and then go through, was it 1 million pages of radar returns or something like that?
Well, we received 2.8 million lines of raw data, and that was Robert Powell, the National Director of Research for MUFON, and then Glenn Schultz is a retired air radar specialist, and they went through that data line by line and plotted everything out. They looked at everything that had beacon returns, everything that had just skin paint returns, and then they actually found the unknown craft, which at times it was going 47 miles per hour, which, Officer X locked it in on radar at 27 miles per hour. And then it would shoot up to these lightning speeds, of 2,000 miles per hour. And the last it was seen, it was at 8 o'clock. That was the end of the radar returns. And it was on a direct path to Crawford Ranch. I think it would have been about 10 miles from Crawford Ranch.
Yes. These a listener had sent in some flight maps, I guess that they are, and the ones that he have, where Stephenville is in Dublin and everything, it's right on the very last edge of the flight maps. So you can't. And it doesn't go any further east on the Texas maps. That's as far as he got, but he was looking at it, and it actually shows the military operating area and where Stephenville is. And is Crawford Ranch east of Stephenville? Is it
east of Stephenville?
Southeast.
It's southeast.
Southeast.
Yeah. I was thinking south. Yeah.
And that's the direction that it shot off to, right?
Right. And what craft do we know of that can actually maneuver at these crawling speeds of 27, 47, and then shoot off like lightning?
Yeah.
I don't know of anything that does that.
I don't even think a pilot
it's
could.
So massive, it's not possible. It would stall and fall.
Yes.
I mean, it's so. Let me give you an idea how wide this thing is. You could almost put 5 commercial aircrafts across the front of it.
Wingtip to wingtip?
Yes.
Now, something like that large, and going that slow, it seems like it would just fall out of the sky.
Yes, and you'd need an incredible amount of lift to keep something that big in this. It's at 27 miles per hour.
And at the same time, nobody reported hearing like any kind of massive motors or jets sounds or anything like that. It was silent.
Yes. Now, the military has never come out and said anything. Now, the only thing that they've come back and said, yes, we made a mistake in the original. We said that we didn't have anything in the air, but we did have something in the air. But that never explained what people were seeing, obviously.
No. Most people here that heard the explanation 2 weeks later, we did have 10 F-16s in the air, we made a mistake. Well, that sort of offended people around here because they're used to seeing jets and they're used to hearing jets.
Yes.
And they thought that was being put out as, okay, this is what you people were seeing.
Right.
And they said, no, definitely that is not what it was. It wasn't any kind of a sortie of jets that we saw that could have done these things and maneuvered in this way, and also done it silently, because we know what the jets sound like.
Sure.
that come overhead.
Sure. Now, the day after, there was an increased military presence there as well, wasn't there, on ground and in the air?
Yes, there was. That's part of the phone calls I started getting. That first story ran on January the 10th. And that morning, people were calling me saying, is this why we have all the helicopters and the jets in the area? Is something big going on? Well, I had gotten to work about 9 o'clock, and I didn't really realize that we had that increased traffic, but I left to go to lunch, and there was 2 helicopters right over the parking lot at the newspaper, and I thought, this is what everybody's talking about. And I think there was an increased military presence here.
Yes. You know, I saw the UFO hunters report whenever they came out there and they did their little thing, and I was angry. I was mad because they really did a shoddy job, and I'm not afraid to say that either. What did you guys think whenever you saw what the UFO hunters had put out?
Well, there was two reports I was upset with, and the first one was NBC's report and the UFO hunters report.
Mm-hmm.
Especially the NBC report seemed to be spoofing it and making fun of it, making little caricatures and cartoons and things, and we were offended because we're not playing games here.
Right.
We really saw something, and
and
UFO hunters was just it was just lame.
Yes, yeah, I agree.
Well, you notice that myself and none of the primary witnesses participated in that UFO hunter show, and there was a reason that we didn't participate. And
what was the reason?
I talked to them, and I had some email correspondence with them, and I kind of knew the direction they were going with this triangulation of this balloon and things, and I knew right away that it just wasn't a show that I wanted to be a part of. So I advised the other primary witnesses, to do the same.
Yes.
Basically, I said, look, I don't think this is something we need to do. And actually, while they were in town, they did come and talk to me several times trying to get us to be on the show. But I was just real leery of that sort of presentation.
Yes.
Now, not that they're, totally at fault, because UFO Hunters is more of it's more for entertainment TV more than like documentary TV.
Sure.
So they've got to throw some things in there, I guess, for the entertainment value and to keep the whatever audience they're targeting. I don't know what that would be, but their shows have improved some this season. I've watched a couple, and they do seem a little bit better.
Well, I got to tell you, from the feedback that I've gotten from my listeners after seeing what the way it was presented, even the people that viewed it, they looked at it and said they did a horrible job. I mean, we've talked about it many times on the program, and I've gotten lots of email and calls about it from people saying the UFO hunters just completely botched that one. And there is something also very interesting with the sightings back in January is other parts of the country reported seeing something similar, didn't they?
I'm not sure. On that same night, January the 8th.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, well, let's see. It was actually a few weeks later, like January, and then in February, I think, somewhere. Oh man, I can't think of it off the top of my head. There were other reports coming in from.
There was some. It seemed like there was a couple other reports. I got on YouTube and looked at some of the reports, and some of that was, to me, looked hoaxed.
Yes.
But there was, I believe, maybe a couple legit ones.
Yes.
7 hours after this October 23rd sighting, there was a fairly amazing sighting in Ohio that Linda Moten Howe reported on.
Uh-huh.
And there were some other things going on that night across the country, it seemed like.
There's also some amazing video footage that came out of Rhode Island. There's a gentleman up on YouTube, Rock Island Records, I believe is his screen name. He's been recording these amazing videos from the window or his balcony of his apartment, I believe it is. And it's quite lengthy, and a lot of people were saying, oh, that's hoaxed. But when you start watching it and you look, you can even see a reflection of these things off the water out in the distance.
I haven't seen that one.
It's pretty amazing. He was on the program briefly back on the 24th, whenever we had the helicopters fly over, as a matter of fact. It's quite amazing. And again, I got to say that it seems as if, though, to me, that there's definitely an increase, a UFO sighting increase happening.
I believe there's an increase. I know there's an increase in our area. I don't have any doubt. Now, if that's due to people knowing about the stories I've written and the people involved, and that causes them to be more observant. I'm not really sure. I know I look up at the sky more than I ever have.
Yeah, me too. I'm constantly looking up. What about you, Officer X? You can pay attention to what's up there?
Oh, constantly, and I always have. I've been interested in astronomy since I was a child, and 50 years ago, my father built a telescope.
Oh.
From scratch, and I've recently completely restored that telescope.
Oh, very nice.
It's 7 feet long and 6 inches in diameter. And yeah, we were looking at Jupiter the other night with it, and so I've always been looking at the sky. I was a big UFO buff when I was younger. Kind of got skeptical as I got older because I didn't see anything.
Yes.
Then a family member who married into the family said that their mother was best friends with General Ramey's wife. And so that was very interesting, some of those conversations.
Sure.
And about Roswell. So since then, I've been more of a believer. And, of course, now, seeing what I've seen, I'm hook, line, and sinker.
Yes.
So.
Yes, they'll bring on the skeptic experts. This McGahey, his name. He'll come on and he'll claim that what people have seen is Mars or an aircraft that they misidentified, and in some cases that is true, but not in all cases. I mean, let's take for example. I'm not sure how familiar either you are with the Japan Airlines, where as they're coming into Alaska, they've got this thing that, the size of 2 aircraft carriers just off their wing. They're reporting it. It's being picked up on radar. They ask them, do you want to make a report? No, I don't want to make a report. They're very concerned about all this, but there's definitely, legitimate sightings like this one that can't be ignored. Do you ever wonder why the U.S. government doesn't come out and give some sort of explanation? We know Blue Book ended, many, many moons ago, but with the significant sightings and, credible people like yourself, Officer X, seeing this stuff, didn't you ever wonder why they don't come out?
Yeah, I don't understand why they don't, or if it's national security reasons, then I can understand.
Sure.
I support our armed forces, and I know some things you just like in my work, there's things we can talk about and things we can't.
Sure.
And there's good reasons for that.
Sure.
And I totally understand, and I just hope that someday there can be some disclosure of some things in the past.
Right. When this is all fresh back in January, I brought up the fact of the Crawford Ranch issue, and I had one guy tell me that that's completely ridiculous, that that would have no significance whatsoever, and so on and so forth. And it was as if though, and he was a news media guy. He was someone that was kind of talking about this on air. I'm not going to say his name or anything, but it was as if though that he was just trying to sway me away from that thinking when the thinking on that was dead on.
Yeah, it was.
I don't know. Someone even suggested maybe Bush requested a flyover. Maybe it was some sort of equipment that we do have, and he wanted to see a demonstration of it. I don't know.
I don't know if the president was there or not at the time. Angela.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't there.
No. It would kind of, if he was, I would imagine that they would definitely have a lot more aircraft in the sky that night than they did.
Right. I'm sure they would have. Actually, the radar report, it can still be viewed on MUFON.com. But those jets that were in the area, they didn't pay any attention to this unknown object flying without a beacon, directly towards Crawford. It's like, okay, they totally missed it, or they knew what it was and they weren't concerned.
Well, that has been something that's been brought up in the past, is that it's always possible. I mean, if this thing is headed towards Crawford Ranch, obviously it's being tracked on radar, which would assume that obviously the onboard radar is picking it up. We would assume anyway. You would think
think
that,
it would be.
Yeah, you would think that they would be like, hey, we've got an unknown craft heading for Crawford Ranch, which, regardless, that's restricted airspace no matter what. So unless they knew
Without
what it
a
was,
beacon, you know, no beacon. That's not supposed to happen.
yeah, they'd bring that plane down. I mean, you start flying into a restricted air zone with no beacon. Well, you start flying with no beacon at all. You're asking for trouble. Yes.
Exactly. And we've already sent, Glenn Schultz has already sent Freedom of Information Act forms for this October 23rd date also. So it will be interesting to see if the same type of unknown shows up again, you know, something going very slowly and it's speeding up to very fast speeds. And as soon as he gets those returns, he'll start working on that radar data right away.
How long does it take for documents like that to come back?
How long did it take for the information to come back that time?
Yeah.
About 16 days.
16 days. So, okay.
I believe it was, you know, it wasn't a real long time.
Right.
And that was one of the things that Mr. Schultz was so impressed with is it came back in a timely manner, and also it looked like it was, you know, all valid. It didn't look tampered with.
Right. Have either of you asked yourself a question of why that area?
Not really. I haven't thought about the why as far as the area goes. You know, this seems to happen all over the United States from time to time. So I don't really know if the area itself is, you know, has something to do with it or not.
Significant, yeah. Someone had, we were talking the other day, and someone had suggested that when we look at weather patterns, like the jet stream or just the, you know, you pull up radar data and you can see the direction. Like if you have a storm out to the west, you pretty much know the direction that it's going to go. I mean, you got a little bit of variance there. He asked one day, he said, do you think that quite possibly these things move in the same direction as weather patterns in a sense to, I don't know, maybe some physics behind that? I have no idea. And I said, I don't know.
I've never heard of a UFO during a thunderstorm.
Yeah, well, yeah, they're out there. I've heard them. I've heard of those.
Have you?
Yes.
I have. And on the night that I had my sighting, it was calm and cool, clear.
Calm, clear. Full moon, was it, or no?
You know, I don't recall if there was a moon or not. I'd have to look back on the data. I don't recall seeing a moon.
Yes. Well then, we're going to open up the phone lines here after the top of the hour. We've got a lot of people that are out there that want to get in on the conversation. We'll be giving out that number shortly. I wanted to ask you about whenever it comes to the radar records. Now, they said that some radar stations, they overwrite the radar return or radar records. They overuse it. They use them again and again and again. Is that correct?
Well, I'm not sure what they mean by overuse them. Can you state that another way?
Well, I know that, like, for instance, Needles, California, whatever had crashed out there, something crashed back in May. They went to go see if they could pull radar returns to get an idea, because there were some military helicopters that came through and carried this thing off, a sky crane, more importantly. They were unable to get any radar data. All the radar stations said, "Oh yeah, we don't have them. We reused the tapes." There's nothing significant. They reused the tapes.
Yes, that's correct. Yes. Whenever you want to file a Freedom of Information Act on a particular date, you only have 15 days to get that request in, because they begin to recycle those tapes and reuse them.
I see. And there's several different stations that you pulled, right?
Well, yeah, there's several different towers that you can, request information from. I think there were 5 towers that we received information on in January. You just request which towers you want the information from, basically. And but you've got to get that request in within 15 days, or they do recycle those tapes.
Boy, so we're fairly good to assume that with the request that's recently put in that we should be able to get something solid on this. Yes.
Oh yeah, because it was on a Thursday, and those FOIAs went off that Saturday morning.
Ah, definitely. So if anything comes back and says, no, actually, we don't have those, we know something shady's going on.
Right.
Yeah.
The only thing that I'm concerned about is because of the curvature of the Earth, here in our area, anything below about 2,800 feet is not going to show up. It's got to be higher than that, and the reports I've heard all sounded like they were lower than that. But it is very difficult to estimate how high something is. You know, when you're just looking at the sky, that's really a difficult task. So hopefully, you know, it might have been higher than what people are saying, and it will show up. But because of the location of the towers and the curvature of the Earth, we can only get things 2,800 feet and above.
So with the radar returns that you got from the sighting back in January, when it gets to the point of the courthouse, how high up would you say that it was, Officer X?
Oh, it was probably maybe 200 feet.
200 feet?
300 feet, yeah.
So looking at the radar reports, at that particular time, because I'm assuming that it's how you match it up as far as what time the actual report is, the radar report, did it disappear off of radar because it came down lower, or was it still being seen on the radar for the time that Officer X had seen it?
The reason that we couldn't track it after 8 o'clock is because on that particular Freedom of Information Act, the data requested was from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. So the reason it went that way is because of Steve Allen's sighting was about 6:15, and they thought, well, we'll go about 2 hours, before and about 2 hours after.
Yes.
Well, now, knowing what we know now, the last FOIA sent in for October the 23rd, I think they requested the information up until midnight. So that's the only reason we couldn't track it, is because that's all of the information we asked for. It ended at 8 o'clock.
Well, that'll be very interesting with the people that have contacted me and, saying, hey, you know what, we saw this on that night. A friend of mine, Michael, that saw the strange orangish white lights in the sky, the 23rd, I believe it was. With the radar, once you get that back, it'd be very interesting to see what comes from that, because you can kind of match it with everybody in this entire area, pretty much, that has seen something, right?
Well, that's right, and that's why, like on January the 8th, that radar report matches 8 witnesses in direction that they were seeing it and in time that they picked it up on the radar. So that's pretty good. I don't know of another report like that matches 8 witnesses to the radar data.
Yes.
And I'm kind of foggy on what time Officer X saw his craft. I think it was between 7:30 and 8. But see, his would not have shown up on radar. That thing wouldn't, because it was too low.
Too low, right. So,
Angela, what time did Officer Gayton have his sighting?
I believe his was about, I really can't remember. Maybe 7:15 or 7 o'clock.
Okay.
And Steve's was like around 6, yes?
About 6:15.
6:15. So we're talking over a 3-hour period of people seeing this thing. So this thing was in the area for 3 hours or more?
Right.
Wow.
Well, actually, it's from 4 to 8 p.m., they find it, I believe, 3 different times. Now, we don't know. Was that 3 different objects, or did the thing dip below the 2,800 feet and pop back up somewhere else? And it was the same object.
Yes.
There's no way to know that.
Right. That's right, unless you had 2 different witnesses in 2 different locations seeing it at the exact same time.
Right.
Very, very interesting. You know, at this point, we have to say that it was just one craft. Then we have to assume that.
Well, you would naturally assume that, I think. And the more people that can contact us that saw it on October the 23rd, probably the better, because we have a better chance of tying that witness testimony to the radar.
Yes, absolutely. I'm going to try and get the people that I've talked to come forward and contact you and tell you about that, because I think the one out of Santa Ana, from what her and her husband saw, I mean, she said it looked like a row of football stadium lights in the sky, incredibly bright, and they didn't know what the heck they were looking at. They're like, well, we don't know, and it lasted for quite some time, so it definitely was not flares.
So it lasted for more than 10 seconds. It lasted several minutes.
Yes, several minutes, because they were driving on the highway.
The flares that we've been seeing
yes.
have been lasting only for anywhere from 3 to 10 seconds.
Yes, yeah, I've seen them go over the Lake Brownwood area and drop flares. And when you see these flares coming down, they don't last very long. They light up nicely, but they don't stay very long. That's for sure.
Right.
Huh.
Officer X, have you you grew up around here, and just like I have, why do you think we all of a sudden started seeing these flare drops when we haven't seen them before?
It's puzzling. I've lived here all my life, and I've never seen them drop them before. I don't know why they would suddenly start now, but and then abruptly stop again. I haven't heard of any in over a week now.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, well, when they were dropping during the burn ban, or as they say they were dropping during the burn ban, couldn't the local law enforcement get on the horn and call up the local or the near the air base and say, hey, explain yourselves. Why are you dropping flares out here? We got a burn ban going on. You're trying to endanger citizens. I mean, could the law enforcement do that?
Well, actually, it would be a call from a fire marshal. Would need to be made on that kind of issue, and I'm not sure whether there was a ban on or not at that time. I'd have to go back and research that.
Yes, very interesting. Well, it will be interesting to see what you get back as far as the radar returns here recently. And again, the even staff that was coming in said that what they saw. In this area, anywhere near us, was they were definitely dropping flares, and then we had the helicopters flying over and everything else. But I agree with you, Angela. I think that them just suddenly dropping flares and doing maneuvers and doing everything, I think it's cover.
I do too. I mean, I just think it wasn't normal activity for us to have all these flares dropped. I mean, we're not just talking, once or twice. It was going on every night, and a lot of them every night. It was really amazing. I've never seen them before. The only reason I knew what they were is because I had been talking with Dr. Lynn Kitai, the lady that's done all the work on Phoenix Light.
Yes.
And, there was some confusion out there about is this flares or was it not? And so after talking to her, I started looking them up and looking at film and just to see what they look like on the internet. And I'm glad I did, because that way I knew, what I was seeing here.
Yes. Well, I know that come around the first of the year, maybe a little after, sometime in 2009, we're going to be seeing increased military activity in the skies and on the ground in this whole area. They're going to be running a lot of stuff out of Brownwood Airport. I know this firsthand, that they're planning to do this. They've even told the employees of Brownwood Airport to get prepared, because there's going to have a lot of military activity. And again, I'm thinking UFO flap increasing, maybe they're kind of preparing. Maybe something will come back around the same time as it did last year. Don't know.
So in 2009, you said firsthand that we will be seeing a lot of military traffic in the air?
Yes, they're going to be flying a lot of stuff out of Brownwood Airport, and the reason why they told them to be prepared for it is because that's where they do all the refuels for the especially the Apaches and Blackhawks and what have you. They fly in there to get refueled, so they're saying that there's going to be a lot going in and out of there after the first of the year.
And it's going to be strictly for military training exercises, or did they
That's
say?
pretty much the impression that they gave, yes.
I haven't heard of
Yeah.
that sort of thing happening since Desert Storm.
Yeah, it's really strange. It was really strange. I was talking to one of the airport employees, and he's like, yeah, after the first of the year, we're supposed to be ready because they're going to be doing a lot of military exercises out of here. So sometime in the first year, I said, do you know exactly when? He goes, I don't know, somewhere in January, I believe. So I'll find out more about it. I'll definitely keep you updated on that because, the guys down there at the airport, they try and keep me up to date on stuff.
Right.
So, all right, we're going to take a quick break here, and when we return, we'll open up the phone lines. I'll be giving you that number to call in. If you want to get in on the conversation, you are more than free to do so. So stick around, everybody. It's Paranormal Radio Tuesday night. I'm your host, Captain Jack. My guest tonight, Angela Joyner and Officer X. That not only he didn't see just the lights, he saw the craft. Big, very big. Him and two other officers. That's I don't know what I would do if I was in his shoes. I really don't. It's one to contemplate. Wouldn't you? I know a lot of people have said, I've always been prepared. If I ever saw one of these things, I'd run right up to it or get as close to it as I could. And then people actually see it, and I think your adrenaline just starts going. They say they just were in awe from what they were seeing. So stick around. We'll be right back. We'll open up the phone lines. You can call in, talk with Angela and Officer X yourself. We'll be right back.
Everything, always wanting more. Feeling you're longing for. Black velvet and that little boy smile. Black velvet with that soul southern style.
This is Paranormal Radio. Email Captain Jack at WPRTradio.com.
If you
Turn to your radio for your favorite talk show to find that it's been preempted for this?
In the air to deep right center. Back goes Lewis to the wall, and it's out of here!
Or this?
And I'm ashamed of you, Hillary, for voting for it.
Do you have a favorite talk radio program that's not available in your city? Just go to TalkStreamLive.com for links to the best streaming talk radio shows. At TalkStream Live, you will find live talk shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. All your favorites are here. With such a large selection, you will also discover some new favorites. On the go and still want to listen? With the Windows mobile smartphone, simply type TalkStreamLive.mobi on your internet browser. Now you can take internet radio with you. You will also find hundreds of music, news, and sports streams. Best of all, the TalkStream Live directory is free and there's never a login required. Remember TalkStreamLive.com, the fastest route between you and your favorite talk radio show.
The internet is growing at such an alarming rate that anyone looking to start their own website for podcast or shoutcast streaming, it is almost impossible to choose who to go with. Well, I'm here to tell you that your questions are answered.
It's simple. B2Net Solutions is the one for you. They offer affordable and, most importantly, reliable hosting for your website, and they're so reliable, they are the #1 hosting solution on the net.
If you sign up today or transfer your existing website or Shoutcast stream, just tell them Captain Jack sent you. And in addition to great service, you'll also get access to the experts in web development and audio streaming from WPRG Radio.
No kidding. That's right. All of your technical questions answered step by step from a professional team.
So go to www.b2netsolutions.com
or call them at 1-866-609-6447 and tell them Captain Jack sent you.
IRN USA Radio News, I'm Carson Tager. President Bush is expressing his gratitude to all the men and women in our nation's military on this Veterans Day. He's in New York, where he helped rededicate the refurbished Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum. He says our country is blessed because our liberties have been defended by brave men and women in the past. The White House is open to ideas for speeding up federal aid to help struggling American automakers. Congress has already passed $25 billion in low-interest loans to help the auto industry deal with revised fuel efficiency standards. The Bush administration is implementing a more than $700 billion federal bailout of the faltering financial sector. A planned buyout of U.S. Sugar Corp by Florida state government has reportedly been reduced by about $400 million. The deal is being made to help restore the state's endangered Everglades wildlife area. A source said it's not clear yet why the buyout was being trimmed, but said it had nothing to do with credit problems or public financing. This is IRN USA Radio News.
An official message from Medicare.
Today I found out that my drug plan's monthly premium changed, so I compared other plans and found similar coverage at a better price.
Now's the time to review and compare Medicare prescription drug plans. From November 15th to December 31st, you can even change your plan. Call 1-800-MEDICARE. That's 1-800-MEDICARE. Or visit Medicare.gov and use the Plan Finder to see options in your state. A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
This is Tom Castor, VP of Banquet Foods. Recently, we launched new Banquet Select recipes. At only about $1.50, they've been hard to keep in freezers. Then came the letters. This one from Jane M. My husband really enjoyed your enchiladas and red sauce. Chicken and beef. Wow. But when I told him the price, he went into shock. I actually had to slap him. Sure, I enjoyed it, but maybe there should be a disclaimer. Well, think about it, Jane, and thanks for the letter. New Banquet Select recipes. So good for so little.
Iran test-fired a new type of missile near the Iraqi border during war games Monday. State television announced the firing after issuing a warning last week to the U.S. that it would respond to any incursion into Iranian airspace. The Georgia-based National Religious Campaign Against Torture plans to lobby President-elect Barack Obama to issue an executive order banning torture. The group this week will also start calling on members of Congress to push for a torture ban. Their campaign is in response to the Bush administration's approval of interrogation techniques such as waterboarding. The crew of Space Shuttle Endeavour will arrive at the Kennedy Space Center this afternoon ahead of Friday's planned launch. The trip to the International Space Station is just the latest construction and assembly mission designed to expand the orbiting outpost. After the crew lands in Florida this afternoon, NASA will start the countdown clock tonight for Endeavour's launch, which is set for Friday, weather permitting, at 7:55 p.m. Eastern. For more news and analysis, log on to irnnews.com.
An official message from Medicare.
Today I found out that my drug plan's monthly premium changed, so I compared other plans and found similar coverage at a better price.
Now's the time to review and compare Medicare prescription drug plans. From November 15th to December 31st, you can even change your plan. Call 1-800-MEDICARE. That's 1-800-MEDICARE. Or visit Medicare.gov and use the Plan Finder to see options in your state. A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
The upside of the struggling economy for travelers may be less crowded hotels and lower rates. Hotel forecasters have been revising estimates downward after the stock market dropped in October. PKF Consulting of Atlanta predicts hotels will see a 4.4% decline in occupancy this year to an average of just over 58% of the rooms available. That would be the worst rate at U.S. hotels since Smith Travel Research started tracking the figures in 1988. Tourists be warned, if you're expecting to travel to Australia and tramp around the desert, then don't do it in summer. Arthur Stevens has more.
The closure's been proposed after a risk assessment identified extreme temperatures as a high safety risk to people attempting to cross the desert over summer. The closure between December the 1st and March 15th will take effect each year in the Simpson Desert Conservation Park and Regional Reserve. Arthur Stevens, Melbourne.
And it's official. A renegade and his Renaissance wife are taking over the country. Those are the Secret Service's code names for the new first couple, according to the Chicago Tribune. Renegade is, of course, Barack Obama, and Renaissance is his wife, Michelle. The alliteration continues with daughters Malia and Sasha, who've been dubbed Radiance and Rosebud. Vice President-elect Joe Biden is Celtic, and wife Jill is Capri. The whimsical names are chosen by the White House Communications Agency, but officials won't reveal the mysterious process they use to divine the new monikers. Once Renegade has moved his staff into the Oval Office, most of the top brass will get new names.
Listening to Paranormal Radio. And now, once again, your host, the voice of darkness, Captain Jack.
And I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord, can you feel it coming in the air tonight?
Welcome back, everybody. Here we are. It's Tuesday night. My guest tonight, Angela Joyner and Officer X. He had a damn good look at this thing. So did two other officers. We've been talking about that. If you're just tuning in, you missed a lot. But we're going to open up the phone lines here so you can call in and have a conversation and ask questions. The phone number to call in is 877-216-4312. That's 877-216-4312 is the number to call. We have Jake is on standby. He's manning the phones tonight. He's doing the board op thing for us for the 877 number, and he'll take your calls and then move you on over into our neck of the woods. Again, that's 877-216-4312 is the number to call. And to think about, I mentioned just before the break that if I was in Officer X's position, looking up at this thing, seeing this thing, tracking it on my radar, getting the actual speed of this thing, I don't know what I would have done in his position. Now, to think about this for a minute, the military had aircraft in the air. We know this. We know that this thing is massive. We know that it was moving out towards Crawford Ranch. We know that, we know that if the military thought for 1 second that this thing was hostile in any way, wouldn't they fire at it? Wouldn't they launch a missile or something at this thing and take it out? I don't know. I would think that they would. I mean, it would make sense, right? Unless they knew that this thing was not a threat. That very well could be. Yes, don't you think? It's definitely an interesting prospect to think that maybe it is a military experimental craft of some sort. I mean, that is a possibility, don't you think? I would think, anyway. All right, what we're going to do here, we're just making sure that our phone system is all up and running properly. I think we had lost Angela and Officer X here in the process. Let me just make sure that they're still with us here. Let me just hit my button.
I'm here.
Welcome back. All right, we're going to go to the phone lines here. I know there's a lot of people out there that want to talk with you and kind of get an idea of what all this is and has questions. So we got I believe it's Eric from Atlanta on the phone here. We're just going to pull him in here. Now, don't you think that the military would, if they thought for a second this thing was hostile, that they would shoot this thing out of the sky? I mean, wouldn't that be a possibility?
I would think so.
Yes.
Unless it's too fast and they can't
do
get
it.
a lock on it.
Right. All right. I think we have Eric from Atlanta. Are you with us, Eric? Eric? Going once. Going twice. I don't think we have Eric. Angela.
Hey, this is Jake. Hey. I don't. These phone systems are weird. I don't think it's gonna work.
Okay, you don't have them. All right. We'll have them call the 312-239-8902, and that's fine. You can call in that way. That's 312-239-8902 if you want to call in. I can see they're having a little bit of problems with the board up over there. See, again, their phone system's acting kind of wonky. If this thing, I mean, if they're shadowing this thing, if it's I don't know, maybe a unmanned probe, maybe they do have anti-gravity devices and they're experimenting with it. I mean, but why this area? I mean, it would be kind of hard to hide something that big, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would. I would think they'd use more of a remote area for something like this. That's that is one of the questions raised of if it's Air Force, why are they flying it over populated areas?
Yes.
Doesn't make sense there. And also, they don't shoot at their own stuff.
Yes, indeed. And, there's been reports coming out of, from other pilots that have been ordered to shoot these things down, and whatever they've locked onto it, their missiles and everything have just shut down.
That could be a problem.
That very well could be a problem. Some of the email that's been coming in from listeners out there, it says, question please. It comes from a friend. They didn't say exactly who they were. It says, please ask Officer X if he has been contacted by military intelligence or any other spook alphabet soup agencies.
No, I haven't.
None at all?
None at all.
Well, that's a good thing. That wouldn't be a very good day, would it?
No.
There's something else, too. It says it looks like the Glen Rose nuclear power plant is near Stephenville, about 30 miles east.
That's true.
Yeah. There's been reports, these things kind of hovering over nuclear missile sites and things like that. It could possibly have something to do with the nuclear. Is it an active? Is it a active nuclear plant out there?
Yes.
It is?
Yes, it is.
Did we lose Angela by chance?
Yes, the nuclear plant was. Let's see. They started building it in the late 70s, and I think it went online about 1981. I might be wrong about that, but yes, there has been some speculation that some of these craft are drawn to nuclear power plants. There is a gentleman, but his name escapes me right now, that's done a lot of research on that. Just in February, he was at Tarleton State University, speaking on that very subject, and he feels that, that is the draw for this area.
Stanton Freeman?
No, not
about
Stanton.
Oh, okay.
I can't remember what this man's name is, but he has some interesting views on that, and I've heard other people talk about that. I've also I talk a lot with Steve Hammonds. He writes for American Chronicle, and some people believe that there's some sort of vortex in our area that draws them.
Right.
Some people feel that it might have something to do with the Indian culture. We're just a few miles down the road from Comanche.
Very possible. We're going to go to...
So there's all sorts of theories.
Yes, indeed. Let's find out what the caller says. Caller, you're on. Your name, where are you calling from? Going once? Wow.
Hello?
You're on. Your name, where are you calling from?
This is Robert in Austin.
Hey, Robert, how are you?
Pretty good.
That's Robert Powell. That's Robert Powell. He did the radar report.
Oh, well, hell, Robert, welcome to the program.
Hello, Robert. How are you? Oh, hi. I've been enjoying the show. It's been a good one.
Thank you. So you're the one that pulled the radar reports and sent out the FOIA for the new radar reports, right?
Yeah, myself and Glenn Schultz.
Yes. Nothing come back yet, though, huh?
No, nothing's come back so far.
So, whenever these things come back with the dates that you have, I mean, we jumped on it pretty quickly, so we should be able to get a good range to see the entire night. Yes.
It usually takes about a month before you get the information back from them.
Oh, really? A full month. Well, that's not. Well, I guess we can just sit and wait. But you have enough time. As far as the clock is concerned, you're going to see what a 12-hour period. Hopefully.
Yeah, pretty close to a 12-hour period. So we'll cover everything.
Very nice. Very nice. With the past radar returns, whenever they came through, was it a little bit of a disappointment because some of the stuff you just couldn't get your hands on? I mean, is there any other way to piece that stuff together at all, or once the data is lost, the data is lost, huh?
Yeah, well, they claim to delete after 15 days, although I think they may actually keep it at 45 days.
Yes. Very interesting.
We actually have an appeal in requesting that we don't believe that the data is truly lost.
Oh, really? How does that work? How exactly does that work? Who do you make a claim to with that for that?
You have to appeal it to the FAA's Washington headquarters. And so we did that based on just information we've gotten kind of inside from the FAA.
Now, it would make sense to me that whenever they have, I mean, no matter going back how far, I mean, I would say, 6 months, let's say. Like, for instance, a security tape. Usually you keep a particular security tape of video surveillance of some type, you keep it for a month. I mean, even though there may not be an incident, there could be something that no one really knows about that you might have to go back and reference. Let's say like a kidnapping or something happened, and they kind of piece it together and they say, okay, well, here's our data for the entire month for this. I mean, why don't they do that with radar returns, radar records?
Well, that's what we think they do, because the reason is they have to be able to monitor their near misses whenever two planes have near miss, for example.
Yes.
And the only way they can monitor that they're doing the proper job is to be able to go back, several months and look to see, okay, are our air traffic controllers doing a good job? And we went back and found some examples in the DFW area where they actually went back over a year to, monitor for that.
And what you contend is with the fact that there was an unknown object running without a beacon that was definitely seen or tracked on radar, somebody had to have sent those off to Washington to say, hey, we had an unknown craft in the area. So there has to be a record somewhere. That's basically your thinking, yes?
Well, yeah, that's my thinking. I mean, my thinking is after 9/11, how can we have aircraft without transponders on them and the military not know about it?
Right.
Also, I mean, no matter what they were.
Yeah, indeed. Officer X, now, do you have military training background?
No, I don't. I was never in the military. My father was, and one of my brothers, but I was not.
Yeah, but I'm sure that you've know other military personnel, probably even from this area, I guess.
Oh yes, I work with military personnel.
Yeah, have they kind of weighed in on their opinion of what was seen that night and all the evidence that's out there as far as there's definitely a craft in the sky?
Oh, definitely. Several of the people that I work with that have been in the military believe. They believe, and they believe from personal experience and things that they've talked to some of their buddies about. Officer Z
was
retired Air Force, and he was the one that was adamant that it was not Air Force.
Very interesting. So, but there's not been any talk of, hey, you know what, I really can't talk to you about this because I work out there, I'm on the base, and I've been told not to talk to you about this. Nothing like that at all?
No, nothing at all.
Well, it's really, it's a mystery. It's definitely a mystery. What do you think? Probe or other planet?
What? Well, it's hard to say. I wished I had more time to look at it, and maybe it would have sat down or something.
Right.
But it's hard to say at this point. It doesn't act like anything I've seen from this world.
Yes, indeed. What else can you tell us about the radar records? Is there any more information you can give us on that?
So you're asking me, Jack?
Yes, yes.
We put together about a 70-page report on it. I guess I could talk a long time on it. So it would be, if you had a specific question about it, I could probably, answer your question.
Angela actually has become kind of a radar expert from the way I've actually learned quite a bit about radar just talking with Angela. So
I was listening to her. She knows quite a bit about radar.
Yes, she does. Yes, she does.
I have had good teachers.
So how many stations, how many radar, towers do we have just in this area? I don't know anything about radar in a sense, or even how many we would have, but I'm guessing more than 5? What? 6?
Well, there's 5 that can see things in the Stephenville, Dublin area. Mm-hmm. There's 2 in Fort Worth. Then there's one near Temple, Texas, and another one part of the southwest of Comanche in an area called Rock Springs.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's one in Abilene.
And so all of these, and these are the towers that you got the records from, right?
Right. Those are all FAA towers.
Okay. Well, I know that Brownwood doesn't have one, which kind of surprised me that Brownwood Airport didn't have any type of radar or anything there.
Yeah, there's not one there that I'm aware of.
Yeah, there's nothing there. Very, very interesting.
I had for Officer X. I was just curious on all these October 23rd sightings, if the police department got a lot of reports in, or if anything unusual came out of that.
The sheriff's department's got numerous reports out of these sightings, and from what I could see, they were flares, but I didn't see every sighting or every call that came in. But they had numerous reports at the Erath County Sheriff's Office.
How does the sheriff's department handle? How do they handle the calls? What do? Do they send someone out to investigate it, or how does that work?
They report it to the officers, and the officers do go look. They do go check into it.
Mm-hmm. So they just go.
And I haven't heard any feedback from the officers on any of these besides flares.
Interesting. It says, here's a question for one of the listeners. It says, on the night of the latest sighting, the same thing was seen out in Santa Ana. So the latest radar records that you've sent in for, would it pull radar data from the Santa Ana area as well? It would see that, wouldn't it?
How far is Santa Ana still there?
I don't know. It's a good question.
It's a good ways from Brown. I would say at least 35 miles from Brownwood, maybe 40.
Isn't it southwest of Brownwood?
Yeah, I believe it's past Bangs. It's a good ways out there.
Yeah.
So, Robert, would that Rock Springs tower pick that up?
Yeah, that would be the only one, unless it's close enough to the Midland Odessa. I don't think it's that close, so probably only Rock Springs Tower.
Ah, so that would be a good validation from what the witness seen out there towards Santa Ana then.
Yes, and it would depend on still again, whether it picked it up or not would depend on the altitude the craft is at also.
Here's something very interesting. I get your feedback on this. It says Carswell Air Force Base is the main site for the F-22, the F-35, and the F-16 production, and has the active reserve squadron of F-16s that can make the 60 miles in minutes to Stephenville. If they wanted to do that, ship would have been attacked, run off for 3 reasons. 1, Comanche Peak Nuclear Plant. 2, too close to Crawford. And 3, too close to Lockheed Aircraft Plant in Fort Worth. That was somehow known to be safe with standing orders to monitor and hold. And this comes from Rick.
I don't know. Is there a question there?
Well, actually, it's making an observation. If this thing is being chased off, one of 3 reasons. 1, Comanche Peak Nuclear Power Plant, too close to Crawford, or too close to Lockheed Aircraft Plant in Fort Worth. Those are all possibilities, but I really think that the nuclear plant in Comanche, Comanche Peak Nuclear Power Plant, is, I would say, main suspect just because of the history of UFOs hovering over or having an interest in our nuclear capabilities.
That may be.
Well, let's see here. I don't know. I just, it's definitely a scary thought. I mean, we've had reports that they've even been able to shut down our nuclear missiles and even activate our nuclear missiles in the past.
I believe that happened in England.
Yes.
One of the Larry King shows had those scientists on and military people on talking about the missiles being completely disabled, even though they were all on backup systems.
Yes, yeah, which is a little concerning. So I would think that, I mean, we mentioned earlier, why this area, what would be the draw, and I don't know if there's any if there's a nuclear connection in Phoenix either. Is there a nuclear power plant in Phoenix? Does anybody know?
I don't know.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. Very, very.
Robert, do you have a theory? Do you have a theory on why they're in this area?
Well, it's all guessing, right? Because comes to why. I mean, only whoever's operating the craft would know the why. But my gut feel is it's not because of the nuclear power plant there or anything else. I don't really know. Why. I just doubt that that's the reason.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it was someone had driven through Stephenville recently on their way here to the studio, and they had to drive through. They drove through Stephenville. He paid particular attention to say, well, maybe there's got to be something. Even cow mutilations. Was there cow mutilations reported, or any livestock that came up dead? Because we know we've had that type of thing in the past as well.
I do know of one rancher that had 3 cows die, and but it wasn't on the January the 8th sighting. It was on a different night when somebody thought they saw a craft. There was a night that this man's big round bales, those things weigh like 1,500 pounds,
yes,
were all turned over on their sides, and then the next day he had 3 cows that were dead. He was an older gentleman. He didn't know anything about cattle mutilations or anything like that. He just, drug them with a tractor to the pit where, he put dead things like that. Sure. And I wasn't really able to find out much about that, but I have seen a picture of those hay bales, the big round bales completely overturned.
Now, those things are incredibly heavy. I mean, it couldn't be just a bunch of pranksters out there doing it, because that would be incredible waste of time.
Yeah, right. It would take, I would say 12 or 14 big high school football boys to manipulate one enough to turn it over. And I think they would be really tired afterwards. I can't imagine them turning over, dozens of them.
No kidding.
For a hoax, I mean, you could find easier things to do for a hoax, I think.
It's true.
They could actually use a pickup and a rope and turn some of those over, but that would be a lot of activity.
Yes.
Somebody would see them doing that.
Yeah, it wouldn't be very stealthy to do that, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
That's another observation that Officer X made. He felt like this craft he was seeing was stealthy. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Kind of had that look to it, didn't it?
Yes, it did. It had that look. It was, if it wasn't for the lights, it was blacked out.
Yes.
And when the other officers seen it was lit up.
Well, see, that's kind of interesting too, because we know that the Raptor, the new fighter jet. I mean, that's our first fighter jet, stealth fighter jet. That whenever it comes to military aircraft, they're going more and more to stealth. I mean, because that gives an incredible tactical advantage in the battlefield, no matter what. So if that was the case, I mean, if this thing, let's say, was some sort of stealth aircraft, your radar wouldn't have locked on it. As a matter of fact, we wouldn't even have radar returns at all, right?
Yeah, that would, and there's a difference between, visible stealth and radar return.
Yes.
Stealth. And, what I saw was a visible stealth like a camouflage.
Yes, right.
And of course, Robert could tell you more about your radar returns.
Yeah.
On that. Yeah.
I mean, that kind of rules out, well, I don't know if it rules out military aircraft, but it would make sense, wouldn't it, Robert?
Well, you mean in terms of radar stealth or visible stealth?
Yeah, I mean, to kind of speculate, well, could this be a military aircraft of some type? Even if it was a probe or something, and they're experimenting with it, they're giving it a test flight. I mean, they would be making these things stealth. That's without a doubt. I mean, that's a given, I would think. And the fact that it's not, it kind of rules out military aircraft in some way. I mean, can't we speculate on that?
Well, military aircraft have radar stealth.
Yes.
But a lot of that is because they do a narrow profile. When you have an object that's a quarter of a mile across or an eighth of a mile, whatever it happens to be.
Yes.
We don't have the ability to make that radar stealth, and we don't have the ability to keep it up in the air either.
Right, indeed. Yeah, especially, and plus the incredible speeds. I mean, no pilot, of course, could withstand those speeds, of course, right?
Right.
Yeah. Very interesting. All right, we're going to take a quick break here, and when we come back, we'll reopen up the phone lines here. Had a little problems. Jake had a little bit of problems on his side, but I think he's got it cleared up. So stick around, everybody. It's Paranormal Radio. It is Tuesday night. We're trucking along here, and we'll be back right after the news. So do not go away. Don't touch that dial. We shall return.
But I'm just not seeing forest, let alone a tree.
206-973-7836 or call the backdoor line at 312-239-8902.
IRN USA Radio News, I'm Carson Tager. President Bush is expressing his gratitude to all the men and women in our nation's military on this Veterans Day. He's in New York, where he helped rededicate the refurbished Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum. He says our country is blessed because our liberties have been defended by brave men and women in the past. The White House is open to ideas for speeding up federal aid to help struggling American automakers. Congress has already passed $25 billion in low-interest loans to help the auto industry deal with revised fuel efficiency standards. The Bush administration is implementing a more than $700 billion federal bailout of the faltering financial sector. A planned buyout of U.S. Sugar Corp by Florida state government has reportedly been reduced by about $400 million. The deal is being made to help restore the state's endangered Everglades wildlife area. A source said it's not clear yet why the buyout was being trimmed, but said it had nothing to do with credit problems or public financing. This is IRN USA Radio News.
An official message from Medicare.
Today I found out that my drug plan's monthly premium changed, so I compared other plans and found similar coverage at a better price.
Now's the time to review and compare Medicare prescription drug plans. From November 15th to December 31st, you can even change your plan. Call 1-800-MEDICARE. That's 1-800-MEDICARE. Or visit Medicare.gov and use the Plan Finder to see options in your state. A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
This is Tom Castor, VP of Banquet Foods. Recently, we launched new Banquet Select recipes. At only about $1.50, they've been hard to keep in freezers. Then came the letters. This one from Jane M. My husband really enjoyed your enchiladas and red sauce. Chicken and beef. Wow. But when I told him the price, he went into shock. I actually had to slap him. Sure, I enjoyed it, but maybe there should be a disclaimer. Well, think about it, Jane, and thanks for the letter. New Banquet Select recipes. So good for so little.
Iran test-fired a new type of missile near the Iraqi border during war games Monday. State television announced the firing after issuing a warning last week to the U.S. that it would respond to any incursion into Iranian airspace. The Georgia-based National Religious Campaign Against Torture plans to lobby President-elect Barack Obama to issue an executive order banning torture. The group this week will also start calling on members of Congress to push for a torture ban. Their campaign is in response to the Bush administration's approval of interrogation techniques such as waterboarding. The crew of Space Shuttle Endeavour will arrive at the Kennedy Space Center this afternoon ahead of Friday's planned launch. The trip to the International Space Station is just the latest construction and assembly mission designed to expand the orbiting outpost. After the crew lands in Florida this afternoon, NASA will start the countdown clock tonight for Endeavour's launch, which is set for Friday, weather permitting, at 7:55 p.m. Eastern. For more news and analysis, log on to irnnews.com.
Call the first-time caller line at 206-973-7836 or call the backdoor line at 312-239-8902. And now, once again, your host, the voice of darkness, Captain Jack.
All right, welcome back, everybody. This is Paranormal Radio. I'm your host, Captain Jack. My guest tonight, Angela Joyner and Officer X. We're going to go to the phones here. And caller, you are on. Your name, where are you calling from? Is this Eric from Atlanta, by the way?
Yeah, this is Eric from Atlanta. I got, I guess, disconnected the first go around.
Yeah, our phone systems are haunted. Sorry about that. But you're back here. You're on now.
That's great. Hey, AJ, how are you?
I'm great. How are you doing, Eric?
Just fine. Hello, Officer X. I want to commend you on speaking out about what you've seen. I was wondering if you received any awkward phone calls from anybody like Steve Allen says he has, and Ricky Sorrells telling you to maybe not talk about what you've seen.
No, I haven't. Haven't received any phone calls at all in that regard.
Okay.
Well, also, he's remained anonymous, too.
Right.
The local people don't know who he is, so.
Well, what about you, Angela? Have you ever got anything kind of creepy? Any creepy calls?
No.
Other than
I've
me?
never gotten a creepy call. The worst thing that's happened to me, is I had a woman that kept calling me at the newspaper telling me if I was writing about UFOs, I was writing for the devil. And that's the only strange thing that happened to me.
Yeah, I think that same woman sends me email on a regular basis, by the way.
Yeah, I had a lot of emails like that, too. It really disturbs some people, I think, to think that there is life from another planet that might be visiting us. So I think it's upsetting to some people.
Yes, indeed. Caller, do you have any other questions?
Yeah, well, just one quick comment. I have been in touch with Major Carl Lewis. AJ, I'm sure you've spoken with him. And the funny thing is, every time I describe to him what maybe Ricky has seen and Steve Allen and others, he says, well, we were flying a flying training mission at night with F-16s, and I cannot speculate on what they may or may not have seen. And he sticks by that every time. So,
really?
I also talked with a major from Lackland Air Force Base. I called NORAD to try to see if they had tracked anything, and they transferred me to Lackland Air Force Base in San Antonio. And I described to this major at Lackland Air Force Base what Ricky had seen without mentioning Ricky's name. And I said, is there any radar data that I can get from y'all? And he said, no, that's highly classified.
Yes.
I said, okay.
Actually, there is a workaround that, by the way. A good friend of mine, John Greenwald Jr., that runs the Black Vault website.
Right.
Whenever he wants to pull anything that possibly NORAD might have had, he goes through Canada because they kind of share information in a sense. Canada gives up the information, NORAD not so much.
Yeah, and this major also asked me if this guy had received a phone call from anyone after he saw this object, and I found that kind of odd considering that he supposedly did receive a phone call. And this major asked me if he told me the name of the person that had called him, which I guess, if I'm correct, he didn't write down the name of the person that called him.
Very interesting.
Afterwards, so.
Very interesting. Well, thanks so much for the call. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. Great show. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, let's see here. We got a couple more here we're just stacking them up for you guys. All right, caller, you are on. Your name, where are you calling from?
Afterwards, so.
Well, caller.
Hello?
Yes, you are on. Please, though, turn your radio down.
This guy, you guys saw it, okay, here you go. Oh, this guy saw this guy saw a light.
Okay, first, who am I speaking to and where are you calling from?
All right. This guy's not talking. He's all back on, and he saw October 23rd. He was driving from Houston to Canada. Tennessee. And when he was in Tennessee, I talked to him. When he got to Kentucky, I don't know. I'm getting on those too, man. Why don't you talk, man?
I'm not following this.
Me neither. Okay. I think he was going from Houston to Canada. And he saw.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I'm not sure he's sure.
Yeah. Possibly. Yeah. All of a sudden, I think they got radio shy. I think that's what happened. Yes. Well, that's kind of interesting with whenever you try and get anything out of NORAD. I mean, of course, they don't have to follow the Freedom of Information Act. You can't get anything, but people have been able to get information from Canada as far as kind of the same stuff that they're looking for because they kind of share information in a sense.
Canada and France really seem to be more open to the ideas, and the UK. The UK just recently released their files. Yes. Everything they had, and there seems to be more openness about it, except from our own government. And I'm like Officer X, okay, if it's national security, then, they've got to keep that to themselves. But these files that are 20, 25, 30 years old, I don't think that has anything to do with national security, so why not put them out there?
Sure. I know that there's, whenever it comes to this, there's been speculation of, well, they may not know what these things are or where they're from or any way to explain it. And the last thing that they want to do is come out and just admit, hey, yes, they're in our airspace. No, we don't know what they are. Because it'd be a little embarrassing for them. They want to be able to come out and say, yes, we know what they are. It's this. And until they can do that, they're going to contend that they just don't exist. That they just, or not so much that they don't exist, just not say anything about it.
Right. And I think, they like to keep up the whole facade of, people that see UFOs are crazy or nuts or whatever. And, that those real sighting reports that we do get, people just kind of blow it off, that, oh, well, here's another one. And they don't take it seriously. There's not really a place within our government to report these sightings. I mean, I don't know of one since Project Blue Book shut down. If you want a serious investigation, because you've seen something that's overwhelming, you know what you saw, who do you call? There's nobody within our government to call. Yes, you can call your area law enforcement, and they can go check it out. And and there's been quite a few police officers or sheriffs and that sort of thing that have come forward, and I've read some interviews and seen some things, but at that point, it really, after it goes to that law enforcement person, it really doesn't go any further.
Yes, yeah.
Even if they can't explain it, it doesn't go any further.
That's true. Officer X, I wanted to ask you, and I kind of understand why, or at least I can speculate of why, but why did you not want to be identified?
Well, it's a conflict with my job, especially when I go to court.
Yes.
Attorneys will do anything to discredit an officer to help their case.
Yes.
And that's their job. And I was concerned about that. At the time of the sightings, I was still on probation. And I wanted, I didn't know how my supervisor would handle this sort of thing. So I just kind of sat back on it for a while, listened to what other people were saying for about a week, and then started talking to the other officers that saw it, and then realized that, I worked for a great department, and they didn't really have a problem with it.
Yes.
So departmental-wise, I'm okay, but, court, in the court system, judicial system, it could cause some problems for me, or, even on scene at some calls if I'm recognized.
True. Makes sense. And that's very good. That makes a lot of sense. Here's, we were talking earlier about the flares, that if they were doing this to do cover-up, especially on the 24th. We had the sighting the 21st to the 23rd. There were some things being seen out there. And then the 24th, I know for a fact that they were out there flaring. This comes from a comment from a retired Air Force pilot. And it says, "Never do we flare over a populated area, and especially over grassland. I feel certain it is a cover-up to debunk, period." That comes from David, U.S. Air Force.
Outstanding.
Yes.
And he's in the Air Force. Okay, see, there we go. A grassy area is exactly what we're in, and a populated area also. So it does not make sense that they would be dropping these flares and taking a chance on starting a fire. I commend David for coming forth with that.
Yeah, that's really, really good. And and again, I mean, they are taking an incredible risk to be doing that, but again, their reason behind it could be national security, but I don't know. It's strange. All right, let's see here. I got more email coming in. Let's see if I can get to all of these. Boy, oh boy, it's coming in faster than I can do it. This was to my question actually about the Arizona plant, Palto Verde, 20 miles from Phoenix. 13,000 gigawatts or 1,300 gigawatts, FYI. So here we got another, I don't know. I'm just leaning towards the nuclear power plant, the nuclear facilities of maybe is like an attraction, a magnet of some sort.
It may be. It may be. I wish I could think of the man's name that has done all that research so the listeners could go to it, but if I think of it later, I'll send it to you and you can post it on your website.
Absolutely. Would love to.
It seems like there's lots of similarities between Stephenville area and the Phoenix area.
Yes, absolutely.
Air bases, nuclear plants, even weather conditions.
Ah, yeah, good point. Very true. That is very true. Well, did you guys follow this Needles, California crash that happened back in May, I believe it was?
Haven't
I have. I've watched George Knapp's report on it on Channel 8 in Las Vegas, and I've read Linda Moten Howe's report on it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I speak with Frank Costigan quite often, actually, and friends with David Hayes out there. And what the witnesses seen, and they even saw the Janus flights. There was a witness out there that saw the Janus flights come into that airport that were, would carry the people out to Area 51. So there was definitely something strange going on out there. And if it was an aircraft that crashed, because the witnesses said that they saw this thing coming down, and it kind of slowed and then sped up and then crashed over the hill. If that was an aircraft, you would have debris everywhere. I mean, even if it was a drone, and this thing was described as, 40 foot across, I believe. They had a air crane helicopter come in, and witness said, and they took this thing off, and as they flew off with it, this oval object was still glowing like a bluish green. And then these photographs that came in from Marble Falls, that's what it reminded me of, like a bluish green, because in these photographs, it's like a blue teardrop looking thing.
Well, what would take a hit like that and not fall to pieces and have debris everywhere, and it was still intact where they could pick it up, it sounded like. That's very strange. I would like to see those pictures from Marble Falls that you have, Jack.
Yeah, they're up on the website. If you go through, I think it's like the second page over. You'd have to scroll all the way to the bottom, and then there's some pages you can go through, two or three. And there's been several stories that have been posted since then, but they're in there. There's like a series of 5 photographs, I believe it was, and at one point it does kind of look like a teardrop, sort of like a half of a teardrop anyway. And then it kind of changes to like almost like a disc form. I mean, that's what it looks like in the light. I can't tell if it's from movement or anything. And again, I guess it was taken with a cell phone camera, very shaky. So it's interesting nonetheless, though. I mean, it's right in time. And if you pull the pictures, you can and do an info on it. You see that all the photograph information is in there, so it hasn't been photoshopped or anything.
That's interesting.
Very, very, very strange. Now, speaking of websites, I understand that you have one that is going to go live soon. Is that correct?
Well, I hope so. The gentleman that I had that approached me about it and was working with me on it has suddenly run into some sort of problem. I'm not really sure what's going on, but I'm hoping that we can get it up and running soon. It's actually online, and it does have a few articles on it, a few of mine, plus a few of some other people. But I haven't been able to get in touch with him. I don't really know what's happened, so I don't know when that's going to be.
Yeah. I know that. I know my producer said if you need any help with it, just let us know. We'll gladly help you with anything you got. Not a problem. We're neighbors in a sense. So,
Oh yeah.
So no.
Well, I need the help. Any help I can get. I'm not a computer guru.
Well, I know that they redid the Stephenville Lights site, right?
Yeah. Steve Allen has had somebody working on that. and changing it up a little bit. It's been a few days since I've talked to him and since I've looked at it, but I did see some of the changes.
Yes, yeah, I've taken a look at it, and so far it's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good, and you know, websites are definitely a challenge keeping them updated. That's for sure. All right, I think we have time for one more phone call. So, caller, you're on. Your name and where are you calling from?
Hey, I am from Houston, and I just called in earlier, and I was all getting stuttering because my buddy wouldn't want to get my phone back and just tell a story.
Okay.
The story's a good story. It's about that Canada stuff.
Okay.
About this alien, not that alien, but the UFO.
Yes.
That he's very positive it is. It went back and forth throughout the highway when he's flying or driving up there to Kentucky. Ooh, damn. But man, he said that he saw this up there, this light that's going all over the highway. He said he was positive other people saw it. He wished he had a camera. He left me a voicemail, and then he gets up there to Canada and starts talking with some friends.
So
immediately
he was in.
when he mentions
let me stop you for 1 second, guys. Slow you down just a little bit. Now, he was in Kentucky at the time that he saw this.
Yeah, driving up from Houston to Canada.
What highway did he say?
Yeah. Hold on a sec. Hey, kids, what highway? I don't know. What highway? I have no idea. I forgot. He says I don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
But he was driving up, and I talked to him in Tennessee, so if you guys know the map very well, you know how to get through there, then talked to him in Tennessee 3 hours beforehand.
Yeah. Big craft, or you sure it wasn't flares?
No, he said it was just like a white light. Was it like an orb or what? A big white light. Big white light.
Very interesting.
He showed me something on the internet that he said that is very similar, and it's like a big, like I don't know, white fire, not fireball, but a big white light.
And what date was this? When did this happen exactly?
This was the 23rd.
The 23rd of October?
October, yep.
Well, very interesting.
And then that's the interesting thing you guys are talking about Canada, because I was all pissed off at him. I was like, man, you should have been talking to him, because he went up there and talked to his buddies, and immediately they were on it saying, Canada tracked that in the sky. They knew, or some people in Canada knew about that. Immediately the same thing. They said that they saw it go through Michigan where they tracked it, and it landed in somewhere in Canada.
Really?
That's what they said, man. That's what he told me.
Who said?
It is crazy.
Who said that they were tracking? Was it who exactly? I mean, because what I'm looking at is, I mean, it would be very interesting if we could kind of narrow it down to who tracked it and follow up with it. Because if that's the case, if on the 23rd, it kind of confirms what our suspicion of that there's definitely an increased UFO flap.
I agree. Case, come on, man.
Well, do me a favor. Do this for me. Put it all in an email and send it over to me, because we'll figure out some way to kind of track it down and see if there was other people that saw it. Because if he's saying that other people saw it, maybe there were. Maybe we can follow up on it.
Yeah. Let me get your email right now.
Captain Jack at WPRTradio.com.
Yeah. It's on the website. Cool.
All right. Thanks for calling.
All right, I'll send it your way. Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Well, I mean, if there are other people that saw it, it'd be very, very interesting. I mean, if maybe coming this way.
It does sound like October the 23rd was a busy night.
It does, doesn't it? I mean, it'd be interesting. I mean, is there any way to kind of follow up with like MUFON, a director of MUFON, or is there any way you can pull records or reports that come in? I know that people report stuff all the time, but if there's this kind of all saying the same thing or seeing the same thing on the 23rd, I mean, kind of piece the puzzle together? I don't know.
Well, a lot of people report to Peter Davenport.
Yes.
A lot of people report to MUFON. But that's what's sadly lacking, is we don't have one central place where all these reports can go. And then sometimes you get into some egos, and they don't really want to share information between the different organizations.
Yes.
So, that's unfortunate, I think, for ufologists.
Yeah, that's true, and it's very difficult to kind of wade through all the hoax stuff. What Officer X, what you said before about why you didn't want to be identified to maintain the credibility as an officer, especially in the court system. I think that right there is very commendable, because if we look back just a few months back when those two guys out of Georgia, that police officer that pulled the whole big hoax with the Bigfoot in the freezer, and then he wants his job back. You know, he stood in front of the entire world basically and lied, and then wants his job back. I mean, that calls into question every single case that he was involved with that can just be thrown out of court now. Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah. So good for you. I mean, really great. And I agree with what the caller said before about coming forward and talking about it and letting people know. And the other officers, by the way, tell them I give them a big pat on the back for doing so as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, I really appreciate it, Angela. It's always a pleasure. Officer X, it was great meeting you and getting a chance to talk with you about this. I really appreciate you taking the time to come on my program and talk with me about it.
Jack, thanks for having us.
You betcha. And Angela, let me know when the radar returns come back, when the radar what comes back, and what you come up with.
You know I will.
All righty. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Good night, everybody.
All right, folks, that's it. We are definitely out of time here. Very, very, very fascinating to think. I mean, what Officer X described, kind of a triangle with the ends cut off, the towers, 40-foot towers, top and bottom. I don't know. Increase? I think so. Increase in UFO activity? Absolutely. We're coming up on January, by the way. We're going to be heading out to Stephenville. We're going to kind of do our own little documentary, kind of get all the stuff that everybody else cut out or just didn't do. We'll let you know about that, though. This is Paranormal Radio. I'm out of here. Join me tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, all the way until midnight. Tomorrow night we have Ian O'Neill. We're going to be talking some science behind killer asteroids, by the way. You know, a lot of people believe that we're about ready to be hit by one. Possible? I don't know. They're out there. We'll talk to you tomorrow night, folks. Keep the email coming. Captain Jack at WPRT Radio. Thank you all the callers out there that called in, and thanks for being patient with us and our little problem with our phone system. That, boy, it is a pain in my ass. Believe me, our phone system is. All right, we'll see you, folks. Have a good night. Ta-ta.
Sunglasses at night, so I can forget my name while you collect your claim. And I wear my sunglasses at night, so I can see the light that's right before my eyes.
Oh, hey, I just wanted to remind everybody, we're going to replay our interview with Bob White. Now, Bob White had a UFO experience, a UFO encounter several years ago where this thing left something behind, and he has it. The science behind this one is fascinating. That's coming up next. Archive. We'll see you tomorrow night.
You're listening to BVRN, the Black Vault Radio Network.
Leave you all to enjoy the evening. Have a fantastic start to year 2009. Have a great celebration tonight, and I shall hand over to Captain Jack at Paranormal Radio. For now, good night, and speak to you next week.
You are listening to Astro Engine Live. Email Ian at astro@wprtradio.com.
And I can't see today. today, and now will live tomorrow. No matter.
IRN USA Radio News, I'm Hope Duggar. Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice pressed Israel again today to commit to a U.S.-backed ceasefire plan for Gaza. Rice added it's essential that the truce be long-lasting.
The United States and several other countries have been working very hard to get to a ceasefire. We believe a ceasefire is necessary, but it has to be a ceasefire that will not allow a return to the status quo.
Rice said she also applauds Egyptian President Hosni Mubarak's willingness to work with Israel to secure its border with the Gaza Strip. The UN Security Council remains divided over an agreement on a ceasefire. A $5.5 billion price tag could be attached to the buildup of U.S. forces in Afghanistan. Secretary of Defense Robert Gates told Congress of the estimate in a letter. He put the cost of the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan at another $69.7 billion in fiscal year 2009. This is IRN USA Radio News.
Hi, how in the world are you anyway? This is Andy Willoughby with the 3-Step Plan Home-Based Business System. After just 2 short years, thousands of Americans are successfully working from home with the 3-Step Plan.
Hi, my name is Jeannie. Because of the 3-Step Plan, I'm able to work from home and be a full-time mom, and that means everything to me.
Hello, my name is Bill. I've been working the 3-Step Plan for 18 months, and in that amount of time, I've been able to quit my job, pay off all of my bills, and even began to save money.
For information, go to 3stepplan.com or call toll-free 800-658-0459.
My name is Emma, and I'm a senior citizen, and I've worked with the 3-Step Plan for several years. Today, my house and cars are paid for. I have the time and the money to travel. The 3-Step Plan has given me hope and financial freedom.
You'll need a telephone, internet access, and a positive attitude. Go to 3stepplan.com or call toll-free 800-658-0459. 800-658-0459.
Details are expected tomorrow about President-elect Barack Obama's economic stimulus plan. His transition office says Obama will make the case for urgent action in a speech at George Mason University in Virginia. The cost of the package is expected to top $700 billion. Meantime, stocks have fallen after new figures showed firms are rapidly scaling back on jobs.
The findings of the ADP survey are pretty bleak. An estimated 693,000 jobs were eliminated in December. It's the worst figure since ADP's records began in 2001. Companies are acting now because they want to protect their businesses and scale back operations as the country slides into recession. It comes as the aluminium producer Alcoa announced it's reducing its global workforce by about 13,500 or 13%. U.S. stock markets fell in early trading with few signs of a potential improvement in key economic data.
For the latest news and analysis, log on to irnnews.com.
Is the stress of credit card debt eating you up inside? Meet Kevin Watts, one of the owners of Homefront Financial Group.
Depending on the state of the client's financial affairs, we can settle their debts between 40 and 60%.
Call for your free information and consultation now.
It's such a pleasure to help people.
Individual results may vary, not available in all states. Call 800-890-7654. 800-890-7654. That's 800-890-7654.
Majority Leader Harry Reid says the U.S. Senate will wait for a court ruling before taking action on seating Roland Burris as the junior U.S. Senator from Illinois. The case on signatures required to seat Burris is before the Illinois Supreme Court. The announcement came after a meeting that included Burris and Reid in Washington, D.C. Ratings giant Arbitron has reached a settlement with 2 states over a meter used to develop radio ratings. Bloomberg.com reports Arbitron settled claims by New York and New Jersey that the portable people meter didn't adequately represent young African American and Hispanic listeners. Arbitron will contribute to minority broadcasters as part of the settlement. 20,000 new products are being introduced this week at the 2009 International Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas.
Steve Cadera with the Consumer Electronics Association says he was bowled over by the sheer size of the event showroom floor. He says it's a jam-packed, electrifying 1.7 million net square feet of exhibit space. Cadera explains why, despite rough economic conditions in virtually every other industry, consumer electronics sales appear to be impervious to those elements.
Electronics have really become a
necessity rather than a luxury. It used to be, I want a TV, but do I really need one now? You need a TV. You need your cell phone to communicate. You need internet access for school or work.
Kadera says among the many items that get him excited at this year's show is a Bluetooth-enabled pair of sunglasses. He says with these shades, a person can listen to their music, take calls, and even keep from squinting in the sun.
With IRN USA Radio News, I'm Hope Duggar.
Another world, another time. In the age of wonder. Another world, another time. His life was green and good until the crisp cracked. Once more, they will replenish themselves. Every day. The power of their source. The Christian. The Christian. The Christian. Their source. The Christian.
There are many mysteries in this world, many things that are unexplained, and questions surround them like a dark shroud, leaving our minds to wonder. For the next 3 hours, you are going to explore the world of the unknown. Your mind is going to embark on a journey aboard the only black ship that can take you into the enigmas of the universe. Now sit back, turn down the lights, turn up the volume, and open your mind, because he is back. The voice of darkness, your host of Paranormal Radio, Captain Jack.
And welcome to Paranormal Radio. It is Wednesday night. Welcome each and every one of you listening on 99.9 FM KVMP in Central Texas. Streaming live on the web at WPRTradio.com as well as ParanormalRadioshow.net. Welcome each and every one of you for joining me for the next 3 hours. We're going to be talking about some really cool stuff tonight. Tonight, we're going to be talking about, actually, here, hold on one second. Could you get him out of here before he knocks that over for me? Oh, thank you. Sorry, I'm talking to Jimmy here. Jimmy just walked in the studio, and of course, my crazy dog is running around all excited. He's going to knock everything out of whack here. All right, tonight we're going to be talking... We're pretty relaxed around here, can't you tell? We're going to be talking about... Yellowstone and the earthquake swarm that surrounded it here recently. And what the hell's going on out there, really? We're going to have Jim Berkland and Cal Ori here tonight joining us. First show with both of them of 2009. Looking forward to talking to them, but we'll get to them a little bit later. And we have the X Report coming up here in about 5 minutes. There's something I wanted to talk about. We put up the photos that I had shot of this unknown object, this invisible plane, this missile, whatever the hell it was, flew overhead here. Not too long ago, I was able to snap some photos of this thing, and I even got some comparison shots later. Like I've said, I have a really good zoom on my camera, and I was zoomed in all the way to the point of this thing with this huge plume of vapor trail coming off the back of it, and there's nothing in that photograph. I mean, you can't see anything that's making the plume. You can see the plume, but you can't see what the hell is making it. I have received some emails of people suggesting that this stuff was photoshopped. Now, whenever you take a digital photograph, here's my camera right here, digital photo, all the information from that photo, like shutter speed and everything else, is embedded into the original picture. If you do any changes on this thing, on the original image, and you save it, it removes all that information. That's how you know when a photo has been photoshopped. That's why everyone always asks for the original photograph, so they can kind of compare and see if there's any manipulation that has been done. No manipulation has been done. We've only sent the original photos over to 2 people thus far. One of them is Michael Schratt, and the other one is Jose Escamilla. He took a look at them tonight, and he was blown away by it. He thought it was absolutely great. And I also received in my email a story about a UFO that was taken over Texas back in July 2003. It's sort of what I had, not quite though. In this particular photograph, there is a vapor trail coming off. But from looking at this, it was actually taken by Brad Sutherland in July 2003. What I'm seeing in these particular photographs is not close to what I took. Just because there's a split, there seems to be a split on the vapor trail. Now, on my photographs, there's no split whatsoever. You can't see a breakup in the 2 vapor trails. Usually when there's a split in it, when it kind of merge into one, you obviously know that that's an aircraft of some kind. Although there is a strange little orb or something in these photographs, the story out of 2003, July 2003 that was sent to me. Close, but no cigar, I gotta say. Don't know what these photographs are. We're going to actually have them... Jose is actually going to do some work on them and do some composites to maybe get a clearer look at them, which is really cool. He'll work on that and get that for me. And we will bring Michael Schratt back in to talk more about these photos, because no one knows what the hell it is. It's not a missile, from what we determined, because they can't fire missiles over populated areas. Again, we're doing some checking. We're going to get some audio testimony as far as that's concerned from the local military base nearby to kind of clear things up a bit. But we'll keep you updated on that. All right, we're going to be having X. He's actually going to be calling in on our 888 number, which is 888-315-6820. And we'll be doing that here in a moment. We'll get him patched in. He's got the... this week's X Report. It's actually the first X Report of 2009, come to think of it, because last Wednesday was New Year's, of course. I think he was out celebrating, which I don't blame him at all for doing that. And the week prior to that is around Christmas time. I was off. We had no Paranormal Radio. I actually had a break for once, some days off. That is very rare. Usually it's only on the weekends. And then even then, I don't really... I still work. I'm always working. Let's see. We do have the vidcast system up and running. If you want to go take a look at it, it's paranormalradioshow.net. Just click on the members area. It's at the top of the page. It'll take you in. And you got 3 choices off to the side, 3 ways to listen in. Either video pop-up player, pop-up media player, or click on the very last choice. It opens up your internal software, your Windows Media or Winamp or iTunes or whatever the hell you listen to me on. 3 little options there to tune in. Let's see here. There were a couple of things that we were going to save for later in the week, and I'm kind of shady about these. I got some photographs that were actually sent in to me about I don't know, possible photograph of an ET? I don't know. I'm always suspicious of these kinds. Sometimes I can't see anything. What? What? Hold on a second here. X is telling me the mailbox is full. Try it again. There, X. 888-315-6820. Let me see. Maybe I gave him the wrong number. 315-6820. Let's see if he'll... We do have a new phone system that we're going to be migrating over, thank God, because our current phone system, well, it pretty much sucks. It's always going out on us and causing all kinds of problems. So we'll see how that works out. I'm still getting used to it. There's way too many options on this new phone system, and I haven't found my way around it yet. It's a virtual phone system, which is pretty interesting because you can put it on everything. What? All right. There we go. I'll just give him the backdoor line. You can call in that way. It's pretty interesting because you can put this on several different computers, so all the staff members can put this on their systems. And we were supposed to set up some mailboxes. The only thing that I don't like about it is whenever you call the 888 number, whenever I answer it on my side, whenever it transfers over into our studio line, what happens is that it announces, it says, you have a caller calling in, press 1 to accept, which we got to remove that because we just can't have that coming in on air. All right, let's see here. I think he's able to get in on the back door line. Let's see if we can get in. X, welcome. Will you get in there?
Happy same old year with the new number.
Happy same old year with the new number. How the hell are you?
Man, pretty refreshed.
Yeah?
Had a great Christmas. Pretty drunken New Year.
Well, that's always a good way to bring in the new year.
Yeah, get drunk and then throw up everywhere.
I don't think the wife appreciated that one, did she?
No, she wasn't. She was pissed off at me for something I didn't even do. But I didn't even drink. I just hung out.
Yes.
Talked to a bunch of friends and kicked it.
Oh, that's great. Well, happy New Year. What you got for us for this week's X Report?
Well. Let's talk about the mark of the beast for a moment.
Okay.
Scientists have they developed this new chipless ID tattoo. So, everybody has been expecting these RFID chips inserted under the skin. They're a step ahead of us. They have this new tattoo that's inkless. It's invisible ink. And it can be applied to the skin and tracked by these RFID readers. And they look like a radar gun.
Yeah, so this is it's a magnetic. It's like a magnetic ink, right?
Exactly, and it's invisible, and it can be tracked infrared through but the drawback, from what I'm understanding, is it has to be within a certain so many feet or something like that. It can't be too far away.
Right.
But the biocompatible chipless RFID ink currently. They're doing the product on cattle and laboratory rats.
Yes.
And the thing about it, that's how it starts.
Yes, of course. Then they'll peddle it. They'll peddle it as a way to keep your kids safe. So you'll start injecting your kids early, so they'll always have it.
Yeah, you got it. You hit it right on the nail. Because I just want to quote something from their own site. It says the technology will be used initially, and let that be the key word, initially in the livestock industry to help identify and track cattle. And then it also goes on to say in small print, secondary targets market lab animals, dogs, cats, prime cuts of meat, and military personnel.
Well then, you got to track the military personnel.
Yeah, they snuck that one in. And you know, today I was thinking, the mark of the beast, the way they've marketed it through church, Hollywood movies, you know, biblical, just, you tend to think of this, I don't know, a terrifying biblical demon cloaked in human form. They're supposed to have some kind of self-fulfilling destiny as prophesied, you know, in religious texts.
Right.
But if you think about it, if you really think about it, this tattoo actually fits the prophecy perfectly, because if used in the cattle industry, it would be a beast's mark first and then adapted to people.
Ah, very observant. Good point.
For example, in prison populations, the guards, they do a head count, just like ranchers or farmers do head counts for cattle.
Yes.
Or beef. And to take it a step further, and like I said, the technology, as quoted by them, will be used initially in the livestock industry.
Yes.
In my eyes, that's pretty indicative that it will be used on humans in the near future, whether we like it or not.
True.
And as a mass population, we view, you know, cattle as a resource for food, fertilization, blah blah blah, clothes. But on the flip side, Jack, what's to say we, as the same global population of people, aren't being viewed by the elite as cattle or beasts?
Yeah, sure. Sure, we're a resource just the same because of the fact that we're the worker bees for the elite.
You took you once again, your psychic ability overspoke you. That was my point. We are human resources.
Yes.
Or cattle.
Yes.
And you can, you know, if you break it down, it really made me think the mark of the beast is supposed to be 666. But if all barcodes for any product are separated by 3 slightly longer pair lines, which in a barcode scanner reads 666.
Yes, that's true.
So if people are, you know, if they're still blindly thinking that it's sheer coincidence that it was foretold 2,000 years ago that, you know, one day you'll need a mark to buy or sell, it might be a good time to start rethinking how we perceive our world.
Yes, indeed. Well, you know, it's kind of interesting because currently the main source of controlling the populace, the masses, is, but it's not fully effective. It's not 100% effective, but it's the driver's license. I mean, without a driver's license, you can't do anything. I mean, a lot of times you can't get to work. It's harder. I mean, it makes life hard on you when you don't have a driver's license. So they base everything around the driver's license. If they pull that from you, not only it puts you at risk of not being able to feed your family or yourself or pay your bills, but it puts you at risk of losing your home and everything else, your job, especially if you have to commute a long way and you have a good job, you lose your license in any form or fashion, it really makes life hard on you, and that's what they've given it for so far.
Where are your paper? Your paper.
Exactly. Yes, exactly. And this new national ID card that's coming out makes things even worse. I mean, they've put a lot of stuff on that one. I mean, they can upload information to it every time you run it, or they have everything about you on that national ID card. It's smart cards.
But you know, the good thing about it is a lot of states are rejecting them by not just like you heard 1 or 2 they were fighting it, but a lot of states are rejecting them, and there's a good chance this might not go sweep the nation the way that they thought, you know, because they're doing it for our own good.
Yes.
You know. So there's a good chance a lot of these proposals, bills, and blah, blah, blah will be just because sooner or later, people are just going to start just standing up saying, look,
right.
Okay.
I think that what they will do, though, if the national ID card gets blocked in any form or fashion, the only thing that they will do, they'll say fine, and they'll say everyone can keep their current IDs. We won't push the national ID card on you, but they'll just embed the technology into regular driver's license and ID cards.
Correct, Mundo, just like they do with money. They can track if you give me a $20 bill, and make it 50, please. But if you give me a 20, that magnetic strip in it, they can track when it came out of your pocket, when you put it into my pocket, where I went with it, if I bought anything, if it crossed state lines. There's a site that I just found just last night, as a matter of fact, called where'sgeorge.com.
Oh, I love that site.
Yeah, you can track money.
Yes.
No matter where it goes, as long as, the person is but, it's also defacing money, because the money has to have that stamp so you know where to go to begin with.
Yeah, you should see. I've mentioned this a few times that I like to do illusions, magic on the side, and there's this one effect that I do where you can hand me $1, and you can sign the back of the dollar, and a little symbol on that dollar, a little F or G or whatever it is, I can put my thumb on that and move that to the other side of the bill and hand it back to you.
Get out.
Yeah. I did that to a lady in a gas station one time. She handed me back $1, and I said, "Hey, you want to see something cool?" And I put my thumb on it and moved that thing to the other side and handed it back to her, and she turned white as a ghost.
Yeah, that's that Chris Angel stuff right there. I just wanted to touch. This might be a public service announcement. I don't want to start a mass panic, but there's a rumor going around the internet that New York Jews are being texted on their cell phones, and I think particularly instant messengers, warning them not to go into Manhattan next Wednesday. So we might have another false flag or an actual attack or something, or it could just be, some kind of propaganda or whatever. But
which it usually is.
Huh?
Which it usually is.
Yeah. But it started.
Here's my question. Whenever I see those, I always wonder. I'll see these things floating around the internet where they're like, mass amounts of people are being text messaged, saying not to go to this particular area, and it's only this type of group of people. And I think to myself, yeah, what? Yeah, I get text messages on my damn phone from everything to buying GPS units to sometimes people just mistakenly put in the wrong number. So how come I never get one of these? If there's mass amounts, what the hell?
Because you're playing with money and doing magic tricks while everybody else is in the real world.
Yeah, of course, the real world. Yes. Bloody hell. Oh, my.
But I can. So what did you do for New Year's? What did you wind up doing?
I sat here, and of course we went out on a fantastic night. We had Cliff from Half Past Human talking about WebBot technology and doing some predictions for 09 as far as what his data has seen. And I'm telling you, our online servers were overloaded. We had, there was like close to 150 people watching on the vidcast system, and our two main servers were just about maxed out. We had a full house here on New Year's.
The one show I missed, and then you guys are just tearing up the server.
Yeah, we went out on we took 08 out on a great note. I'm telling you.
Wow. I guess I have to guess that sucks. The one show
I know. See? That's why I say you got to keep your eyes on what the hell's going on. You never know what's going to happen around here.
Exactly. Well, I hope everybody out there had a safe and sane weekend. And, if you guys get time, I forgot where it was, but it's a YouTube video where there's this Palestinian young lady. She's probably in her early 20s. Mm-hmm. She's standing down an Israeli shooter. I mean, like 3 or 4 feet away from him. He's shooting into the crowd, and she's jumping up, blocking his aim, and all in his face. It kind of reminded me of the guy in the Tiananmen. The tank. Yeah. Either she's nuts or she's got some brass ones.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. Yeah, it's, both those sides, they just need to knock off their crap. I'm telling you. All right, X, we're out of time, my friend. We're gonna switch over to a break here. Thanks for coming on with the X Report. It's always a good time.
Okay. Everybody take care. Enjoy yourself.
Have a good night. All right, folks, we're at the bottom of the hour. We'll be right back. We're going to have Jim and Cal here joining us. We're going to be talking about the earthquake swarm in Yellowstone. We're going to analyze that a little bit, figure out what the hell's going there. Is that thing ready to pop? Are there signs showing that thing's ready to pop? Super volcano? That'd be a very, very bad day, I'm telling you. And we'll talk about some of the other earthquake activity that's been going on. I'm going to put the chart up on screen that you can see how earthquake activity, serious, dangerous earthquake activity increased just over the last few years. Skyrocketed. We'll be back after these messages. Stick around. We'll be right back.
I know that I'm haunted to be wanted. I've been watching.
USA Radio News, I'm Hope Duggar. Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice pressed Israel again today to commit to a U.S.-backed ceasefire plan for Gaza. Rice added it's essential that the truce be long-lasting.
The United States and several other countries have been working very hard to get to a ceasefire. We believe a ceasefire is necessary, but it has to be a ceasefire that will not allow a return to the status quo.
Rice said she also applauds Egyptian President Hosni Mubarak's willingness to work with Israel to secure its border with the Gaza Strip. The UN Security Council remains divided over an agreement on a ceasefire. A $5.5 billion price tag could be attached to the buildup of U.S. forces in Afghanistan. Secretary of Defense Robert Gates told Congress of the estimate in a letter. He put the cost of the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan at another $69.7 billion in fiscal year 2009. This is IRN USA Radio News.
Hi, how in the world are you anyway? This is Andy Willoughby with the 3-Step Plan Home-Based Business System. After just 2 short years, thousands of Americans are successfully working from home with the 3-Step Plan.
Hi, my name is Jeannie. Because of the 3-step plan, I'm able to work from home and be a full-time mom, and that means everything to me.
Hello, my name is Bill. I've been working the 3-step plan for 18 months, and in that amount of time, I've been able to quit my job, pay off all of my bills, and even began to save money.
For information, go to 3stepplan.com or call toll-free 800-658-0459.
My name is Emma, and I'm a senior citizen, and I've worked with the 3-step plan for several years. Today, my house and cars are paid for. I have the time and the money to travel. The 3-step plan has given me hope and financial freedom.
You'll need a telephone, internet access, and a positive attitude. Go to 3stepplan.com or call toll-free 800-658-0459. 800-658-0459.
Details are expected tomorrow about President-elect Barack Obama's economic stimulus plan. His transition office says Obama will make the case for urgent action in a speech at George Mason University in Virginia. The cost of the package is expected to top $700 billion. Meantime, stocks have fallen after new figures showed firms are rapidly scaling back on jobs.
The findings of the ADP survey are pretty bleak. An estimated 693,000 jobs were eliminated in December. It's the worst figure since ADP's records began in 2001. Companies are acting now because they want to protect their businesses and scale back operations as the country slides into recession. It comes as the aluminium producer Alcoa announced it's reducing its global workforce by about 13,500 or 13%. U.S. stock markets fell in early trading with few signs of a potential improvement in key economic data.
For the latest news and analysis, log on to irnnews.com.
Is the stress of credit card debt eating you up inside? Meet Kevin Watts, one of the owners of Homefront Financial Group.
Depending on the state of the client's financial affairs, we can settle their debts between 40 and 60%.
Call for your free information and consultation now.
It's such a pleasure to help people.
Individual results may vary, not available in all states. Call 800-890-7654. 800-890-7654. That's 800-890-7654.
Majority Leader Harry Reid says the U.S. Senate will wait for a court ruling before taking action on seating Roland Burris as the junior U.S. Senator from Illinois. The case on signatures required to seat Burris is before the Illinois Supreme Court. The announcement came after a meeting that included Burris and Reid in Washington, D.C. Ratings giant Arbitron has reached a settlement with 2 states over a meter used to develop radio ratings. Bloomberg.com reports Arbitron settled claims by New York and New Jersey that the portable people meter didn't adequately represent young African American and Hispanic listeners. Arbitron will contribute to minority broadcasters as part of the settlement. 20,000 new products are being introduced this week at the 2009 International Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas.
Steve Cadera with the Consumer Electronics Association says he was bowled over by the sheer size of the event showroom floor. He says it's a jam-packed, electrifying 1.7 million net square feet of exhibit space. Cadera explains why, despite rough economic conditions in virtually every other industry, consumer electronics sales appear to be impervious to those elements.
Electronics have really become a necessity rather than a luxury. It used to be, I want a TV, but do I really need one now? You need a TV. You need your cell phone to communicate. You need internet access for school or work.
Cadera says among the many items that get him excited at this year's show is a Bluetooth-enabled pair of sunglasses. He says with these shades, a person can listen to their music, take calls, and even keep from squinting in the sun.
With IRN USA Radio News, I'm Hope Duggar.
Do you want to dive into the bizarre world of the paranormal? Do ghosts, UFOs, or the supernatural amaze you to the point of wanting to learn more? Well then, you need BVRN, the Black Vault Radio Network. With more than 1,200 hours of on-demand talk radio, syndicated from more than 35 shows, the Black Vault Radio Network is your one-stop shop for the world of the unexplained. Check us out and tune in 24 hours a day at www.blackvaultradio.com. Again, that's www.blackvaultradio.com.
station bell. I was thinking to myself, this could be heaven and this could be hell. Then she lit up a candle and she showed me the way. There were voices down the corridor. Thought I heard them say, welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place, such a lovely place, such a lovely place.
You are listening to Paranormal Radio. And now, once again, your host, the voice of darkness, Captain Jack.
Any time of year, you can find it here. Her mind is Tiffany twisted. She got the Mercedes Benz. She got a lot of pretty, pretty boys. She calls friends. How they dance in the courtyard. Sweet summer sweat.
Welcome back, everybody. We're running a little bit late on our comeback here. Kind of scrambling to get things set up. Tonight, I have Jim Berkman and Cal Uri are joining me. Jim Berkman is a maverick geologist who worked for many years for U.S. Geological Survey. He was the first county geologist for Santa Clara County in Northern California. Many of Berkman's theories based on tides, moons, strange animal behavior, which that also falls into Cal's category there, and magnetic field changes were factors in the World Series quake, which he predicted and coined in the Great Indian Ocean quake tsunami disaster on December 26, 2004. Miss Uri is the author of several books, including 202 Pet Peeves. That's Pets Peeves, excuse me. I always get that wrong. Pets Peeves. And The Man Who Predicts Earthquakes, Jim Berkman, maverick geologist. How His Quake Warnings Can Save Lives. The Healing Powers of Vinegar, revised, by the way, and updated. And The Healing Powers of Olive Oil, and the soon-to-be-released Super Sensitives. And also she's got this chocolate thing going on we're going to talk to her about here, too, as well. So, what we're going to be talking about tonight is recently there was a lot of little earthquake swarm around Yellowstone. A lot of people, I mean, even scientists are looking at this and a little concerned about what's going on out there at Yellowstone. We're going to bring Jim in, and I'm going to ask him about this chart, which I'm going to put up on screen here shortly. But first, let's get him in, shall we? Jim, Cal, welcome. Happy New Year to you, first off.
Well, same to you. It's been good so far.
Yes?
So I haven't had any chocolate. No chocolate for me.
Well, Cal's got all the good stuff over there, huh?
Yeah.
It's all gone.
She's running out.
And all the good stuff is gone. I ate it all.
Yeah?
I ate it all.
Well, it sounds like some good stuff. Now, let me get this straight. Now, you have someone delivering chocolate to you on a regular basis at your door.
It's my charisma. I called up a lot of the high-end chocolatiers. They've been so good to me, and I've interviewed them. And of course, I say, "Well, I have to try your truffles and your chocolates and your bark." And before I know it, I would say, "Oh God, 95%." They've been so generous. Every week, the UPS man would deliver a box of chocolates. It's been wonderful. It's just been like Christmas for months. And you know, Jim asked me, he goes, "You haven't gained any weight? Do you realize I'm still a size 4'6"?
Oh, you're going to have a lot of women very mad at you for saying that. You know that, right?
No, because they're going to read my book and see how you do it.
They got to go swimming every day like she does.
There you
go.
There you go.
And remember, these chocolates, they're not huge. You know, most of them, the ones I love, are European, and they're small. And you eat it in moderation, although I went overboard for the good ones. But, you know, I guess I have a good metabolism. Plus, I did swim almost every day.
Yeah,
and I walk the dog.
And that's very true. The smaller ones are very, very rich. I mean, it's like the equivalent of like, you know, I don't know, like a Hershey bar where you just need that, just a little piece, just right?
So you put it all in your mouth. You don't bite it. You just put it all in the mouth and sort of suck on it.
Savor it.
They're small, but there's all different things that I was sent. My favorite are it's French American, and they're infused with herbs and spices and unsweetened fruits, and then like 70% cocoa content, so it's really helpful for you.
Yes.
And some of the chocolatiers, they really have it right. I mean, it was wonderful.
Chocolate has a lot of antioxidants in it too, right?
Oh, it does, yeah. This was a 400-page book. Can you believe it? I FedExed it, and it was accepted 2 hours later. I put my heart into it.
Very nice.
Tummy.
And now, Jim, you just got back from a really cool vacation. I mean, you mentioned it last time you were on the air. Tell me a little bit about that.
Well, we decided to go down under, which was a lifelong dream for both Jan and me. We've kind of traveled around quite a bit, but we've never been down under until we got down there in December. Now, it's interesting, when we left on the 4th of December, we didn't land in Melbourne until the 6th of December, so we never had a 5th of December. and that was the day the quake hit down in Los Angeles, about a 5.3. It got a lot of attention.
Yeah.
And then when we came back on the 19th of December, we relived the 19th of December, which just happened to be our 42nd wedding anniversary. So she settled for one present, but we had 2 anniversaries in 1 year.
Very cool. A little time traveling. Jim, you've been time traveling. Yeah. Very nice. Well, let's see here. I have received a lot of email of people asking, what do you think about what's going on in Yellowstone? What do you think is going on in Yellowstone? So I'm just going to pass that question over to you first, Jim. What do you think is going on at Yellowstone?
Something that's happened infrequently in the past, a whole swarm of small earthquakes. And I understand there were more than 600 of them back in 1999. Mm-hmm. And there wasn't the concern that there seems to have arisen from this swarm. And that's partly because there's more interest in 2012 and earthquakes, and we've had the big Indian Ocean quake, and so there's more understanding of what's happening around the world without understanding what's exactly occurring with natural events. Mm-hmm. And here we have what's especially concerning this time at Yellowstone is that there has been a lot of heat flow increase, and they closed off the Norris Basin a couple of years ago because it was melting the soles on people's shoes and the wooden pathways through it. It was a very popular place there with hot springs, just the north side of the Yellowstone Lake. And then there was also this report a couple of years ago that the bottom of Yellowstone Lake was like 100 feet higher than the previous time they measured it. Now, that would be extremely troubling if true. But they never elaborated. They said, well, it's interesting, we'll be looking at it more closely this summer. Well, if it was really 100 feet higher, they would have instruments all over the place. And I think maybe it's 100 millimeters or something like that.
Right.
I think we just misquoted.
Maybe
and then there was a young fellow that just had a blog on the internet, which frightened a lot of people because he spoke in very matter-of-fact terms about his geologic background and how the only thing to do now is to evacuate everyone within 200 miles of Yellowstone, which is preposterous.
Yes.
But he'd sound so rational, but he had a number of irrational things to say that he thought that the big time when they, in about 642,000 years ago, when there was a major eruption causing this huge caldera, which is still defined by the mountains around Yellowstone.
Yes.
It blew off tremendous amounts of rock and steam, and it circled the world for years, and definitely it would change the climate for a few years. Mm-hmm. Just as happened in 1815 when Tambora exploded down in the East Indies, and the next year was the year without a summer. Quite famous. They had crop failures in June, July, snow in August across Europe and Canada and U.S., and they had frozen temperatures in August down as far as Pennsylvania.
Yes.
So those huge blasts can definitely change the weather, and you wouldn't worry about global warming for sure.
Yeah, which a lot of people are kind of looking at that now, scratching their heads, going, "Come on now, I mean, it's been cold."
That's correct. That's correct. It's cyclical, and in this great overreaction. It was a grasp for money and power, and to get people more dependent upon the government trying to help them out. That we're going to spend trillions of dollars trying to slow down CO2. We right now in this area around the San Francisco Bay, for the first time, they have these spare the air, and you cannot light up your fireplace. It's been pretty cold. They still want you to cut back on gas and electricity, and they don't want you to have a fireplace.
And if you do run your fireplace, what's the consequence?
You get one warning the first time, and the next time you get a fine of several $100s going up from there.
See, that's what I think. I think that they should look for any reason, anything that they can make a fine on. Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
Brother. That's ridiculous. All right, I put up on screen on our vidcast system a graphic, and it's from the USGS, Worldwide Deadly and Destructive Earthquakes between magnitude 6 and 8. And this starts, the tracking of this started back in the 1900s, exactly 1900, and goes all the way to 2008. And for the most part, between 1900 and 90, there was, I think the highest was a little over 5, and these are magnitude 6 and 8. But around 2000, 2001, 2002, it skyrockets. Well, there's over 35, almost close to 40.
I have seen that, and that is preposterous. I don't know how anybody responsible in the government could publish such a thing, because we know for sure, I've been studying this for years and years, the average number of major quakes of 7 or greater has been about 15 or 16 per year. And this year, we just passed 2008, I think we had 14 or 15.
Yes.
And on the official USGS reporting, when you want to get past major earthquakes, you'll say the average has been 18. Well, that's higher than I believe, but it's certainly not the 3 or 4 since 1900 like that graph shows. That's an incredible graph. I don't know how on earth they could have concocted such a thing, because it's not true.
Yes. That's fascinating, because a lot of people, they're seen as, you want more information.
It looks like it's 10 times greater than it was 10 years ago. No.
So what you're saying is that earthquakes really aren't increasing? They're not getting greater than they were in the past?
That's true. The average has been about, it's almost logarithmic. One great earthquake of 8, 10 to 15 of 7, and about 100 of 6 plus, and about 1,000 of 5 plus. So if 1,000 per year, that's about 3 5s a day, but 1 6 every 3 days. And that's been continuing. There's been no extreme increase. Of the lesser quakes, those have increased because of more instrumentation around the world and more places, and more rapid communication, and that sort of thing. Also, we can measure. Before you get down to magnitude 1, they thought that was about it. But because the instruments are much more sensitive, they've been able to detect magnitude -3. So you say, there's been more quakes. Well, because they're detecting more, because they have different detection methods.
But also, I think it's technology. Like I mentioned to Jim Berkland a little while ago that I watched the History Channel the other night. It's really amazing. They're running it all week long about the Armageddon and certain signs. Oh, it's fascinating. And they did mention the three quakes that really stick in my mind, and everyone else's: Pakistan, Indian Ocean quake, tsunami, and the China quake. And because of our technology, we watch this stuff on TV. We see it on the internet as it happens. So maybe it seems more intense, but not to forget, 1964, the Alaska quake, in March, the Northridge, the Sylmar, the Nisqually, there still are really devastating quakes.
Yes. Yeah, because they're showing on here. These are, between 6 and 8 magnitude. And whenever I looked at this, I thought, well, what the hell? But again, just like what Jim just pointed out, I started thinking, well, during this time, maybe it's just more equipment, better equipment being utilized in the field that gave such a reading. Maybe it could have been like this for a long time, depending on the technology.
And it could be some kind of political move, like coming up with the wrong data on past temperatures and showing that, remember, the last 10 years were the highest 10 years in average temperature around the world, and that they showed that it was much warmer, like 1933, than it was in 98. there are agendas going on all around us, and we really have to be careful about jumping aboard one of these trains of thought.
Yes. Yes, that's very true. And just like Cal, just like you said, they're running these programs on a lot of people look at these programs like the History Channel and Discovery Channel, and a lot of people are starting to watch this stuff going, come on, what are they trying to hand us here? But yeah, they're running the Armageddon Week and everything else, and they're really focusing in on the whole 2012 aspect, which a lot of people are poo-pooing and going, come on.
Actually, no, it's coming closer. You have to watch this. They're going to run it again. I'm sure they are throughout the week, and hopefully you'll catch the one I did, the 7 signs that the world's going to end.
Yes.
But this is the one that threw me. As you know, a lot of people know, Jim and I have a wager. It's going on 2 years. We are still waiting. We are still waiting for our 6.0 in California. I almost won. It was 5.9, preliminary 6.2 offshore Northern California, as I predicted Petrolia, but I lost. They downgraded it to 5.9, and then Birkeland got the 5.1, and wasn't there a 5.4 in Southern California, too? So, what was I going to...
I know. Yeah, you didn't really lose.
I wanted to take this a step further. I'm co-founder of Earthquake Epicenter, and lately, the past couple months, we've been having a lot of new people coming on, making these great predictions. Southern California is going to get slammed with an 8.0 in 3 days. And I've just been it's been bothering me because they have no data, and they're coming out and just creating chaos, fear. And I don't want to be, linked to that.
Right.
So what I've done, other than ban them, I feel like I'm the banning Nazi and I'm making enemies. I know. No prediction for you today.
No talking for you.
I know. What I've done instead, and it worked, for December, I made an anti-prediction, which Jim taught me. He made an anti-prediction against Ivan Browning for the New Madrid Zone. Yes. I made an anti-prediction saying there would be no 7.0 plus in Southern California in the month of December. Now, of course, I was taking a risk. What if there was? What if people believed me and they, really laughed?
Right.
But you know what? I have a 100% accuracy rate for my anti-predictions.
So do I. I have made 6 of them. I've made 6, and I'm 100%.
It's more
It's easier to make an anti-prediction than a prediction.
Yes.
Yeah, it really is. And you feel good about it after.
All right. All right, let me stop right there. We're at the top of the hour. We're going to take a quick break here. I just get a kick out of the fact that you guys have a bet for a 6.0.
Well, we had it for a 5, was it? And she won.
Yeah.
The first 5.
Yes, that's awesome. All right, stick around, everybody. It's Paranormal Radio. My guest tonight, Jim Birkeland, Cal Ori. We're talking about earthquakes. Cleared up a lot of stuff in this short little first leg of the program here, especially this about the USGS chart. Fantastic work. We'll have more for you. We'll see you on the other side.
My Spanish Harlem Mona Lisa. You're my reason for a reason. Step in my this life ain't good enough. I feel my world to lift you up. I can change my life to better suit your mood. Cause you're so smooth. And it's just like the ocean under the moon. It's the same as the emotion that I get from you. You got the kind of loving that can be so smooth. Yeah. Give me your heart and make it real, or else forget about it.
Hi, I'm in USA Radio News. I'm Hope Duggar. Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice pressed Israel again today to commit to a U.S.-backed ceasefire plan for Gaza. Rice added it's essential that the truce be long-lasting.
The United States and several other countries have been working very hard to get to a ceasefire. We believe a ceasefire is necessary, but it has to be a ceasefire that will not allow a return to the status quo.
Rice said she also applauds Egyptian President Hosni Mubarak's willingness to work with Israel to secure its border with the Gaza Strip. The UN Security Council remains divided over an agreement on a ceasefire. A $5.5 billion price tag could be attached to the buildup of U.S. forces in Afghanistan. Secretary of Defense Robert Gates told Congress of the estimate in a letter. He put the cost of the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan at another $69.7 billion in fiscal year 2009. This is IRN USA Radio News.
Hi, how in the world are you anyway? This is Andy Willoughby with the 3-Step Plan Home-Based Business System. After just 2 short years, thousands of Americans are successfully working from home with the 3-Step Plan.
Hi, my name is Jeannie. Because of the 3-Step Plan, I'm able to work from home and be a full-time mom, and that means everything to me.
Hello, my name is Bill. I've been working the 3-Step Plan for 18 months, and in that amount of time, I've been able to quit my job, pay off all of my bills, and even began to save money.
For information, go to 3stepplan.com or call toll-free 800-658-0459.
My name is Emma, and I'm a senior citizen, and I've worked with the 3-Step Plan for several years. Today, my house and cars are paid for. I have the time and the money to travel. The 3-Step Plan has given me hope and financial freedom.
You'll need a telephone, internet access, and a positive attitude. Go to 3stepplan.com or call toll-free 800-658-0459. 800-658-0459.
Details are expected tomorrow about President-elect Barack Obama's economic stimulus plan. His transition office says Obama will make the case for urgent action in a speech at George Mason University in Virginia. The cost of the package is expected to top $700 billion. Meantime, stocks have fallen after new figures showed firms are rapidly scaling back on jobs.
The findings of the ADP survey are pretty bleak. An estimated 693,000 jobs were eliminated in December. It's the worst figure since ADP's records began in 2001. Companies are acting now because they want to protect their businesses and scale back operations as the country slides into recession. It comes as the aluminium producer Alcoa announced it's reducing its global workforce by about 13,500 or 13%. U.S. stock markets fell in early trading with few signs of a potential improvement in key economic data.
For the latest news and analysis, log on to irnnews.com.
Is the stress of credit card debt eating you up inside? Meet Kevin Watts, one of the owners of Homefront Financial Group.
Depending on the state of the client's financial affairs, we can settle their debts between 40 and 60%.
Call for your free information and consultation now.
It's such a pleasure to help people.
Individual results may vary, not available in all states. Call 800-890-7654. 800-890-7654. That's 800-890-7654.
Majority Leader Harry Reid says the U.S. Senate will wait for a court ruling before taking action on seating Roland Burris as the junior U.S. Senator from Illinois. The case on signatures required to seat Burris is before the Illinois Supreme Court. The announcement came after a meeting that included Burris and Reid in Washington, D.C. Ratings giant Arbitron has reached a settlement with 2 states over a meter used to develop radio ratings. Bloomberg.com reports Arbitron settled claims by New York and New Jersey that the portable people meter didn't adequately represent young African American and Hispanic listeners. Arbitron will contribute to minority broadcasters as part of the settlement. 20,000 new products are being introduced this week at the 2009 International Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas.
Steve Cadera with the Consumer Electronics Association says he was bowled over by the sheer size of the event showroom floor. He says it's a jam-packed, electrifying 1.7 million net square feet of exhibit space. Cadera explains why, despite rough economic conditions in virtually every other industry, consumer electronics sales appear to be impervious to those elements.
Electronics have really become a necessity rather than a luxury. It used to be, I want a TV, but do I really need one? Now you need a TV. You need your cell phone to communicate. You need internet access for school or work.
Cadera says among the many items that get him excited at this year's show is a Bluetooth-enabled pair of sunglasses. He says with these shades, a person can listen to their music, take calls, and even keep from squinting in the sun.
With IRN USA Radio News, I'm Hope Duggar.
Do you want to dive into the bizarre world of the paranormal? Do ghosts, UFOs, or the supernatural amaze you to the point of wanting to learn more? Well then, you need BVRN, the Black Vault Radio Network. With more than 1,200 hours of on-demand talk radio, syndicated from more than 35 shows, the Black Vault Radio Network is your one-stop shop for the world of the unexplained. Check us out and tune in 24 hours a day at www.blackvaultradio.com. Again, that's www.blackvaultradio.com.
Change you up alright. Give you everything you need to live inside a twisted cage. Sleep inside an empty rage. I had a dream I was your hero. Damn, I wish I was your lover. I rocked you till the daylight comes. Made sure you were smiling and warm. I am everything. Your mother, I'll do such things to ease your pain. Cool your mind and you won't be ashamed.
You are listening to Paranormal Radio. And now, once again, your host, the voice of darkness, Captain Jack.
Monkey can't stand to see you black and blue. I give you something sweet each time you come inside my jungle book. Is it just too good?
Welcome back, everybody. Here we are on a Wednesday night. Can't believe it's already Wednesday. This week just flying by. It really is. A little too fast. It's a good week for me. Lots of cool things going on. So it's moving way too fast. Hey, listen, on the 22nd, coming up here on the 22nd is the movie release of Moon Rising by Jose Escamilla. A lot of people are going to this thing. If you want to get your tickets, you better go to Moon Rising, the movie. We'll give you the link here on the website. As a matter of fact, if you go into our links section, you'll find a way in there, and you can reserve your tickets. You can go to this thing. Lots of people are going to be there. I know Stephen Bassett's going to be there. Lots of really cool folks. I, unfortunately, will not be able to make it. Unfortunately, it's on the 22nd, and I tried moving a bunch of stuff around to make it to this thing, and I'm so disappointed that I just couldn't do it. So, I don't know. Maybe something will happen, and I'll make it last minute. That would be nice. That would be nice. Anyway, my guests tonight, Jim Berkman and Cal Ori, we're talking about these earthquakes. Now, I have been talking about this USGS graph that was put out. Shows tracking of magnitude 6 to 8. Now, these are the dangerous ones, 6 to 8, from 1900 all the way past 2000. And when it got around 2000, this thing skyrocketed. Now, I just asked Jim about this, and he says it's crazy. It's preposterous. Is it just because of the fact that there's more sensitive equipment out there? I don't know. Maybe their numbers are fudged. You know, and Jim said it, there's lots of agendas out there, political agendas. And whenever it comes to the USGS, I mean, Jim and Cal both, they have been able to predict within a certain window of time certain earthquakes by signs, by tides, by moon position, by strange animal behavior. And people will poo-poo that a little bit. But don't poo-poo it too fast. There's definitely a connection. Animals know what's going on. We've seen this in the China quake. I mean, there was this migration of toads just before the big one hit, and there's this strange, we've talked about it many times, this strange earthquake clouds, magnetic field changes or something. Crazy stuff. But anyway, we have them here joining us. Jim, Cal, welcome back.
Okay. Yes, I just found this USGS thing, both of us. Let me go first, Jim, and then you tell them what you found. But I just found this other thing on USGS, and they have two charts from 2000 to 2009 for 7.0s to 7.9s, and they're not increasing. In 2000, there was 14 7.0 to 7.9 quakes, 2001, 15, 2002, 13, 2003, 14, 14, 2004, 10 in 2005, 9, 2006, 14 in 2007, 12 in 2008. And they say 17 is the norm, so I don't see how this coincides with this graph that you have that I haven't seen. This chart makes it seem like everything is pretty much right on course.
Really?
Here's another one. This graph seems to show an increase in large earthquakes. However, it actually shows the cumulative total. So they're trying to convince everybody the quakes are going up dramatically, and the curve goes up because they're adding to the previous year's quakes.
Oh.
And it goes up. So, boys, it's just totally dishonest.
Ah, interesting.
I don't know, dishonest. Maybe it's a rookie. It's erroneous. I don't know.
Well, if they say 8+ earthquakes, 1900 to 2001, they show it year by year, and the thing goes up constantly. It never goes. It goes sideways sometimes where there weren't any great earthquakes. And then here in the last, this is what I think you're looking at. Since 92, it's a very sharp increase. And I don't know what that's based on, because, as Cal just read, there hasn't been a big increase. The big change was in 2007 when there were 4 great earthquakes of 8 or more, and usually the average is 1.
And I see that right here, 8.0 to 9.9, a 4 in 2007, 0 in 2008, 0, mind you.
Really?
Yeah.
All right. What I'm going to do, I'm going to shoot over to you, Cal, the graph that we you have enough chocolate. I'm going to shoot over.
You got me hooked. I feel like a chocolate junkie. It's really bad.
It sounds like it too. You're going to get addicted to chocolate. Give me some chocolate. Give me some chocolate. I'm going to send over this graph to you, and you can take a look at it and see if you can compare. I'm not sure. I've had this for a little while now. I've had about 3-4 weeks. I think it was a listener that sent me over the link, and then I just saved the image to put up on the vidcast. So you look at that and tell me what you think. Now, here's the question that I have with this. When it comes to the USGS, I mean, they have been... Oh, what's the word I'm looking for? They have been very reluctant to, of course, adopt any of the prediction aspect of it, saying that it's absolutely preposterous, it can't be done. But, of course... You both have proved that wrong many, many times.
See, what they're saying is they can't do it, and they had made 12 predictions I know about, none of which hit. Then they stopped after missing at Parkfield. They were so embarrassed by that they had a 95% chance that a 6th grader would hit Parkfield between 1984 and 1992. And when it didn't happen until 2004, they were embarrassed. They lost staff, and they stopped predicting.
Yeah. Well, how are they doing their predictions?
Oh, instruments and patterns of earthquakes, and looking at past history.
And their aftershock map. They have a wonderful aftershock map. Like right now, if we had a 5.0 in Tahoe, they would have the map of California and Nevada, and they would shade it bright yellow, and they would say that there would be like maybe a 1 in 100 chance of a 6.0 or greater happening in the next day or two. So but, you know, I like their aftershock map because I use it sometimes as thinking it could be a foreshock, and sometimes it has turned into be a main shock. So I like their maps. Okay, I just got the graph you sent to me. Oh, that's ridiculous. It totally contradicts with the charts I just read to you. That is absurd.
Really?
That's wrong. It's not happening. If we can't even get a 6.0 in California, what, the third shakiest state in America?
What's the title of the graph?
Absurdity.
No.
No, that's your title. That's mine too.
It's probably a troll.
It's USGS Worldwide Deadly and Destructive Earthquakes between magnitude 6 and 8. And it has a link. It has earthquakes/US/gov/regional/world/historical.php is on the actual graph.
Yeah, it sounds authentic, but it must be somebody's. I don't think they wouldn't stand behind it. They couldn't. It's phony.
It contradicts the charts that I just looked at and I read to you, and that coincided with what Jim said about, you know, there was only 4 in 2007. It doesn't make sense.
Yes, all right.
It's bizarre.
It is very, very bizarre. I mean, whenever I saw this, I thought to myself, okay, holy hell. I mean, if they're increasing. Now, we know we had this little earthquake swarm down by you, Cal, and when we were looking at the graphs on that, I mean, it was in a circular pattern. It's almost like someone dropped a stone in the water and it just rippled out, in a sense.
Okay, what are you talking about? Last April, the Verdi mogul? Oh, that wasn't That was fun, but it wasn't fun. It's funny because this Yellowstone thing, when it started, on the 28th, I made a prediction that 50-50. It could either fizzle or it could fizzle and, give us at least a moderate quake, which it did back in 2005. We had a 5.6 in Montana, and it was felt in Wyoming. Not exactly Yellowstone, but in the region. Storms are funny. Offshore Oregon, the sequence, when they start calling them a sequence, everybody gets alert. The sequence, the mysterious sequence offshore Oregon, it fizzled. The Trona storm recently fizzled in Central California, kind of southern eastern Sierra. And then the Verdi Mogul thing, we all thought, the mayor was saying, get ready, this is probably going to be a major quake. Everybody was freaking out. Residents were fleeing. They couldn't sleep at night because the quakes were so shallow. People were emailing me like I'm some guru. It was crazy. And you know what? All we got was the 4.7 to 5.0, which I felt, and that was it. That's all we got, and it fizzled. It totally fizzled. And now I was making my predictions for 2009. I don't think it's going to be Verdi, Mogul, Reno area. You know where I think it's going to be? South of me. I think it's going to be in the East Sierras, maybe Mammoth, which is very overdue, Bodie, Markleyville. All those places could give us a 6.0, and then I could win Birkeland and be done with it.
And then move on to the next bet. Go for a 7.
Yeah. You wouldn't quit. No, we'll never go for a 7. I don't want to do that. That's negative. I know.
True. Well, okay. Well, here's something that's very interesting. We know that the sun itself, for a while now, it started to really, it looked like there was going to be an enormous amount of activity. Solar cycle number 24 was coming up. They were saying, okay, here we go, because they were seeing it on the sun. And then all of a sudden, it went silent. They didn't know what the hell was going on. And
they still don't.
And now I'm kind of thinking that, in a sense, we're kind of in an earthquake, quiet period.
Drought?
Drought. That's a good point. Yeah, good one.
That's what I was wondering.
With the sunspots, back in the 1500s, for about 80 years, there were next to no sunspots, called the Maunder Minimum, and that was the peak of the Little Ice Age, when glaciers in the Alps expanded dramatically, and over here in the Rockies, same thing. It was very, very cold and uncomfortable at the time of very few sunspots. So solar activity was down and the temperature was down. And just the opposite, when the temperature goes up, it seems like the sunspots went up like they did in cycle 23 that we got through about 6 years ago. So we had the greatest single solar flare in history. It was about a X35, and before then the greatest ever had been X21. Now there was something interesting quake-wise there that I would never have surmised, but the big quake that I predicted for a World Series, within 2 days of that quake, there was an X13, which is a very rare event. But there was also an X13 back in 1984 when the Bay Area had a 6.2 quake on the same day. And in 1980, we had a 7.4 by Eureka, and that was the day of an X9. So there seems to be some kind of a connection between great solar flares with a lot of electromagnetic energy expelled towards the Earth and earthquakes.
Yes.
So I can't deny the timing. I don't understand the mechanism.
What was the date of the this really big one that hit China just recently? What month was it around? May?
It was May 27, I believe.
Really? Of 07, right?
Yeah, 8.
We were on with you and talked about the toads. Remember the mass exodus of the toads and the frogs on the bridge?
Yes.
That's right. All right. So, and I wonder, and I was trying to make a connection here because the solar activity, I think, the real big solar activity before the sun went quiet was, I'm going to say, end of 07, early 08. So I was trying to make the connection there, but I'm way off on my dates.
Yeah, they were waiting for the new cycle to begin, and they finally found a change in the magnetic directions on the sunspots, which is where the north pole of the sun actually changed to the south pole.
Right.
And that happens about every 11 years with the sunspot cycles. And on the Earth, it's about every 700,000 years. We actually get a reversal, too, and it takes several thousand years to change from all the way north to all the way south. And when it hits the null point, it means that we have no ionosphere to protect us from cosmic radiation, so that could be a scary time.
Oh, indeed. Absolutely. Oh, that doesn't sound very good at all. That's the only thing that protects us.
It's thousands of years, it's several thousand years away at this point.
Oh, well, that's good. For me, anyway.
Yeah, me too.
So what have you, I know that you both of you keep a close eye on what's going on with earthquakes. Have you noticed anything? What about the Ring of Fire? Has that even kind of dropped out in activity, or is that still the same as ever?
Well, it's still where most of the major quakes hurt.
Right, in
2008, most of them were there.
Yes.
The Indonesia quake storm that we just had. I was waiting for the tsunami, and I'm reading here that, do you know the reason why the tsunami? I will ask Berkman. I know because I read it, but he knows because he's the expert. Do you know why there wasn't a tsunami for the 7.6 and the 7.4?
It was on land. And you don't get tsunamis with earthquakes on land.
He's smart. I have to read all this stuff, and he knows it off the top of his head.
Well, because I get asked it. I've given hundreds of talks, and those questions keep coming up. What I have, you have to have up and down motion on the seafloor to get a tsunami. And I relate that to picturing a big dinner plate in a wash basin, and if you pick it up by the edge, and the wash basin is full of water, you pick up the plate by the edge and bring it slowly up, no problem. But if you pick it up flat and bring it straight up, what happens? The water wells out in all directions.
Yes.
So that's why the San Andreas fault would not give a tsunami, because it's sideways motion.
And the other one is if there is an earthquake that causes a large slide of something like a landslide into the water, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Right, like here, I had a geologist told me that if there was a landslide in Emerald Bay, that we could have a SAISH here at Tahoe's South Shore.
Really?
Yeah.
You were just telling me about that, and I hadn't heard it, and just a couple of days ago I saw that there was a huge landslide on the east shore.
Oh, so Cal was right. There she goes down. I'm reading here that Indonesia, the two quakes, the 7.4 and 7.6 just the other day, there actually was, Japan reported tsunamis between 4 inches and 16 inches. So what is that like?
Well, I can tell that with the waves. How can you tell a 4-inch tsunami with the waves 69?
Well, it says it in this article, and it also says that it was felt 800 miles. That's quite a ways.
And we had an earthquake recently here in Texas. I think the last time we had you on, we had maybe it was you sent me an email. I can't remember, my memory's shot. But I didn't feel anything where I was. But I was kind of surprised. I was like, hey, wait a minute, maybe I'll get my chance to feel an earthquake after all.
Well, there's one in Oklahoma.
In Oklahoma too, yes. There's an active fault in Oklahoma.
Yes.
And in the Big Bend area of Texas, what was it, 1931, there was about a 7 magnitude quake. Yeah, it was. So you're not immune. If you really don't like quakes, North Dakota and southern Florida are good places to go.
Yes.
But then you have to put up with the blizzards and the hurricanes.
That's true.
We just had a 1.8. This always happens with you, Jack. I told you, you're like a furry rabbit. What do you call this lucky rabbit foot?
A rabbit's foot.
You make earthquakes happen. There was a 1.8 24 miles from South Lake Tahoe just now. A 1.8. Markleeville it's not stopping. Markleeville has a little swamp going on.
Yeah.
And that's 24 miles south from me.
Which, of course, the smaller ones are most common, and we get those, everywhere on a constant basis. But whenever we have a big one, it's kind of, I always picture it as the aftershocks. If you have a big one on one side of the planet, it's very possible to have that energy transferred to the other side of the planet to feel it, right?
Well, that's the 103-degree theory, and there seems to be something to it, that some of the energy goes straight through the Earth, but there's a circle of 103 degrees away from the epicenter of a very large earthquake. Mm-hmm. Then you look for, in a few days, a responding echo at 103 degrees away, and after that, well, I'll give you an example. that one we just had in New Guinea, the 7 magnitude quakes. 103 degrees comes right along the San Andreas Fault. So we haven't had much, not yet.
They were talking about that on the History Channel about the super quakes, just a succession of them, more and more and more, but very severe, like the Indian Ocean quake, and that would be one sign of the end of times. Can you imagine that? I mean, that quake tsunami was enough in itself, but can you imagine like 5 of those in a week? The world, the Earth, we're so on edge now with all of our problems. Can you imagine that happening now?
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah. If and that kind of goes to my question about Yellowstone. I mean, if that thing blew up, there would be not much left of that whole area. I mean, looking back at Mount St. Helens, whenever that thing, I mean, pictures before and after, I mean, the whole side of the mountain's gone. And that's just a standard volcano. It's pretty big, but nothing compared to the supervolcano at Yellowstone.
And the Yellowstone event that blew out the whole caldera was about 1,000 times the energy of Mount St. Helens.
Didn't it cause a nuclear winter?
Oh, yes.
Oh, definitely. Sure.
Right.
Yeah.
That type.
On that show, that history show about the Armageddon, they talked about supervolcanoes as one of the 7 signs. They said that there was 8 regions in the world that have potential for a supervolcano. Is that true, Jim? 8?
Well, I haven't heard that many, but you'd have to pick a place where they never had one.
Yes.
They're pretty rare. I think about less than 10 really great caldera creating explosions, and that you can still recognize.
Right, and that's the key. I mean, a lot of work's been done to recognize, okay, this is what we have here. Yellowstone is the biggest, from what I understand. I know there's a couple of others. I can't think of where they were, or they said that they were.
Well, the one in New Zealand, Taupo was bigger, or at least equivalent to Yellowstone.
Really?
It's like 30 miles, 40 miles long, and 20 miles wide, and it was only 22,000 years ago.
Yeah, that's not very far. That's not too long ago.
Yeah, it's Pleistocene time.
And if it did blow, like what we were talking about, the 360 degree, if it has enough power and the energy that would be dispelled upwards and downwards through the Earth, I would say and go on a limb and say that it has the power to make the other ones blow that are out there. Maybe even a lot of the volcanoes too.
Theoretically, I don't know if we have any examples of it.
Yes.
It says here on Wikipedia, it says that there was 8 eruptions have happened at supervolcanoes in the following locations. I can't pronounce it. Jim, help me. Lake Taupo, North Island, New Zealand?
Yes.
Is that how you pronounce it?
Yes.
Lake Toba, Sumatra, Indonesia. North Island,
they all sound like Tahoe, too, don't they? They all sound like Tahoe.
Great. Okay, Yellowstone, Wyoming. Island Park, Caldera, Idaho, Wyoming. Kilgore Tuff, Idaho, United States. Blacktail Creek, Idaho, United States. And then La Garita, Caldera, Colorado, United States. So that's where the 8 was coming from. Those are 8 supervolcanoes that have happened. Years and years ago.
All right. Well, let's talk about this a little bit as far as what would be the signs if that thing was about ready to blow. Yellowstone was about ready to pop. What would be the major signs other than earthquakes?
Well, you get the swelling and tilting. You get swelling and tilting of the ground. We know they've had that there as the magma deep down underneath is moving up and down. You get the increased heat flow, and we've had that. And you get the epicenters, or the focus points of the different earthquakes, getting shallower and shallower as the magma moves upward. And one thing that's really been accurate are called harmonic tremors. And this is where there is no clear P wave. It's just a bunch of shakes that just go and go. And a lot of people were concerned because some of the seismometers at Yellowstone showed this kind of harmonic tremors, and then somebody said, well, that's the strong winds. The winds will do the same thing. They cause vibrations that look like ground, motion. And so you have to be careful about that with analyzing harmonic tremors. You have to know what the wind's doing.
Yes.
So
wouldn't the magnitude increase too with all those tremors? I mean, there was a group of 3s definitely, and there was a 3.9. That if they increase, let's say if we had 5s and they kept increasing, wouldn't that be a huge red flag?
Oh, then you'd be. I have a lot more concern than we have right now. Now with the Mount St. Helens, on March the 20th of 1980, I had a seismic window wide open because we just had an eclipse and a very close approach of the moon, and a 4.3 right under Mount St. Helens won the office earthquake pool. A little secretary guessed the 20th at about noon, and she paid her dime for that square, and she won $10. That was the biggest quake on the West Coast during that window, and so she won. So it was very clear in my mind a week later when a television crew from Boston was interviewing me up on the mountain and about earthquakes, and I was waving my arms over the Calaveras Fault and say, yes, it's due for 5, and it actually happened about 2 months later. But they folded up their camera because this program was called The Invisible Earthquakes and Volcanoes. Now, I don't know what's invisible about volcanoes, but they were folding up their camera and about to take me back to the office, and they said, well, Jim, speaking of other things, what do you think about Mount St. Helens? And I said, I think that volcano means business. I'd give it a 50-50 chance to erupt this year, 1980, and become the first active volcano in the 48 states since Mount Lassen back in 1914 to 17. And the director said, well, Jim, I hope you're right, because we're going to go fly around it this afternoon. When I got back to the office, people said, did you hear Mount St. Helens just erupted? It was the first eruption since the 1880s, and I had it, but they didn't photograph it because we were talking about earthquakes rather than Mount St. Helens.
Yes.
But during the following week, there were several other quakes of about 3 magnitude there. And by golly, on the 27th of March, that was the day that they were interviewing me. That's when the first eruption occurred. And then there was one about every couple of weeks for a couple of months until May 18th when the big one occurred. And that occurred after, continuously with the 5.2 quake right under the peak. And what that quake did was dislodge this huge mass of overturned rocks and tilted snow up above on the north side of Mount St. Helens, and it caused a huge avalanche that headed down towards the river, and it unloaded the magma chamber that was building up under the cone, and it just popped like pulling a cork on champagne, and that's why we had the eruption on that particular day.
Man.
The quake triggered the massive eruption.
It's a good thing for those guys they weren't flying around it at the time.
Yes, but 1 week after that, on the 2nd of April, I was flying around it with another geologist and a television crew from Channel 11 in San Jose, and we got up there. It was all clouded in, and we had to trust the pilot that there was even a peak down there somewhere, so we lowered down below. We had permission to circle the peak, and we could see then below the cloud layer, the snow-covered peak had these black streaks down it where the mud flows had occurred. We could see Spirit Lake off in the distance, completely ice-covered. And they finally said, well, our 20 minutes is up. We're going to have to take off, or we'll go up above. And as we got above the cloud layer, suddenly Mount St. Helens began to erupt violently, throwing billowing black clouds up in chunks of ice with steam, circling behind them like meteors.
Yes.
It was, we just forgot our concerns, our fears, and we're just photographing like mad all around, circling for about half an hour, and we finally had to come back. But that was so exciting, and one of the great, opportunities for geologists to see an exploding volcano like that.
Yeah.
But,
no kidding. I guess you get caught up in the moment. You just don't even think about the danger behind it, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So right now, I'd like to go to Yellowstone. Get an invitation.
No kidding. Again, going back to the whole 2012 thing, a lot of people are very conscious, the end of days, and start looking around at things around the world. Cal, the documentary that you saw with the signs, does it?
I've got them. Okay, here they are. Now, I I have a crush on Will Smith. I think he's a wonderful actor, and he loved his dog in I Am Legend. Did you see that yet?
Yes.
Jim didn't. Okay, that's one of the signs, believe it or not. And it's not that far-fetched, a plague. We definitely could get a virus. I mean, go back to the AIDS thing. Yes, it was bad. It still is around, but, people can live with it. We're talking about a deadly plague, and they had wonderful experts on this show. And again, if you can catch it this week, watch it. Just so many experts, and they were saying there's one plague that you could get, which you would actually die within 9 days. It would be a respiratory disease. It could be a lot worse. I mean, there's other plagues that you see, like Ebola, which I wouldn't want to get, but a plague could be one of the signs. Then you'd have your straggling survivors. They talked about the gamma rays. What is that? Turning Earth into a nuclear winter. What are gamma rays? That kind of lost me.
Well, it's radiation. They're not particles like the alpha particles, and they can be shielded more easily, but they're deadly if you get unshielded and get near gamma rays.
Well, they connect it with the sun. If the sun goes AWOL or goes out, then we're going to go into an ice age. How fun is that? Then they talked about this, and there's a lot of people that are making their predictions for 2009. There's so many of us, people way more accurate than I am, for sure. And some people are saying an asteroid could actually hit the Earth, or a comet. Watch the movie Deep Impact, fun. The sea, Jim and I were talking about, and this is in the Bible, and I'm a Catholic, but I'm not a Bible fanatic, but the sea, the rivers, they actually turn red. Jim, explain that.
That's an algae thing, isn't it, Jim, where the water...
Yeah, dinoflagellates, the red tide, and they kill fish and... especially shellfish. They make the shellfish poisonous.
Yes, and there's a release of methane gas too, isn't there, that actually causes it? I mean, I saw this thing where they were talking about the deadly plagues of Moses, and one of them was there's a carbon monoxide or something that was actually released from the lake after it turned red, or the sea after it turned red, which of course stays closer to the ground. And at that particular time, all the firstborn males slept on beds closer to the ground. All the, second generation, or the second in line, third in line children, they all slept in the rafters, which killed all the firstborn of Egypt.
Okay, yes, that sounds logical. Remember, there was a lake in Africa that overturned, and all the villages around there were overwhelmed while they were sleeping with methane.
Yes, and that was right after an earthquake, wasn't it?
It might be. I never made that connection, but that would be most interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, because of a release of the methane
about
gas.
10 years ago.
Yeah.
About 10 years ago.
Yeah.
I forget the name of it.
And it was everything. Animals, people, everything. Just boom, drop dead.
What was odd about this show, they had 7, and it was nicely laid out with transitions, but for some reason, it turned out like there was 8 because they were overlapping, some of them, and the last one, they brought in global warming, and I thought that was so ironic because, look what happened to Russia today. They're turning off natural gas for, 12 European countries? Talk about poop Nazis. This is absurd. And look at the storms that are happening up in Seattle and Washington. They're getting snow like they've never had before.
Yeah.
Plus, and what is weird, Tahoe is in a drought. We had our one storm. Do you realize when I was walking the dogs today, no coat? This is bizarre. It's slush outside. I'm going swimming tomorrow. We are in January. We don't even have the snow, what do you call the snowcats, the big, those big trucks that come and clear the roads. They're not even coming down our street this year. We are in a severe drought. So that
it's 70 this summer. This weekend, it's 70 degrees around here.
I know, people are talking about an early spring, about irises coming out in February. So that part makes me believe, global warming. And then look what happened with Venice. It was underwater. But that, I don't know if that was really global warming or if it was just a fluke.
Extremely high tides, with the new moon prior to the full moon perigee of December.
And then we did
that's going to happen again, by the way. And on the 10th, just coming right up, we're going to have an 8.9-foot tide at the Golden Gate, which is about 7 foot high and a 1.9 low.
Wow.
And that's extremely high. We'll probably have flooding along Highway 101 near San Rafael. And of course, the earthquake potential goes up.
Yes.
So I do have quake warnings for the Bay Area, the Los Angeles area, Washington, Oregon, and a major quake around the Ring of Fire around the Pacific.
And I don't think Italy is through. I predicted last year on Coast to Coast in January that Italy would have a quake that I didn't want to be around, and that's why I put off my trip to Europe. I really want to go to Tuscany before I expire. And we did have 3 moderate quakes in the end part of December this year, or 2008. One was in southern Italy and 2 were in northern, and the 2 in northern were definitely widely felt. They downgraded them, though. They were in the mid-5s, but they were moderate quakes. And I'm just sensing with Jim's seismic window, and I'm looking at this calendar he gave me, there was a 1915 quake in Italy. How do you pronounce that? Avazzano? Was that a great quake? Or
Avazzano. I think Avazzano.
Was that a major quake or what?
It sure was. No, it was major.
Isn't that though? I seen a video of, it was like a home video. They were in a church when I think that was the quake, when that quake hit, and the whole top of the roof is collapsing in, and they're just trying to run to get out of there as everything came down. I think that was the quake.
That was January 13th. That was January 13th, 1915, and with all that water that Venice and Europe had, and with the window coming up, and with those 3 moderate quakes, it wouldn't shock me if Italy had a significant quake at all.
Mm-hmm. In a lot of the European countries, I mean, whenever you go there, the houses and everything, the roadways, everything is just so tightly knit. I mean, you're just packed in there. And then a lot of these, like we saw in China, these buildings are not designed to withstand quakes.
Yep, that's right.
You don't want me to go to Europe, do you? I didn't need to hear that. So what am I going to do? Just eat European chocolate for the rest of my life and never get to go? On my website, calori.com, I have a whole European scroller of all these black and white European photos, and it's moving with European music. It's so sad that I have to play Europe and not go.
Well, what you were saying before about me being a rabbit's foot for quakes, I'll make you a deal. When you do go to Europe, we'll do a program while you're there, and you'll be fine.
That'd be great.
Do you remember Saturday Night Live with, I don't know, you might be too young, Jack, Saturday Night Live with Mr. Bill?
Mm-hmm. Oh, sure.
Yeah, that's how I feel. You'd make me go on like Mr. Bill. No.
Yes, but we would get the scoop, and Jim would be there for support of telling you what to do.
All right. What? Yeah, when you're...
Had 2 incidents in New Zealand that were really interesting. We got to this Lake Taupo on this wonderful oversight and a just breathtaking view, and this young, really good-looking Danish couple showed up, and we were talking quite a bit, and I said, I handed out a copy of my newsletter and said, we're in one of the best windows, well, the best since 1993, with the maximum tidal force, and, there's a chance that you could have a quake around Denmark. And, is that right? Well, I knew they had one about 10 years ago. And, by golly, 2 days later, there was a 5.5 about 80 miles from Copenhagen. Pretty rare. And so then we went on down to Rotorua, where the thermal area is still active right now, and they have, generating electricity. But we had a tour from this wonderful Maori guide, and her grandmother had been the first Maori that ever went to Oxford. And we just had a great time while around the thermal pools and see where they had the community baths. And the smell of sulfur was really strong, and we got to see the geysers. Anyway, I handed out a copy after the tour of my newsletter to her also, and talked about how New Zealand geology is pretty close to that of California, and we had we both all have glaciers and active volcanoes and a lot of earthquakes, big strike-slip fault. They're alpine faults like our San Andreas. And anyway, I said, the window's open for another few days, and you might have a quake here. And they had one at Rotorua, about 80 miles to the east, and it happened. So I hope those people remembered it. I hit both of those that I predicted to the local people.
Yeah, needless to say, they're probably subscribing to your newsletter now.
I have a couple of subscribers from New Zealand, and one from New Zealand, one from Australia.
Yes.
One from Mexico, a couple from Canada. Mostly U.S. and especially from the Northwest, where I'd been on a television show, predicted a quake for Seattle within a week of 3.5 to 5.5, and I got this poo-pooed reaction from the panel, the expert panel there from USGS and the University of Washington, and the moderator hung up on me. He was talking to me on the phone from my home in San Jose at the time, and I got letters from people saying that wasn't very nice to hang up on me. 5 days later, a 5-magnitude quake hit the Seattle airport, and I got about 2,000 letters and 200 new subscribers to my newsletter. A lot of them they've stayed with me.
You know, that's another concern of mine for my little predictions I wrote out tonight, is that February 28th, 2001, the squall. When Birkeland and I, we were up at the Barnes & Noble in Washington on our book tour for the Birkeland book, The Man Who Predicts Earthquakes, a couple of years ago, listening to this people tell the stories. That quake was really strong. With all their water, with all their snow, this is not going to help matters, come January, February. So I would not be surprised if Seattle had a quake.
Yes.
They are overdue, too. They're in a seismic lull, just like California.
Yes.
And I looked up that Italy quake. It was a 6.9. And that kind of goes with what I was saying, a moderate quake. So, 6.9 would be strong, wouldn't it? It wouldn't be moderate any longer.
Right.
It'd be strong.
But just a tenth off nature, yeah.
I got an email here from a listener that says that earthquake chart you put up reminds me of the phony, discredited global warming hockey stick graph.
Yeah. They didn't say that the actual proportion of CO2 in our atmosphere. So you've got 78% nitrogen, 21% oxygen. That totals 99%. Everything else is that last little 1%. And poor carbon dioxide only has 0.0038. And about 2 years ago, it was 0.0035. And say it doubled. Say it went up to 0.006. It's still such a tiny proportion, and they want to spend trillions of dollars to eliminate that little bit of CO2. And now, I heard something. There's a move to tax dairy cows because of their flatulence, putting out all that CO2. Did you hear that?
Yes, I've heard about that. They want to tax cow farting.
Yeah, about $75 a cow. That'll put the dairymen out of business.
Yeah, that's absolutely insane. So, obviously...
if you give cows chocolate, it'll get rid of it. I put it in the book.
That's how we got chocolate milk. I know I always love chocolate milk.
Are you kidding me?
No, I have 50 home cures, and one of them to get rid of flatulence, you eat dark chocolate, just a little bit. So give 2 ounces of dark chocolate, 70% cocoa content to all the cows, and that'll save a lot of money.
Well, there you go. Well,
how many boxes of chocolates can you buy for $1 trillion?
Yeah, no kidding, right? Yeah, I guess it would be a good idea to get into the chocolate business if they pass this tax for the cows. You could sell chocolate, additions. Yeah, just something to be like, my cows don't pass gas. They eat chocolate. Oh, boy. Anything to tax, I tell you. As a matter of fact, I heard about a senator in Illinois that was driving along, and there was someone who was texting on their phone, and he just wasn't paying attention, and he was making a turn and almost clipped the guy. And the senator was so mad, he started putting together a bill to make it illegal for people to text while walking on the street. And I thought to myself, come on. Everything's taxable.
Of course, it is in California. It's illegal to text right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, in a car.
Oh, okay. Well, all right. Well, that makes sense.
Yeah, well, I guess it does, yeah.
Yes. I've seen people in Atlanta doing that, and believe me, that's the worst place to drive in Atlanta. It's just horrible. It was second to Los Angeles as far as traffic, something like that? Incredible. Speaking of Los Angeles, the big quake that we had way back where the roads
94.
collapsed, 94, was it 94 where the roads all collapsed? Yeah, I think it was 94.
Yeah, that was the last time. Also 71
yes.
with the San Fernando. But the Northridge quake was in 94 on January 17. Hey, we're getting close to the anniversary.
Yes, that's true.
And I was just Brooklyn family reunion on the 1st and 2nd of January and warned my cousin that all of her beautiful Hummelware lined up around the walls was in danger, and she had to put some museum tape or some kind of restraint on it, and she said, I know I should, and she lost 90% of it 2 weeks later.
Oh, jeez. Well, what was the conditions like, or what was the moon condition like on that particular quake? That was a big one. That was pretty devastating. I think a lot of it had to do with a lot like China. Some of this stuff just wasn't constructed in the sense to handle a quake like that, wasn't it? Or was it just that powerful of a quake?
It was a thrust fault, which is really the worst kind because it's moving up from down below. Causes a lot of things to bounce into the air. And things are not, they're designed to prevent falling down, not move up. So my window was open. We had a full moon and a perigee, and my window closed at midnight on the 16th. So at 4:30 in the morning, 4.5 hours after my window closed, we got the big quake. And my critics say, well, you missed that one. Well, people went to sleep during the window. They were awakened by the quake, and I think they, were well advised.
Yes. I saw a video once of a guy that was standing on a road during one of those rolling quakes, and there was this one part that came through, and it threw this guy up in the air, and he came slamming down on the pavement, and then got the hell out of there.
Well, and it wouldn't be very high. It could be bounced up a foot maybe, but that would be about it.
Yes.
Jim, didn't you? I'm missing something. Didn't you? I remember I wrote an article on you right after it happened. You predicted the Northridge quake, and it was based on you based part of it on the animals, right? They were
partly, yeah. The number missing. In fact, 3 weeks in advance of that quake, there was a clear outflow of animals from the Lost and Found column and the Los Angeles Times, and I hadn't believed it that Vance would be rational, except the same thing happened in 1989 with the World Series quake. You get a 3-week warning before the largest quake. You there?
Oh yeah, we're here.
Okay, and so mostly it's a week to 10 days. But with the big ones, you get a 3-week warning, and so certainly, as you come back to Yellowstone, we're going to get the bisons all stampeding out, and the elk disappearing, and the fish flopping up on the bank, and all kinds of things. If there's going to be a large quake there, or a large volcanic eruption.
Yes,
it's a tourist town in Yellowstone. It's a tourist town in Yellowstone, but I just read the population. I mean, right there, it's very low. It's like 64. So who's going to be watching all the wildlife? The scientist?
Yeah, I would think that would be the case. That the scientists would, kind of. It's so difficult because of the fact that whenever it comes to so far the information that has been coming out of Yellowstone, like Jim said, that there was this, the information that came out, that all this stuff is happening, but they didn't elaborate on it as possibly bad information at first, or they got the numbers wrong because they said, 100 feet, but it could have been 100 millimeters or something like that.
Well, it was 100 feet, but that couldn't be right. They didn't even say when was the last time they measured it. If it had been, 10 years earlier, that would be incredible. If it had been 100 years earlier, maybe, because around a swelling magma. The Mount St. Helens was bending towards the north there. It was like a foot a day towards the end there. So it becomes possible. Yeah. And so if it had been 100 feet in any case, any decent scientist was going to want to know more about it and spend an awful lot of time there, whether it was winter or not, and say, well, we'll look into it this summer.
Yes. Yeah, and I think Hal's right. I mean, the people that would be watching and paying attention to what the animal behavior would be in Yellowstone, park rangers, right? I mean, especially if you have the bison just they're leaving. They're just backing up and going.
Yeah.
I think I think it's going to be very, even though it's totally sizzled right now, just like, Vert Mogul did, I still think there is a 50-50 chance it could come back. And if it's stronger, if they start, if we start seeing 4.0s and 5.0s, and then the fear is going to increase. And I don't know what it'll take to make them do an evacuation, but it would be a large area. I don't think it's ready to do that, but I still think there is a chance that it stopped so abruptly.
Yes.
Did you see how it did? And then it just...
Well, that 3.9 quake was on the day of the new moon. Maximum times, the secondary window. And then now we went through the quarter moon and things stopped.
Right.
So now we're going up to... full moon here in a couple of days, and we'll see if they don't pick up the action up there.
Right.
Jack, you remember Dana, the astrologer. She's had some good hits and some misses. She missed on the president.
Yes.
She thought McCain would get it, but she did get the geysers right on the 4th the other day. We had a 4.2. It was downgraded, so I've got to give her a lot of credit for that. Because the geysers always don't get something that strong.
Right.
But she does say that Yellowstone is going to come alive again this month, just as I say that it will.
Right, and with this moon coming in, I would imagine.
Yeah, let me see what day she says. She has it right.
Speaking of animals, by the way, I have an email here from a listener, and it's directed to you, Cal. And I'll read it to you and give you a chance to tell us a little bit about this. It's something we covered last time.
Let me finish the Yellowstone. I found her date, and then I'll do it. The recent swarm, and this is from Dana, an astrologer that's on Earthquake Epicenter, was on Jack's program a while ago. The recent swarm in Yellowstone National Park, Wyoming, began with when the planet Mars moved to a critical degree astrologically. The swarm should continue till January 19th and possibly increase January 6th and the 17th. Activity could start up again January 30th. But you see those dates they don't go with the lunar cycles, which is very odd for her. Do you see that, John? They didn't even, it's not, or how about the new moon? When is the new moon?
Following this, at 14 days, and so the 24th.
Yeah, so that's just at the very end of your window, at the very end.
Well,
all right. Let me hold you both right there. We're at the top of the hour. We'll take a quick break. When I come back, we'll talk a little bit more about that, because I don't know. Could it be a delayed effect? I mean, is there a delayed effect from the moon whenever you have a full moon, especially when it comes to seismic activity? Causes the pressure down below because of the pull on the Earth, and then eventually starts to build up and then releases days or maybe even a week or so after. I don't know. We'll talk about that too, and I'll read this email and I'll let Cal answer from your questions. And of course, email me, CaptainJack@WPRTradio.com is the email to send to, and as well, we'll open up the phone lines as usual. Stick around. We'll see you on the other side after the news.
This is Paranormal Radio. Email Captain Jack at WPRTradio.com.
In USA Radio News, I'm Hope Duggar. Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice pressed Israel again today to commit to a U.S.-backed ceasefire plan for Gaza. Rice added it's essential that the truce be long-lasting.
The United States and several other countries have been working very hard to get to a ceasefire. We believe a ceasefire is necessary, but it has to be a ceasefire that will not allow a return to the status quo.
Rice said she also applauds Egyptian President Hosni Mubarak's willingness to work with Israel to secure its border with the Gaza Strip. The UN Security Council remains divided over an agreement on a ceasefire. A $5.5 billion price tag could be attached to the buildup of U.S. forces in Afghanistan. Secretary of Defense Robert Gates told Congress of the estimate in a letter. He put the cost of the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan at another $69.7 billion in fiscal year 2009. This is IRN USA Radio News.
Hi, how in the world are you anyway? This is Andy Willoughby with the 3-Step Plan Home-Based Business System. After just 2 short years, thousands of Americans are successfully working from home with the 3-Step Plan.
Hi, my name is Jeannie. Because of the 3-step plan, I'm able to work from home and be a full-time mom, and that means everything to me.
Hello, my name is Bill. I've been working the 3-step plan for 18 months, and in that amount of time, I've been able to quit my job, pay off all of my bills, and even began to save money.
For information, go to 3stepplan.com or call toll-free 800-658-0459.
My name is Emma, and I'm a senior citizen, and I've worked with the 3-step plan for several years. Today, my house and cars are paid for. I have the time and the money to travel. The 3-step plan has given me hope and financial freedom.
You'll need a telephone, internet access, and a positive attitude. Go to 3stepplan.com or call toll-free 800-658-0459. 800-658-0459.
Details are expected tomorrow about President-elect Barack Obama's economic stimulus plan. His transition office says Obama will make the case for urgent action in a speech at George Mason University in Virginia. The cost of the package is expected to top $700 billion. Meantime, stocks have fallen after new figures showed firms are rapidly scaling back on jobs.
The findings of the ADP survey are pretty bleak. An estimated 693,000 jobs were eliminated in December. It's the worst figure since ADP's records began in 2001. Companies are acting now because they want to protect their businesses and scale back operations as the country slides into recession. It comes as the aluminium producer Alcoa announced it's reducing its global workforce by about 13,500 or 13%. U.S. stock markets fell in early trading with few signs of a potential improvement in key economic data.
For the latest news and analysis, log on to irnnews.com.
Is the stress of credit card debt eating you up inside? Meet Kevin Watts, one of the owners of Homefront Financial Group.
Depending on the state of the client's financial affairs, we can settle their debts between 40 and 60%.
Call for your free information and consultation now.
It's such a pleasure to help people.
Individual results may vary, not available in all states. Call 800-890-7654. 800-890-7654. That's 800-890-7654.
Majority Leader Harry Reid says the U.S. Senate will wait for a court ruling before taking action on seating Roland Burris as the junior U.S. Senator from Illinois. The case on signatures required to seat Burris is before the Illinois Supreme Court. The announcement came after a meeting that included Burris and Reid in Washington, D.C. Ratings giant Arbitron has reached a settlement with 2 states over a meter used to develop radio ratings. Bloomberg.com reports Arbitron settled claims by New York and New Jersey that the portable people meter didn't adequately represent young African American and Hispanic listeners. Arbitron will contribute to minority broadcasters as part of the settlement. 20,000 new products are being introduced this week at the 2009 International Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas.
Steve Cadera with the Consumer Electronics Association says he was bowled over by the sheer size of the event showroom floor. He says it's a jam-packed, electrifying 1.7 million net square feet of exhibit space. Cadera explains why, despite rough economic conditions in virtually every other industry, consumer electronics sales appear to be impervious to those elements.
Electronics have really become a necessity rather than a luxury. It used to be, I want a TV, but do I really need one now? You need a TV. You need your cell phone to communicate. You need internet access for school or work.
Cadera says among the many items that get him excited at this year's show is a Bluetooth-enabled pair of sunglasses. He says with these shades, a person can listen to their music, take calls, and even keep from squinting in the sun.
With IRN USA Radio News, I'm Hope Duggar.
Do you want to dive into the bizarre world of the paranormal? Do ghosts, UFOs, or the supernatural amaze you to the point of wanting to learn more? Well then, you need BVRN, the Black Vault Radio Network. With more than 1,200 hours of on-demand talk radio, syndicated from more than 35 shows, the Black Vault Radio Network is your one-stop shop for the world of the unexplained. Check us out and tune in 24 hours a day at www.blackvaultradio.com. Again, that's www.blackvaultradio.com.
Everybody, here we are on a Thursday night. My guests, Jim Berkland and Cal Orey. We've been sitting here talking about earthquakes, talking about Yellowstone. One of the things that I asked the question about here at the end, I mean, Cal was telling us about some predictions that were made about the geysers and stuff, and I thought, well, we have a full moon coming. It's going to be very close to the Earth. They're looking at high tides from this. Can it cause enough pressure on the planet, or enough pull on the planet to cause all this activity to go, and it just takes a while for it to get to the surface, or these geysers to blow? I don't know. And I have an email here that I promised that I would get to. I copied it and pasted it right in front of me, so I have it. It says, "Hey Jack, the last show you did with Jim and Cal was talking about her cat. It was so sad. I almost cried because I'm close to my own cat, so I felt for her. How is her cat? And also, did I hear right? All the chocolate I can eat and not gain a bucket load of weight? How can I do that? I need to know. Also, I'm in Seattle, so for Jim, does he think that Seattle will have something major in the next 6 months?" All right, there's several questions in there. I'll see which one we can get to first. First, Cal, you were telling me a little bit about your cat here whenever I got you on the phone at the beginning of the program. Okay. Listeners want to know.
Okay, here's the deal with Kerouac. He's 10 or 11. I love him dearly. He's a seismic sensitive cat, and I've had him since he was a year old. Healthiest cat I've ever had. He was diagnosed with renal failure, very common in cats. I have learned since that cats can buy time, so can dogs, especially if you put him on a special diet, which he is on. He's doing great. He doesn't know. I don't know. I almost went back and retested the numbers thinking maybe they screwed up. But he's doing great. One of my editors made it the cover story on a national magazine, a Christmas miracle cat. Maybe there was some positive energy going on. Remember, the prognosis is he's going to expire. You don't live without a kidney. 75% of his kidney is gone, but he is doing great. His height is there. He's jumping up tall on his, cat trees. He's playing. He's affectionate. He's eating. He's doing great. And I told the vet that. And the vet also took back the 6 months. He said, I'm not going to stick with that 6 months. You pushed me into it. And so he's not giving him, a date. So he's doing really good, and I'm thrilled.
I'd be like, I want my money back there, Mr. Vet.
And the chocolate, this is the secret. Okay, I'm a little person anyway. I'm petite. I'm size 4, size 6, and I do swim all the time to keep my blood pressure intact, and it works. And I do walk my dogs every day. So the key is you want to stay physical. You can't pig out on chocolate and stay lean, and wear the size 4, 6 jeans and the bathing suit. So, and also the chocolate. Now that the book is over, I still will eat chocolate, dark chocolate in moderation. The really good stuff. Not the mass market stuff you buy at, the grocery stores and stuff, but the really good European chocolate that you can savor. And it's not that many calories. It's like 150 to 200 calories. And if you can incorporate that into your diet daily, and you're not going to pack on the pounds. You might have to give up that Big Mac or, large fries, but it's worth it, especially the European chocolate. So that's how you do it. Stay physical and just really savor the chocolate you eat, or have a small chocolate muffin. And that's how the French women don't get fat. And I have that philosophy all through the book. French women, a lot of them do not get fat because they walk a lot, they stay physical, and they eat small portions. It's portions.
Chocolate and wine, two major factors for antioxidants, which is healthy for you.
Definitely. So. I have a whole chapter on mixing what wines with what chocolates. I don't drink, so I had to go to a wine expert, and she got me through it. But a whole chapter on that. The book should be released at the end of the year. It takes a whole year to go through, all the editing process and everything. But very excited.
I was recently told too, and I tried this: a chocolate and beer. If you try chocolate in certain beers, it's really good.
Yeah. Dark chocolate is infused with beers. Of course, because I don't drink, I passed on that one. Yeah. But I do like the ones with the herbs and the spices and the fruits. Once you taste those, you just can't go back to a Snickers bar or a Mars bar. It's like I've become a chocolate snob. In fact, after this program, I'm probably going to go on this website where you can order chocolate from Europe, and I'm going to pay for it. I'm addicted.
You are.
Once you go to where I went, you just can't go back.
Well, I believe that. I believe that wholeheartedly. Actually, chocolate. I'm not a big sweets person myself, but there are some chocolates where it's just like I gotta have it. It tastes too good.
It's fine chocolate, and the other stuff, it's like fast food. I'll never go back.
Right. All right. Let me ask you, Jim. As far as the other question was, she lives in Seattle. What are you looking at as far as the next 6 months for Seattle?
Well, I think you're wise in putting it off 6 months because there is the lag effect between excessive rainfall and snow load and the upcoming quake. Now, the greatest snowpack until about 82 or 3 was in 1952. Mm-hmm. And that time up by Truckee, the city of San Francisco's Streamliner train was stalled in the snow and couldn't get over the pass. And they had to send snowcats out to get the passengers after about 3 days. And when that snow melted, came down into San Joaquin Valley, and that was the year on July 21st. That's when the 7.7 hit near Kern County, south of Bakersfield. And that was on the day of the new moon, on July 21st. And 1 month later, we had an eclipse of the sun. And 2 days after that, a 6.0 hit Bakersfield. It was even worse. So what you had was record snow melting, filling the streams and the groundwater table and the reservoirs, and that loading and infiltration down in the fault lines helped trigger the biggest quake in California since 1906.
Yes. So
there could easily be a pretty good jolt up in the Puget Sound area. Let's look ahead here. There's a June 20th to 27th, there's another Perigean spring tide when the tides are extremely high because of, in this case, the new moon in perigee. And then on July 19 to 26, the same thing. So we will not have extreme conditions with 8.9-foot tides at the Golden Gate after the 12th of this year, this month, until June and then July. So I would say June and July of the summer high odds for a pretty good jolt up in the Seattle area.
Yes. Now
My take on it, I think it's going to happen sooner, just because I like to do the history repeats itself, and like I said earlier, the Nisqually quake on the 28th of February, and because it seems like Washington has been in a huge seismic roll, they're so overdue. I'm saying all this pressure of the snow that they're not used to in Seattle, all of the rain, that they could definitely have a moderate quake anywhere from now, especially with Brooklyn's seismic window coming up, all the way through February, March. So I'm saying now through, until spring.
Right.
Before.
There was, and I know we kind of touched on this a little bit, whenever it comes to animal behavior. And I know there's a question lingering out there, which Celine is pulling up about. Someone wants to know about domestic animals. We've talked about domestic animals, like your cat, of course, is intuitive in the sense of being able to know when these things are happening, they just start acting funny. But one of the methods that you use to track this is by looking in the paper and you see the amount of animals that have been reported missing, lost and found, if you will. The newspaper is getting less and less used as far as posting ads like that, and the internet is being used. Have you had to adjust your tracking of that a little bit?
It's really hurt this method. It was really the second best method I had. I had the 3GG method. I had gravity gradients and the animals running away, gone gatos, and the changes in the geyser gaps. So I had the 3GG method, and that was shown in the one of the newspapers, and they kind of kidded around with it. It was working very well, but definitely I'm handicapped now by the far fewer numbers of missing pets. In those days, back in the 80s, typically in the Mercury News, you'd see 5 to 10 missing cats and 20 to 40 or 50 missing dogs. And I found with this one quake that hit near Hollister on the day of a full moon, the animals had been disappearing in large numbers. Starting about a week before, there were ordinary numbers, and then they rapidly increased to a peak, hit 58, I believe, on the day of the quake itself, and then rapidly dropped off. And when I took all of these, I cut these clippings out and put them on a piece of paper, it made a beautiful bar graph with the peak on the day of the quake. It's just something you couldn't miss it.
Really?
Much more impressive than just looking at numbers.
Yes, indeed, visually. And as far as the behavior of domesticated animals, I mean, the domesticated animals, whether how sensitive they are, they get affected by it no matter what, right, Cal?
First, I wanted to expound on what Jim said. We have to keep up with the times, and on earthquakeepicenter.com, on the home page, we have 2 links right on there. There's a lot of clutter because I have too much in my mind, but you can go to www.tabbytracker.com, www.fidofinder.com. You can type in your zip code wherever you live, Seattle, LA, San Francisco, Tahoe. Type in your zip code, and you can see how many missing cats and how many missing dogs are there, and it's free. So it's just more progressive. I use it all the time, and right now the numbers are very high for the San Francisco Bay Area. They're up at 41 dogs missing, but they're not all current. But then Jim had told me as long as they're going up, because I monitor it a lot, it's still, it's making a difference. And for cats in the Bay Area, it's 20 that are actually lost. And you can look for lost cats and found cats. So to me, it seems it's more progressive than getting out the newspaper. Newspapers are going to be obsolete, by the way.
Yes.
We killed our paper in Tahoe. Yes. And so it's online. Even books are going to be obsolete. You buy, you get your e-books.
Oh, hell,
so
there's
you got to get that book about Cal wrote about me, and I sell for $20. I'll send you a signed copy from my side, postpaid.
Nice.
The Man Who Predicts Earthquakes, Jim Birkeland, Maverick Geologist. You can get them on Amazon, but you get them in bookstores, and you really ought to get it. Cal did a fine job, and so many. At least a half a dozen writers in the past had contacted me about writing about my method. But Cal pursued it and did a great job.
Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, there's a lot.
What was the other? What was the other animal? What was the other animal question you were going to ask about wild animals?
Yeah, the difference between domesticated animals and wild animals as far as their behavior is concerned.
I think it's the same, and I think Jim will agree.
Oh yes,
you have to be.
You don't know them as well. You don't know. If you're feeding, say, feral cats or deer or something come around your house, and suddenly you don't see them for days, or maybe you haven't ever had them around your house, and all of a sudden they're clustered around your house. It's the odd thing. You hear pheasants calling at night, or sleeping in the trees instead of on the ground.
Yes.
You have the milk production going down, egg production going down. You see strange fish come into the shore. There are so many things. If you go to that book, When the Snakes Awake, by Helmut Tribuch, it's a really excellent book on the subject. Came out in 1982, and it seemed so outlandish that he was a scientist, he still is, but he could not publish in this country, and he went to England. They would not publish it. This old wives' tales, anecdotes, no good. But he published in his native German. It was so good that the Massachusetts Institute of Technology translated it from German into English and made it available to us. Now it's in its multi copies of editions.
Oh, very nice. China uses that same method, right, as far as snakes are concerned, as far as earthquakes?
Well, they certainly did, but they were so afraid to be embarrassed with Westerners, they would deny it. They said, some peasants believe in that, but we scientists just believe in your standard battery of gravitational changes and, black box kind of treatment. But when I traveled to Australia, and New Zealand, and China, and Eastern Canada, and Peru, these are people, the people believe in it. Whatever the scientists say, they're just unwilling to look at what's happening. Yes. But the people are very favorable to tides and quakes and animal actions with quakes. And all you have to do, I'm going to be speaking to the Tesla Society at the San Francisco Library on Sunday at 1 o'clock, free. But about a month ago, I thought I would see how many people are coming around to the idea of tides and quakes? Because I used to be, a pariah.
Yes.
I plugged it in on Google, and there were 330,000 references to tides and quakes.
Nice.
Yeah.
There was a study conducted yesterday, and I found it on online, and it was about lucky people are observant. And I can't say that people that predict earthquakes are lucky, but at times they can be because of their observance. And the lead author of the study, what he did, he had a lot of participants, and they put a $50 a letter saying you will get $50 if you find this, and they put it like in a manuscript, and they gave it to all the participants. And the ones that found it, because of their observance, they actually got the $50. And I believe this goes with your animals. Sometimes we get really busy, like when I was working on the chocolate book, I wasn't giving as much attention to my animals as I'm going to be now because I'm taking a sabbatical. So you can bet if my dogs or if my cat's acting weird, I'm going to be really in tune. Same with my own physical symptoms. And with, wildlife, I'll be more observant. So the more observant humans are of wildlife or their own animals, the more likely, they're going to be in tune to what Mother Nature's going to do now.
Yeah, that's kind of funny you mentioned that about the $50 thing. There was a gentleman that emailed me, I don't know, a couple of months ago, and he listens to the program regularly, from what I understand. But he was building his own observatory, his own telescope or something, on a piece of property that he owned, and he wound up finding a better location, some observatory, some telescope thing that was for sale that he wound up buying on top of some mountain or whatever. But he did for fun, because everyone uses Google Earth. He had large letters that were put on this big slab of cement that was laid for this thing that says, if you can see this, contact me at this phone number, and you won $1 million. And so he sent this email out to me telling me about this. I don't know, I can take it at face value, but, observant people, can be lucky, yes.
It's true. It's just true. And also you have to be a believer. I mean, I remember when I interviewed Andy Michael, the seismologist with the USGS, he's friendly, but a little bit short-sighted with the animal prediction, and I gave him a hypothetical scenario. I said, okay, if you were, this was after the Indian Ocean quake tsunami, I said, okay, if you were out camping somewhere and the animals were acting really bizarre, would you think that maybe a quake was going to happen? And he said, no, but I would be curious to see why the animals were behaving strangely. So that was, a step in the right direction.
Yes, indeed. Because you both have taken a lot of heat for that aspect of it, but the data, the information that you come up with because of it is accurate. So it makes me laugh whenever people poo-poo it.
I just got a letter from San Francisco and said, I'm not a scientist, but I am very interested in the principles that you discussed in your newsletter regarding established science's ignorance and ridiculing your and other scientists' observations regarding predicting earthquakes. The last paragraph says, thank you most of all for sharing your sunny universe view with your subscribers. See, I'm really an optimist, and I believe that my colleagues are going to come around eventually.
Yes.
It's only taken me 30 years so far, but I've got another 10 years maybe to work on them.
Yeah, it's really funny. I mean, like what we were talking about at the beginning of the program, whenever you start looking at some of these charts and these other things and this information that, like you were saying, that they tried doing their predictions and then they botched that and were embarrassed about it and just ran away from it. If they would just use your methods, because the data's solid, we could at least have, and your window of time has always been right in there. I mean, maybe a day after, a day before, or right in there, most accurate. It's always dead on, in a sense, and as far as you can be dead on.
It certainly helps.
Yeah.
That's it. It gives you the time when the potential goes up in any seismically active area, and it's up to the people that live in any seismically active area to see what's going on with nature around them, and not just discard it. Like before the big quake in Alaska, in March 27th of '64, it was a 9.2. The lady that lives in Seward wrote me and said that all of the seagulls disappeared from the harbor that day. She'd never seen that before, and the quake was about 5:30 at night.
The rats and the mice. I just read that the other day. The rats and the mice.
That's right. They're running around the streets of Seward that afternoon.
Really?
And then on Kodiak Island, they installed a measurement of the ionosphere, some new instrumentation, and their daily detection was 5 or 10 gamma changes, and suddenly it recorded 100 gamma glitch, they thought, and damn machine, kick it, and that was the afternoon of the big quake. So, but they discounted their own evidence.
But the problem is, and I do agree and I see it, animals can be unreliable. Like when my cat, when I said he was sick and I took him to the vet, it was because he had cystitis. He urinated in a place he never had before done. Now, that could have been a sign that a quake was going to happen. No great quake or major quake did happen. He had cystitis, and that was it. And so the scientists at USGS, and that's what they always tell me, if I called them tomorrow, they would say the same thing. They would say they're unreliable. And they are. Jim, remember, you were on some TV show, I believe, and it was in the summer, and we had a exodus of slugs in Bakersfield, and I remember you made a prediction, and nothing happened. Do you remember that? And I don't mean to
sure. That's why you don't depend on one single thing. You need everything you can. There's no magic bullet, so you use your whole arsenal.
Yes, indeed.
Exactly.
There's
what data you have.
This is very cryptic to me. I'm not sure what they're referring to, but it says, what about the Riverside County area of Southern California banning, and it's Salton Sea area? It has some questions. Banning Salton Sea area. Does that make any sense to you?
Oh, Banning is a town.
Okay.
Banning is a town.
Oh, Banning, right. They want to know if a quake's going to happen very soon.
Well, I hope so. You get a 6 down there, away from the
right. Wait to 2010, and I don't want a great quake down there. That'll be awful.
I don't want a great one. No, except a strong one, a 6. But that's one of those areas that is a volcanic area. It has a high heat flow at very shallow depths, and they have a geothermal plant making a lot of electricity down there at the south end of Salton Sea. And the quakes down there mostly don't conform to my windows, and it used to bother me until I realized it's got its own pattern. And so it has a pattern that's similar to that around volcanoes. And it's probably because the heated rock doesn't transmit seismic energy as easily as solid rock. And so there's a delay between the maximum stresses and the release by an earthquake.
Interesting. Do you remember me asking you, last time you were on, there was this news story that I saw where, I can't remember where it was, somewhere in California, where an area of the ground was so hot, I mean, extremely hot, that whenever the guys would walk out there to do readings on it, their boots were melting, and they said that it's some sort of...
Basin.
Yes,
I mentioned that earlier.
Yes.
That's in Yellowstone, the Norris Basin, and I think they still keep people out of there.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely some activity. And one of the things that was really curious about that, I mean, here it is, they're saying that it's probably an underground coal fire of some kind, but there was no coal in California, in that area of California, wasn't it? Right?
Oh, that was different. That's down by Santa Barbara.
That's it. That's the one.
Yeah. Oh, that really hasn't been explained yet. There has been, there's some peat and there's some local carbonaceous material, but I have never been satisfied by their explanation of that high heat flow down there.
Yeah, because those guys were walking out there. I remember watching the video, and the guy walks off, and the soles of his boots were melted. And I'm thinking, underground fire? Come on, there's got to be. I'm thinking volcanic activity of some sort.
Well, I would like to see a better explanation. I was going to follow up on that and haven't lately, so there's something that remains in my immediate future to follow up on that one.
Yes.
What about the New Madrid zone? I've been getting questions for you, Jim, about that on earthquake epicenter, the New Madrid zone, because of all the snow and everything. And somebody wants me to come on their show for Arkansas, which is settled down again. What do you think about that area?
Well, they happen every 300 or 400 years, and the last big ones were in 1811, 1812. The first one came new moon, and unusually warm time for December back there, which they commented on. And so that was December the 16th, and then January 23rd and February 7th, the three greatest earthquakes that may have ever hit the United States. And then in 1895, they had a sixth that was quite damaging. And there have been no sixes there ever since. But back when Ivan Browning had predicted a big quake for around December 3rd, which was a Peruvian spring tide day, I had said there's less than 0.5% chance of it happening in December of 2000 when it's supposed to happen. And it didn't happen. Let's see. He had picked that extremely high tide time, but he'd pinned down a particular place on Earth a year in advance, and you can't do that with my methods. I mean, you have to have some local clues. And so one of the radio stations sent me the Memphis newspaper for about 3 months to see what the animals were doing. And in late September, there was a peak number of missing pets, and by golly, they got a 4.6 quake a few days later. And other people thought, oh, maybe it's a foreshock. But that was the only thing that was of interest. And despite the concentration of news people and pulling the fire stations, the engines out of the fire stations and calling school holidays and everything, there was just nothing. In fact, the whole month of December worldwide had no major quakes.
What I've noticed is that history often repeats itself in strange ways. Like last year, April 18th, instead of getting a quake in the San Francisco Bay Area, we got, the 5.2 in New Madrid zone, and it was really a wake-up call to the people that live there, and I mean to everybody. We all forgot about it. And so I think because of the heavy snowfall, that people are on edge, and they're going to be on edge come spring, thinking, oh, my God, is this going to happen again? Because of 5.2, isn't.
Well, that New Madrid scare was 1990. It was 1990, not 2000, and I spoke myself.
Did he give a magnitude for that?
He said a major quake, and he gave it about an 80% chance of happening.
Major usually falls under the 6 to 8, though, doesn't it? I mean,
7.0.
Yeah, 7 to 0 to 7.9.
7, right.
Yes.
And a strong quake is, a moderate quake is what, 5.0 to 5.9.
Yeah.
Well, they've always talked about the big one hitting California. That they've all kind of predicted because of the San Andreas Fault, or is that kind of fallen to the wayside over the years as far as
they mentioned it on the show the other night. The show I've been talking about, the Armageddon.
Mm-hmm.
They talked about the San Andreas and about the whole trigger effect and how big the San Andreas is, and it was freaking me out. And they showed, you got to see the show. They showed the Golden Gate Bridge collapse. They showed L.A. going down and all the buildings. Oh, it was so frightening. They showed all the buildings down in L.A. that they will actually collapse. Even the ones that have been built, the new ones that are somewhat earthquake seismic safe, they're not. And they're showing all the windows break out and falling. I mean, if we had an 8.0 plus down in Southern California, I don't want to be around at all.
That's so much overstated, and they're just for dramatic license there. And especially have San Francisco and Los Angeles in the same quake. Come on, give me a break.
Yes.
But I used to be more concerned about an upcoming great earthquake in the San Francisco Bay Area until the World Series quake of '89, and because there was a twin to that quake back in October 9th, 8th of 1865, and there was about a 7 magnitude quake near Loma Prieta under identical astronomical conditions. It was right after the full moon, right after the perigee was on the same day, and right after the extremely high tides. And they were twin quakes in magnitude, place, and results. And that 1865 quake is the one that had old Mark Twain all concerned. He was a newsman in San Francisco at the time, and that quake was involved in several of his later stories. But the thing that was somewhat eased my mind a bit is that if you look at 1865, then the great earthquake hit in 1906. That's 41 years, right? Well, the next Loma Prieta quake happened, 7.1, on the 17th of October in 1989. Add 41 years to 89, and you get 2030. So I'm not going to be worried about that one.
I don't know. I think San Fernando definitely could get a quake, and I have a prediction.
Well, you're talking Southern California. Yeah, right.
No, I'm saying. Yeah, but I don't think it's going to be a 6.0. I think it's going to be in the high 5s, but I still think that Northern California will get the next 6.0. I'll even raise the...
talking for you.
What'd you say? I know, I even told you I'd raise you. I really think Northern California is way overdue. It is. I'm looking at the map now, and gosh, from Seattle all the way down to Northern California to the Bay Area, it is dead. I don't remember it being like this. It's not normal. Didn't you tell me that offshore Northern California, every 150 days, it would have a moderate quake? It's not. The last one it had was November 28th last year, but still.
Hey, maybe it's
I don't remember that 150-day thing. That's news to me.
Maybe it's the calm before the storm.
Well, that's what I'm thinking.
Sure.
A lot of people think the quakes in Asia that have been going on recently in Fiji, and we've only had a lot of 5s in Japan, but they're thinking that can trigger over to the West Coast. It just looks really... it doesn't even look like we're seismically active anymore. It's bizarre.
Whenever you mentioned that about the what you saw in the documentary with the Golden Gate Bridge and all the buildings falling, it reminded me of... It reminded me of, like, Jim, you're just in New Zealand area. That whole area is basically man-made, where they had horrible floods in the past, and now they have built these homes that basically, well, they float. Like, when the water rises, the homes just float up. I mean, they just kind of rise and fall with it, and they've worked out great, and they're inexpensive. But the Chinese have been developing some amazing technology whenever it comes to making their buildings earthquake-proof. Have we, in the United States, adopted any of that?
Houseboats. There's a lot of those in San Francisco Bay.
Yes?
Yeah, move up and down with the tide.
But if there's a tsunami from Northern California, let's just say, hypothetically, we get a 7.5 up at Crescent City, and you're in a houseboat in the Bay Area, good luck. I'm just get a life jacket and a surfboard.
The height of the tsunami is reduced by about down to 10% once it goes through the Golden Gate.
Yes.
So don't worry about it.
You know, I also always see these documentaries where they show, you know, graphically, they show this tsunami, this wall of water coming in that's just miles upon miles high. It just takes out the building. Tsunamis, a lot of times, they're not like that. They don't look very big, but once they hit landfall, you realize just how big they are, right?
Yeah, they can get up to 90, 100 feet as a maximum if the submarine topography is favorable and it's a big enough movement on the seafloor.
Mm-hmm.
But the other one in the Indian Ocean was about 80 feet.
Mm-hmm.
And remember the one old timer told the villagers on the little island that when the sea withdraws, head for the high point, and they did, and they were well advised. But in many places, people rushed down when the sea withdrew before the wave came in to pick up seashells and fish and flopping there.
Yes.
So yeah, that's. We've got to get the word out here. Now, at least in the Indian Ocean, they have tsunami indicators. They didn't have the warning floats out there in the past, radio transmittals showing, you know, that there's tsunamis coming.
Mm-hmm.
And so the warnings were coming from way out in the Pacific, and they were, I think, they were shut down for the weekend or something. And the USGS didn't know who to call. There was nobody answering the phone. Plus, there's one USGS fellow that had been working in Sumatra, and he was evaluating the situation, and he realized that there was a big quake was due there on that trench off the Sumatra coast, and he was setting up a meeting with the governmental leaders, and they all at the last minute backed out, so the meeting never came to pass about a month before the actual quake. So he had printed up 5,000 brochures, which he handed out to schools and churches, and before the quake hit. And then when the quake hit, he was absolutely right on. He said, now there's likely to be another one further to the north because that whole fault was not released. It was not relieved. And it was on March the 8th of the following year, 2005, when an 8.7 hit. It was the strongest aftershock. Imagine an 8.7 aftershock.
Jeez.
If you have a quake on land, but on the coast or near water, really near, can you still have a tsunami, or if it's on land, you can't, without a doubt?
I have not heard any place on land. You can get, like in Tahoe, you can get a Seiche wave, where it vibrates back and forth, and it causes, it can be tens of feet high, and oscillates back and forth, and takes hours before it settles down.
Yeah, I got an email here from a listener asking about quakes near the Great Lakes, if that can cause a tsunami, if there's ever a risk of that at all around the Great Lake areas.
It's very minimal. Lake Erie's had a few quakes up to about 5 magnitude, but I don't think you have thrust faults there.
Yes.
At least I haven't heard of them. And the up and down motion is not as likely as sideways. But it's not impossible, but I've never heard of one.
Right. Well, I remember Cal was asking that time about, if you have a quake, if you're in an area, you have a quake and you're actually in the pool, what the hell do you do when that happens, I mean...
Go with the flow.
Yeah.
Go with the flow.
I can imagine.
That's what happened in near Santa Clara. They had a swim volleyball. Was it you're in the swimming pool and throwing the ball around. What is that? Swim
water polo.
Water polo. Yeah. The coach was down in the viewing area underneath next to the pool with a window, so he could watch for fouls and things to see how they're playing and swimming. And all of a sudden, he's looking at air. He was down there when the World Series quake hit.
Yes.
And the water surged up, poured off. A lot of it poured off on the other side, sweeping the swimmers up onto the bank, up onto the deck. And half of them clung to the hurricane fence wire, and the other half looked back and saw this water going back and forth, and somehow it surfs up, and they all jumped in to share in the sway. That really happened.
There's this outdoor pool that I swim at State Line. I'm probably going to go tomorrow because it's so warm, and the water's really warm. There's steam coming up, but it's on the third floor, and it's outdoors, and it's really beautiful. I mean, you're really close to Mother Nature. You can see all the pine trees. It's really gorgeous, and I love it, and no one should be there tomorrow. But if I look up, I can see the high-rise of the resort, and if there was a significant quake, isn't there a chance that all those windows could, bust out like the movie or the documentary I talked about on the History Channel?
I'd be more worried about that. I'd be more worried about that swimming pool on the third floor.
Yeah.
Why? What
that's
do you mean?
Tremendous weight.
So what are you saying?
I'm saying it could collapse.
Yeah.
Depends on what's underneath it. Do you have open space underneath it?
A parking lot. Wait, no. The casino.
Yeah. Okay.
Well,
I hope the players all have umbrellas.
So what are you saying? So you're saying that if there was really a significant quake, that could actually collapse?
Oh, yeah. I think.
You get water tanks collapsing.
That makes sense. I used to live in this bungalow on the peninsula in San Carlos, and I had a waterbed. I lived on the second floor, and I had a waterbed in the bedroom, which was above the garage. And when I moved, it was a historical land site, so they just got rid of the property. But when I moved, I could see how the floor sunk in a lot. Like a half a moon. So if there was a strong quake, you're right. Your whole theory of great. Yeah.
That's not good.
I'm not going to swim. I'm not going to go to Europe. We're all going to have nightmares tonight.
It's just a fun, packed-filled evening of paranormal radio. I got an email here when we're talking about the Europe trip. It says, "No, Jack. What you need to do is you need to go with her to Europe because of the fact that you want to experience an earthquake and you want to get the scoop at the same time. If you're a good luck charm as far as earthquakes, just being on the air, just imagine what it's like being in a close proximity of you. By the way, if you're moving anywhere near me, please let me know ahead of time." Yes.
Well, I was 27 years old as a native Californian before I felt my first earthquake, and that was the one down in Daly City.
Mm-hmm.
And it shook here. The P wave hit. I thought there had been an explosion in the downtown hotel, a gas explosion or something. I went for the door, and then the S waves hit, and it started rolling and rocking. It was hard to walk. And the neighbor's field of about 3 acres of pasture was undulating up and down about 1.5 feet. I was utterly transfixed and watching this, and I enjoyed it, and waited for big holes to open, big cracks to open up or swallow something, and it suddenly stopped just abruptly. And a neighbor was talking. There was only one person around that I could see, and it turned out that she was talking to the lady that had just driven up. And I hustled up there about 100 yards away, and I said, "Boy, that was some earthquake, wasn't it?" And this gal that was visiting her said, "Nothing like we had in Eureka 3 years ago." And so there was earthquake snobbery in my first encounter. Mine was bigger than yours.
The duration of an earthquake, that's interesting. The Loma Prieta, 15 seconds, it was for eternity for me. It was very frightening, but I just read that the Indonesia quakes, they were 30 to 40 seconds. 15 seconds seems like it's nothing, but it's really long. If you've ever been in excruciating pain, 15 seconds is for a lifetime. And an earthquake, a bad one that would go on for 40 seconds or a minute or 2 minutes or I don't know.
3 minutes. 3.5 minutes. Alaska was 3.5 minutes.
5 minutes. Gemini.
No, I showed you that.
Yes, I remember this.
We've been through that argument.
You never found it.
I've listened to the tape. Yeah.
The USGS said 3.5 minutes, but I saw somewhere 4 to 5 minutes. And you don't believe it? You still say 3.5?
No. Well, I listened to the tape. I had my watch, and I listened to the guy. The newsman in Anchorage was there recording a commercial, just doing a little practice, and all of a sudden, we got a quake here. That's a big one. Oh, there goes the bird cage. And, I wonder if the tower's still there. It turns out the tower was knocked off. So this went on for 3.5 minutes. So anyway,
teacher said it was 5.
I'm sorry.
He was there. He was there. He was there.
You said it seems like an eternity. Did he have his watch on it? It does seem like an eternity. Well, I'm surprised he didn't say 20 minutes.
Well, during that particular time, a 3-minute period, I mean, that's a long time for a quake.
Oh, yes.
I mean,
well, you can't get off the ground. You just can't move.
Yes.
People have heart attacks. People have heart attacks and strokes if they're, I don't know.
See, that just amazes me because maybe it's because of just my ignorance of never being in an earthquake, but I just, other than the buildings collapsing around me, I mean, I don't really see what the big problem is.
I've enjoyed all but one of the 82 quakes I felt.
No, I feel the same way, but the Livermore quakes in January, I'll never forget those. I was all alone like always, and they were rolling, and, they were 2 days apart. Those weren't fun. They were scary. The 6.2, the Morgan Hill quake in 84 when I was in Santa Cruz Mountains, that was scary, and the Loma Prieta. All the others were kind of fun and adrenaline rush and fun, but Loma Prieta, I would never, ever want to go through that again.
Really?
Awful.
Enough.
It
One
was
major
bad.
quake in a lifetime. That's enough.
And all the aftershocks, and then watching all the people that you know, the places that you go to, Santa Cruz and Oakland, and just watching all the devastation. It was awful. I mean, my dad, he was in San Jose at the time, and my brother had booked a flight to come visit us from Arizona, and we told him it's a bad timing, don't come. But oh no, my little brother comes, and he couldn't understand why my dad and I were freaked out. If he would touch us, we would jump. We were just on edge because all the aftershocks, and we still didn't know if that wasn't the big one. We didn't know if something stronger was going to come.
Yes.
I was writing 5 articles about the stupid thing. I put I had some silly little computer back then. I put it on the floor because it would just fall. I slept out in the living room for a week or two with the light on. A lot of people did. I didn't want to go back into the bedroom where it happened for me. It was just a bad place.
I can see you sleeping around a bunch of filled up file cabinets or something. That's the best place to go, right? If you have a file cabinet or something strong that you kind of like get up next to, so if everything collapses on you, you're kind of in that little pocket area, right?
People in the Watsonville area, they were sleeping outside because that was very heavily hit near Loma Prieta. They were sleeping outside for nights because, it was warm. It was an Indian summer. And I can understand. Just like people in the Asian countries where they don't want to go back inside.
No, well, yeah.
Scary.
Yeah,
it was scary.
Looking at the devastation of the China quake that happened. I mean, those schools, nothing was designed sorry about that, for earthquakes at all. I mean, everything just crumbled instantly.
But I would rather have an earthquake than a hurricane, or or a tornado, or a forest fire. After dealing with the Angora fire, I would rather have an earthquake any day. A forest fire is probably the most frightening thing you can ever imagine.
Yes.
That is bad. That is bad.
Yeah, I can imagine forest fires. I've seen videos of these guys like trying to get out of forest fires, trying to escape from their homes and getting caught in these things. It's just the intense heat, everything. And one guy stopped and he picks up a garden hose and he starts to try to save his neighbor's house. And I'm thinking, are you retarded? Get out of there. Leave. You're not going to save it with a garden hose.
It happened so fast. It was just, actually, it started 2 days prior, and I was getting ready in my mind. We were all on edge, but when it jumped the line, people thought I was gone, and the news, they sensationalized it. They had a backdrop of the casinos up in smoke, Tahoe's gone forever, and it was bad. It was bad, but it wasn't as bad as MSNBC.com and all the other newspapers made it out to be. But it was bad, and a lot of people did lose their homes, but nobody died.
Right. If it bleeds, it leads.
And, because we're in a drought. That's what we faced this summer, and that's what's got me. I'm going to have to get insurance, I still don't have insurance, but I should.
I'm surprised you don't have insurance.
I know. I called the insurance company, and I said, as soon as the moratorium's off, call me back. I'm going to get it. And then I just you get complacent.
I bet Jim,
there you go.
I bet Jim has all kinds of insurance.
Earthquake preparedness, the same way. I say it's like driving along a mountain road, or like the Highway 1 in California. preparedness is like on one side is the rut of apathy, and on the other side is the precipice of panic.
Yes.
And in the middle of the road is apathy.
Yes.
And they're all there, and people conform different ways. And the idea is not to overreact. When people, I pass this along, I may bring it out to the Tesla Society also, that they say, well, when are we going to slide into the sea? And it usually comes from somebody from the Midwest or the East Coast, you know. When's California going to slide in the sea? And I said, well, haven't you been over in Palm Springs or the Altamont Pass and seen all those big fans up there?
Yeah.
The minute we start to slide, they're going to turn on those propellers and pull us right back.
Very good. So you're speaking at that. When is it? Tomorrow, is it?
It's on
the
Sunday.
11th.
Sunday. Oh,
I
the
think
11th.
it's on the 11th. I saw it. I saw a link on the internet.
And how does one find the information on that and where to go and what to do?
The internet, the Tesla Society of, I guess, San Francisco, and it's at the public library, 1 o'clock, free. And I haven't been in that library. I haven't been into the new library. I went to the old library several times, speaking to the former librarian, who was at the same time that I was doing it, was researching the 1906 quake, and we both independently came to the conclusion that thousands and thousands of people died, not a few hundred, as it was in all of the textbooks. And her book came out in 1989, Denial of Disaster, and I had a couple agreements with people to co-write and author a book, and it never came about. So
that's Gladys Hansen. I interviewed her, and there's an interview with the man who predicts earthquakes. She's a fascinating woman. She's actually going to. She's older. I think she's in her 80s or 70s or 80s, and she's going to continue counting the casualties until she dies. It's her mission.
You know what?
Oh, yes.
This last hurricane we had here in Texas, Hurricane Ike, which just completely obliterated Galveston. You know, the news, for whatever reason, they have not been touching this. There was a lot more missing people than what they've reported, too.
Yes. Well, they just continue to count them as missing.
Yes.
Now, in San Francisco, they said, well, the missing, it was, the fleet was in, it was the Easter vacation, and the hotels and everything were full, and very few people got out of the high-rise rooming houses and hotels, and they just totally burned. There was nothing left. I contacted a crematory, 2 of them, and they said they use 1,800 degrees Fahrenheit to turn the body into ashes. And this temperature in the firestorm hit 2,600 degrees because cast iron melted, radiators melted, and kegs of nails fused together.
Right.
So
somebody said if there was a 7.8 in San Francisco today, that we would never have as many fires today as we did in 1906. What's your take on that?
Well, we had something like 50 fires and 35 engine companies, and they had no water. So it was it was really. I think the water situation is better because they put cisterns in at various intersections, and so they at least have buried tanks of water, and not dependent on the lines. Gas lines are a lot more.
Yeah, explode gas leaks and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. So what are you saying, that we would have less fires, the same, or more? Or it's hard to tell
because there's a lot more structures and a lot more floors and a lot more possibilities of bad things to happen.
Indeed.
People don't know.
But remember, I'm not worried until 2030 about that one.
I don't think there's going to be a great quake in San Francisco, but I do think a 6.0 is very possible.
Yeah, I see the makings of another bet here.
I already told him I would up it to $200, but why am I giving him all my advance and royalty money? I shouldn't do that. We'll just keep it at a nice, safe $100.
There you go. All right, we're got about 45 seconds left here. So, Jim,
Earthquake Epicenter, earthquakeepicenter.com. Come to us. We are free.
Yeah.
No, come to SyzyGYJob.com. SyzyGYJob.com. And or send me a letter, and I'll send you a sample copy of my newsletter. It's P.O. Box 1926 in Glen Ellen, Glen, capital E-L-L-E-N, and the zip code and of course in California, zip code is 95442. Don't even have to put my name on it, just put Earthquake. P.O. Box 1926, Glen Helen.
And Cal Ori, C-A-L. Go ahead.
Yeah, put a couple dollars in there to help pay for, expenses, but it should be in a self-addressed stamped envelope.
I'm free. Cal, CALOREY.com. I have a little thing where it says Ask the Vinegar Lady. I'm going to add chocolate, vinegar, olive oil. Any question you have about weight loss?
The chocolate lady.
That chocolate lady.
It's a trilogy. The healing powers of olive oil, the healing powers of vinegar, and the healing powers of chocolate. Any question you have about health, home cures, weight loss, email me, and I will give you your answer. If I don't have it, I will find it for you. All for free. No money. All for free.
I'm just going to refer to you as the mistress of chocolate from this on.
That's so
there you go.
Guys, it's always great talking to you. You have a wonderful rest of the week, and we'll do this again soon. I always enjoy having you on the program.
All right, take care.
It was fun.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right, folks, that's it. We're completely out of time. Man, yeah, I hate that. I hate that we run out of time so quickly. I always love talking to Jim and Cal. So we'll be back tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, all the way till midnight. Keep the emails coming. Captain Jack at WPRTradio.com. Until then, have a good night, and we will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
There's food on the table, let's count our blessings. How come we're all been missing around in the wild, wild west? Must be a better life than this. How come some people got it all, some people got none?
You're listening to BVRN, the Black Vault Radio Network.
Mysteries in this world, many things that are unexplained, and questions surround them like a dark shroud, leaving our minds to wonder. For the next 3 hours, you are going to explore the world of the unknown. Your mind is going to embark on a journey aboard the only black ship that can take you into the enigmas of the universe. Now sit back, turn down the lights, turn up the volume, and open your mind, because he is back. The voice of darkness, your host of Paranormal Radio, Captain Jack.
Probably help too if I turn that on as well. Boy, there's so many buttons that I have to hit here. I forgot all of them. I forgot the one to my left. I forgot the one to my right, my one to my far right, and the one right in front of me. What the hell? All right, we gotta bring your level down just a little bit here.
Is it too hot?
Yeah, it's a little too hot.
Maybe you want me to turn it down on my end?
Yeah, turn it down on your end, just a tad. Just a tad there.
How's that?
A little higher.
A little higher?
There There you go. Right there.
Okay.
Perfect. All right. I don't know if we have this or not. Jimmy's supposed to let me know if we're actually seeing this on our actual website, if it's actually working right. But that's okay. Don't worry. Jimmy's still learning all of this, just like I am. I mean, I forgot all these buttons and switches and everything else over here. So hold on. Let me make sure everyone's seeing what I'm seeing here by hitting that. Hold on a second here. I don't think that he did it. See here? You got to do...
Yeah, I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it on the
see right there?
on the pop-up player here.
See right there, Jimmy? You got to push to air. You got to push that baby. There he is. What do you got in the background there? You got Jeff Dunham?
Yep, I got two guests with me. I got Jeff Dunham and I got Peanut behind me over here. They decided to join me tonight.
Hey, now did you go to the Jeff Dunham
Actually,
program?
you know what? I'm still not seeing myself on the stream here.
That's okay. You're there. Trust me. Believe me. You're there. You are there. You're there, and you are on. Yeah, you're there. It'll probably take a minute. Yeah, but then I saw that Jeff Dunham did a live show there in Milwaukee. Did you go to that? Didn't you say you went to that?
Yeah. I was at that taping, and where I was sitting, I knew we weren't going to be on camera because they didn't have the lights, really, the TV lights pointed at us.
Yes.
So I knew we weren't going to be on camera, but it was still pretty cool. We were there that night. We had storms here in Milwaukee, and there were two tapings. They had one at 9:30, or I'm sorry, they had one at 7:30, and they had one at 9:30. We were supposed to be the ones that were at the 9:30 one.
Yes.
Well, we get there, and the first taping didn't get out till like 10:30. I don't know if they started late because of the weather or whatever, but by the time we sat down, and the show was done, they filmed all the extras during our taping. They had Ask Santa, and they had Walter answering the questions and stuff. We didn't get out of there till 2 a.m.
Really?
Yeah, we were at that taping till 2 a.m.
Oh my God, that was a fantastic show. We watched it like 2 weeks ago. We were here in the studio. We were clicking around as we were working on stuff, and we came across it. And he said that he was in Milwaukee, and I was like, and I knew instantly as soon as I saw where he was at. I knew where he was, the Pabst Theater. I mean, it's not unmistakable,
And have you been to the Pabst Theater at all?
Well, it's been a while.
Those seats are the most uncomfortable. You have to weigh like 90 pounds to fit in these seats.
Really?
Like, seriously. Well, the Pabst Theater, that theater is really old, and back then, what are those things that the women wore that they squeeze their waists like so tight that they can't even breathe.
Oh, of course.
That's what you almost need to sit in one of these seats.
Yes.
And I had some 220-pound guy sitting next to me, in the seat, and it was just so uncomfortable.
Really? I would have told him to move.
I will never go see a show at the Pabst again.
You could have just started burning him with your lighter. That would have made him leave.
I probably could have.
Either that, or he would have hit you. One of the two. But hell, either way, it's worth the risk.
I wanted to bring a sign with me, Paranormal Radio Rules, and hold it up when the camera goes past. But
that would have been great.
They took it away from me.
Of course, they would have blurbed it out on your shirt too. Hey, by the way, what are you wearing there? You showed me your shirt earlier. You showed me your shirt. Let's just stand up a little bit. Just stand up just a tad so I can see that shirt. What do we got? We got the Wolf 90 what is it? 93.5 the Wolf.
That's the one that I was working for in Evansville, Indiana for about 6 months.
Yeah.
Then I left.
Wolf. Gotta love the Wolf, man.
I said to hell with it.
Hey, so good news is our our main stream came back. It did come back, but it's dropped out again, sort of. I mean, it's dropped out. This new server isn't doing so good. We spent all this time, all day, working on this, making sure everything was fine. And here we go, just a few minutes before broadcast time, it just goes to hell.
Wow.
That's that. What are you going to do?
That's crazy.
Right? What are you going to do?
This is so weird. You know what? I think there might be something wrong on my side because, like I said, on the main video stream, the pop-up player, I'm not seeing the pop-up window at all.
Yeah, well, I'm seeing you just fine. See, that was happening to us here. I'll even bring you full screen there so we can see you. We this kind of happened whenever we had Jose Escamilla on. Whenever we were bringing him on, I couldn't see him. I couldn't see him picture in picture, but everyone was telling me, "Yeah, don't worry about it. He's there. And I'm like, "All right, that's fine.
All right.
We can move you all over the place here. So now that we have this, I understand that you're supposed to get 13 inches of snow there tonight.
Well, now they changed the forecast. In my area, we're only supposed to get between 3 to 6, and up in the Sheboygan County, which is about about 45 minutes. An hour north of Milwaukee.
Yes.
They're the ones that are going to get like 10 to 15 inches now.
Really?
But they said anything's possible. I mean, Milwaukee could end up getting 10 inches of snow, which, by the way, if we do get 10 inches of snow, we're screwed.
Why?
You know, they haven't been doing a very good job with plowing this year.
They couldn't have.
Especially the building that I live in, especially last winter, the company that took care of the snow plowing. We had like about 9 inches on the ground, and they didn't even come through until the next day.
Really?
I was stuck. I was stuck at home.
Well, I remember the big piles of salt. Remember you go down along the lake and you got those huge, giant piles of salt, and they'd usually cover them up with tarps. And then we'd have a winter come through, and then you would look like just close to spring. And those mountains, I don't know, there was like 6 or 7 of these mountains of salt were down to just a few piles. And it's amazing how much salt is actually being used.
Yeah, some of those salt piles were almost reaching as high as the Hone Bridge, which the Hone Bridge is about, I want to say, 200 feet up.
Yeah.
It's got to be about 100 to 200 feet up the Hone Bridge.
Yeah, that's about right.
Not to the top of the arch, but where the actual, just like the road part of it is.
Yes.
That's got to be at least about 100 feet. So if you could picture a salt mound that's like 100 feet tall, that's pretty insane.
Now that you mentioned this, now that you mentioned the bridge, the one thing that I don't know why, every time, this time of year, Christmas time, well, I'm not going to tell this story. Never mind, I'm not going to tell this story. It's kind of depressing. So I'm not going to say that. See, I shouldn't do that. I always get email from people whenever I start into a story, which I'm probably got emailed already for everything that I've said tonight because I've already started a story and not told anybody anything. But I get email from people saying, hey, you know what? You started a story. I was really intrigued. And then you stopped, you jerk. It's like, I'll tell them, okay, fine. So sometimes I'll let them slip and I'll send them email. I'll be like, okay, this is what I was going to talk about, which is a big risk because they could post that anywhere. But
yeah.
Anyway, so how do you like being part of the vidcast system now? We've brought you on many times. What do you think?
I gotta say, technology is pretty cool. I just gotta get a faster system going. I hate to say it, my although you know what I'm discovering, these AMD 64 processors suck.
Yeah.
I will never own an AMD processor again. You know what? I bet you that's why when I was trying to originally start the archive of the show on my end and the audio on the vid stream was skipping, it's caused the processor.
Well, here's one thing you can do. You can go in.
It's a 2 gig processor with a gig and a half of RAM on here, so you would think that this could handle a lot, but yeah, AMD just sucks.
Why don't you just go in and overclock it a little bit?
I'm not that high tech.
See, I used to go in.
I'm not a BIOS. I'll go into my BIOS, and the next thing I'll know is I'll set off a nuke somewhere.
See, I've gone into the BIOS of the AMDs a couple of times, and this is what I like about the AMDs. I go in there and I overclock them. But there's been a few times, and Jimmy's already messaged me on this. He says we used to overclock until the computer wouldn't work, and that's absolutely true. We used to overclock it so much, man. The thing would just overheat and just shut off, and then we'd be like, "Oh crap." But it does work if you do it just right.
It probably doesn't help that my hard drive that I have in here has got to be at least about 8 years old. So I mean, I'm pretty sure some of the sectors, if not the cylinders, probably starting to wind down a little bit. Not spinning up as much as it was.
Yes, that's true. All right, well, we have you a picture-in-picture here. We're going to keep you hanging out there in the wings, so we kind of keep an eye on you. I kind of like this whole thing. I can see I can see just about every staff member now. I can see Jimmy. I can see you. I can see Jeff Dunham and Peanut. I mean, we've got it covered. So,
I think this is probably some kind of copyright infringement right here, but
well, not really. You're in there, so I think that counteracts it right there. I think the fact that you're put in there, I think it's kind of like your own material. You know, I think that's what it follows. I don't know. We put the legal disclaimer.
All these copyright laws are so goofy. I'm not sure exactly.
Well, if you go down to the bottom of our website,
how about that?
Well, let me see.
Wait.
What'd you do?
Some seagulls.
There
or
you
something.
go. There you go. Now you got to have the Eagles playing. No, you got to have Hotel California playing in the background with that one.
Doesn't that look like? Doesn't this look like something that was on the Hotel California album?
Yes, it does actually. Maybe it was. Maybe it was.
Alrighty, well, I'll let you get the break here, and I'll hang in the background.
All right. Jimmy's going to take you offline. We'll see you later on that one. All right. We got him done. All right, there we go. All right, folks, get ready because we have an amazing program lined up for you tonight. It's something you're definitely going to want to hear. Patrick Cook is going to be joining me. We're going to be talking about the Bible and UFOs. Very important information. We've got a lot of visuals for you tonight. So if you can, hop on over to our website, paranormalradioshow.net, and we will be putting up those visuals later here in the broadcast. Stick around, everybody. It's Paranormal Radio. It is Monday night. Holy crap, it's already Monday. This weekend went by really fast, which I was really upset that I didn't get to watch my Jets game. DirecTV, you really pissed me off, by the way, because I cannot get anything but East Coast. I can't get West Coast. So I had to sit there and watch the NFL chowderheads, Boomer. Yeah, Boomer. Sit there yapping, talking about all the games the entire time when I'm going, just switch over to the West Coast for God's sake. Anyway, we'll be back. Stick around. This is Paranormal Radio. I'm your host, Captain Jack. Will return momentarily after the news.
Cars are there all painted black. The flowers and my love hope never to come back. I see people turn their heads and quickly look away. Like a newborn baby, it just happens every day. I look inside myself and see my heart is black. I see my red door, I must have it painted black. Maybe then I'll fade away and not have to face the facts. It's not easy facing up when your whole world is black. No more will my green seagull turn a deeper blue. I could not foresee this thing happening to you. If I look hard enough into the setting sun, my love will laugh with me before the morning comes. I see a red door and I want it painted black. No colors anymore, I want them to turn black. I see the girls go by dressed in their summer clothes.
Are you having problems in a relationship? Would you like to know more about your soulmate? Wonder when finances will be better? Trying to find your best career path? Looking for life's purpose but can't find it? Wonder who you were in past lives? Has your health been bothering you? Maybe you're confused, worried, or stressed. Do you want answers, guidance with accuracy you can trust? Dr. Kelly offers past life, soulmate, aura, spirit guide, soul symbol, life path, soul path, pet readings, and more. Whether your problems or concerns are in the area of love, finances, family, career, health, education, or your path in life, Dr. Kelly offers very affordable, professional, intuitive counseling, caring guidance, and solutions that work. Dr. Kelly offers psychic readings and intuitive counseling available via phone, live chat, or email, whichever you feel most comfortable with. In these days of turmoil and chaos, Dr. Kelly offers answers to your most crucial questions. Do you need answers? Purchase a reading today. Visit PsychicReadingsByDrKelly.com.
IRN USA Radio News, I'm Carson Tager. A 35-count indictment has been announced against 5 former Blackwater security guards. They're facing manslaughter and other federal charges for the shooting deaths of 14 unarmed Iraqi civilians last year in Baghdad. Former football star turned actor O.J. Simpson is going to prison for a long time. On Friday, a Nevada judge sentenced Simpson to prison on charges of armed robbery and kidnapping in connection to his role in a Las Vegas hotel heist last year. Fred Goldman is the father of Ron Goldman, a man Simpson was acquitted of murdering 13 years ago.
It's incredible to see it. There's a level of satisfaction that maybe we caused it to happen, and I think that's the case. We pushed hard enough for all these years. He always had to look over his shoulder.
And 2 civilians were killed when an F-18 fighter jet crashed into a residential area in San Diego today. Authorities say 2 others are still missing, but the pilot safely ejected and was taken to a nearby hospital. This is IRN USA Radio News.
An official message from Medicare.
Today I found out that my drug plan's monthly premium changed. So I compared other plans and found similar coverage at a better price.
Now's the time to review and compare Medicare prescription drug plans. From November 15th to December 31st, you can even change your plan. Call 1-800-MEDICARE. That's 1-800-MEDICARE. Or visit Medicare.gov and use the Plan Finder to see options in your state. A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
So, you're out and about this holiday season, going in 9 different directions. So much to do, so little time. So, you treat yourself to a yummy sweet onion chicken teriyaki sub at Subway, and it hits you. Why not give the gift of fresh and satisfy everyone on your list with a Subway card? They can get what they love, like famous $5 footlongs or new scrumptious Subway flatbread sandwiches, and now you have time to enjoy the holidays. A win-win. Subway. Eat fresh. At participating stores only. Offer excludes double-stacked and premium sandwiches. Prices and participation may vary. No substitutions allowed.
The U.S. Supreme Court has declined to take a case challenging the citizenship and election of President-elect Barack Obama. Legal expert Royal Oak says the court's decision to not hear the case was not a shock.
The U.S. Supreme Court is never eager to get into the middle of an ugly political fight, especially after the 2000 Bush versus Gore controversy. It's just a matter of allowing the lower courts to do their thing and not get involved.
5 terrorism suspects at Guantanamo Bay want to plead guilty. The defendants, including the so-called 9/11 mastermind, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, passed a note to the judge today asking that they be allowed to confess. The judge, however, says he will not allow the pleas during this week's pretrial hearing. And things are looking up for Detroit's Big Three. The White House says a deal on a $15 billion bailout for the struggling automakers could come as soon as this afternoon. Press Secretary Dana Perino says there was significant progress in talks with congressional Democratic leaders over the weekend. For more news and analysis, log on to IRNnews.com.
Tom Castor here, VP of Banquet Foods. Recently, we launched new Banquet Select Recipes frozen meals. At only about $1.50, they've been going fast. Then came the letters. Meg B says, I made your pot roast meal for my husband. He loved the tender chunks of meat and rich gravy. But when I told him it was only about $1.50, he got into the fetal position and kept saying, it's not possible. Please do something before he's committed. Duly noted, Meg, and thanks for the letter. New Banquet Select Recipes. So good for so little.
Closing arguments are underway in the sentencing phase of the case of convicted Atlanta courthouse killer Brian Nichols. Prosecutor Clint Rucker told the jury Nichols is a cold-blooded, vicious, and unremorseful killer who needs to be put to death. The jury will soon begin deliberations to determine if Nichols gets life in prison or death by lethal injection for his March 11, 2005 shooting rampage where he killed a judge and 3 other people after escaping from the Fulton County Courthouse. Recycled materials are piling up as demand for scrap shrinks. Cardboard, plastic, newspaper, and metal is accumulating by the tons at scrapyards and warehouses across the country. The New York Times reports recycling contractors are struggling to find buyers or are not selling to the ones they do find who are only willing to pay rock-bottom prices. Mixed paper that was selling for $105 a ton in October is now selling for about $25. A ton of tin was worth more than $300 earlier this year and is now worth about $5. And Chicago is the place to be, according to GQ magazine. GQ has named the Windy City its City of the Year. The magazine cites several reasons for giving Chicago the top spot, including the fact that President-elect Barack Obama is its most famous resident. GQ also gives a nod to Mayor Richard Daley for his push to make Chicago a green city. GQ also applauds the Chicago Spire, which is expected to be the world's tallest residential tower when built. This is IRN USA Radio News.
Here we are, Monday night here at Paranormal Radio. Boy, we got a program lined up for you tonight. My guest is Patrick Cook. Now, I've been practicing at this because this is kind of a tongue twister, but I'm going to give it a go here. I really am. Here it goes. Patrick Cook is an author, publisher, autonomous theologian. And darn it, I knew I was going to fall on that one. Esthetologist. Thank you. Esthetologist, exotheologist, and independent researcher residing in Berkeley, California. His main work, the Bible UFO Connection website, is one of the most comprehensive databases on UFO research, exotheology, and paranormal, the human destiny, end times prophecy, doctrinal theology, and world conditions on the internet. Patrick has been a consultant to the History Channel production UFOs in the Bible. He's a video producer on a regular basis on the paranormal talk show circuit. As an autonomous theologian, his work is not associated with any religious organization or movement. He is recognized by the Religion News Writers Association as a non-traditional scholar. It's kind of cool. And is a member of the American Academy of Religion. Patrick is also a contributing writer for UFO Digest and Alien Seeker News. And his articles are carried by hundreds of websites and news sources worldwide. And tonight, we have him as a guest. And boy, I'm telling you, he's a really great guy. He's got some great news, great information for you, and we're going to be talking to him tonight. So, Patrick, welcome to the program.
Thank you for inviting me to be on Paranormal Radio, Captain Jack.
You betcha.
Great to be with you.
How did I do with all of that? Did I stumble and fall badly on my face?
No, you did quite well. Yeah, eschatologist is a tough one. That's one that very few people hear. That's the study of the destiny of mankind.
Yes.
In its proper term, in all of the religions of the world, as it relates to the end times prophecies, what's in store for man after this miserable life we live, and things to that effect. So,
well, we definitely want to know about that one, because that's. But let's start here. How did you get started in all of this? I mean, is there like I've never heard my counselor at high school go, so what do you want to be? Autonomous theologian? Because if you would have, I would have been like, oh, Hamanawa? But so how did you get started? How did you get down this path?
Well, how I got into this field is actually a very logical progression with a completely unexpected result. I was raised and trained to be a Baptist minister from the age of 9 years old. But after entering seminary, I began to question the canons of the church very severely and left the church before I was ordained. Over the following 3 decades, I studied theology independently from any church dogma or doctrine or anything to that effect, and pursued my education in areas that I felt were relevant to my theological concepts. I initially studied comparative theology, and that actually spurred my interest in the paranormal. Now, as a kid, I'd always read science fiction magazines and everything to that effect, and I was really, into UFOs and what have you. But studying it in the world's religion is even more fascinating than studying it in the Bible. My vocation over the last 20 years has been in construction. And that led me to an in-depth study of the Great Pyramid that resulted in my first published work, which was a website that was titled The Giza Oracle, the Great Pyramid. And that is now part of my main website, the Bible UFO Connection. And that's at BibleUFO.com. And in the course of doing that research, I worked with a Berkeley scholar who was studying the similarities between Solomon's Temple and the Great Pyramid. And that's another show altogether right there.
Yes.
But he mentioned a verse in the Bible from Isaiah that might be referring to the Great Pyramid.
No.
Now, in the book of the prophet Isaiah, we find these words. In that day shall there be an altar to the Lord in the midst of the land of Egypt, and a pillar at the border thereof unto the Lord. Well, right in the middle of the Nile Delta sits the Great Pyramid, which is the largest structure on earth, and so advanced that the primitive copper tools that they say they used to build it and the almost non-existent skills that they had could not possibly have accomplished such an architectural wonder. It's also considered to be an impossible task in the modern world.
Yes.
Even with our highly advanced technology. This structure could not be duplicated. Even with as a matter of fact, I've seen studies where they haven't even figured out how they could tear it down.
Really? Let alone put it up.
That's fascinating. Now, some of these, most of the engineers studying the Great Pyramid agreed that flight, these are, regular construction engineers, that flight had to be involved, and for a very obvious reason. Some of those stones, especially the ones in the King's Chamber, weigh up to 70 tons.
Yes.
The weight of a modern train locomotive and the shallow depth of the Nile, which they have known for thousands of years, would not allow the floating of those stones across the river. All of the quarries are across the river from the gate. Right across is Cairo.
Yes.
But all of the stones, and some of them came from as far away as Aswan, which is 600 miles away.
Right.
So they figured out how they could get them to the river, And then once they got them over, they came out with all these plans about ramps and things like that. I'm sure you studied the Great Pyramid. It's so fascinating.
Oh, yes.
And, all the ramps and everything. So they got it that, but they could not get those stones over the river.
Yes.
So I had always believed that, in my studies of it, that it probably was because of the advanced technology and the advanced engineering of it that it had to be an ancient alien race that put this together. But then when he pointed out that that may be the monument that was spoken of, then I started thinking about the fact that if God, the God of the Old Testament, wanted to have a monument, it would be spectacular. And the Great Pyramid, especially in its original condition with its white limestone covering, it fit that bill just perfectly.
Oh, yes.
So I decided to study to see if I could find possibly a description of a large building being constructed in the Bible. And since I'm a theologian and I have the tools to do it, I was able to start searching. And the first thing you want to consider is flight, because that's what would be required. So the place, of course, where flight happens is in the sky. And to my surprise, the word sky or skies only appeared 11 times in the Bible. Now, that is a book that contains 770,000 words,
yes,
and where most of the events happen outside. All the things one expects to see in the sky, such as birds, clouds, storms, stars, and such as that, were all described as being in heaven or the heavens.
Yes.
Now, upon checking the meaning of the word heaven in both the Old and New Testaments, I found that the word heaven it appears about 730 times in the Bible, and is translated almost exclusively from two different words. The Hebrew word shamayim, which is defined as the place, the sky, the place where the clouds are, and where the stars are. And that's in the Old Testament. In the New Testament, shamayim, the Arabic word, of the same definition, which means the sky. In other words, almost every place the word heaven is used in the Bible, it should properly be rendered the sky.
Right.
Not some other realm or dimension called heaven where God dwells, or where we will all be rewarded with an eternity in a divine retirement home.
Yes.
In other words, when King James wrote that book, he wrote it in Old English. The only time you're ever going to see that is in Shakespeare and the Bible, or some very obscure writing, but that's the main place where we see that language.
Right.
Now, when they walked out in the morning and looked up at the sky, they said, the heavens are beautiful. It literally meant the sky. You're not going to find any place in the Bible talking about this, cloudy, fluffy place. There is a place with pearly gates, but it has nothing to do with some place that we're going to go.
Yes.
So anyway, then I started checking what I did find described flying in heaven, which I now knew was the sky. And this is what I found out. There were divine beings flying, landing, taking off from the ground, and hovering in thick, swift, and spinning clouds, bright, dark, and low clouds, glorious and sparkling clouds, great clouds, little clouds, and firing clouds.
Mm-hmm.
God and the angels are described as broadcasting voices, sounds, and lights from these clouds, descending out of or rising into these clouds, and men are guided by, rise up into, or go into these clouds to have meetings with these gods.
Into the heavens.
That's only the clouds. There are platforms, there are vessels, whirling chariots of fire, sky thrones, great fires, whirlwinds, fiery wheels, pavilions, glorious storms, sky dwellings, and even rolls that appear in the sky. Now, whether or not one believes these objects are actually flying vehicles that the God of the Bible lives in, appears with, and travels in is a matter of opinion.
Yes.
But the fact that he and the other divine beings that are in the Bible are clearly described as directly associated with these flying objects.
Yes.
That is undeniable. So, and then if you look in the world's religions, The only reason that I'm doing this I wish I spoke every language in the world. I'd love to study what the other religions say, but of course you're familiar with the Vimanas.
Yes.
The Mahabharata describes the god in cloud-borne chariot, bright celestial cars that sail upon a cloudless sky. And in India it was and still is, to this day, believed that man descended from gods who flew fiery craft.
Right.
In ancient Sumer, the clay tablets describe visits of the gods. The gods fly in vehicles called shems.
Mm-hmm.
Ancient Egypt describes an age when sky gods came down to the earth and raised the land from mud and water, exactly what the description is of creation in the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
They supposedly flew through the air in flying boats.
Yes.
The Mayan mythology tells us of 4 gods discussing from their thrones in the sky.
Right.
Early Chinese texts, and it just goes on and on, Captain Jack. It's just amazing.
Now, here you are. You start discovering all this. You start making the connections with this. As you're studying, did you bring it up to I don't know, your teachers and say, okay, can you explain this? Because this is the connections that I'm making.
Did I? Well, I didn't discover that until 30 years after I got out.
Oh, I see. I see. Okay.
Seminar. No, this has been a very long process, Jack.
I understand.
This is, the very first thing you have to do, which is very difficult, you have to unlearn everything that you've learned.
Yes.
Then you have to replace that with what you consider to be the truth.
Sure.
And what I considered, what I found to be, I just put my faith, as it were, in the ancient wisdoms that we find around the world.
Right.
And all of them speak of this kind of thing. And very strange phenomenon happening. What we would definitely classify as paranormal.
Yes.
It appears in the Bible. It appears in every other major religion. Most of the, almost all of the major gods and most of the minor gods flew.
Yes.
And when I said autonomous theologian, I mean that I am not connected in any way to any religion. I basically quit the church at the age of 17.
Right.
So, and I have not been in a church since then.
Yes.
What I wanted to do was I wanted to find out what the truth was, and I could tell by what they were. I come from a very prejudiced area of the country. I was taught things like how to explain to my black parishioners why they had to sit in the back, why it was okay that we were holding meetings in a hall called the John Birch Hall, things like that. And there was a lot of confusion in my mind. I presented all these questions to them, and suddenly realized that I was not allowed to question.
Yes, absolutely. They don't like that whole question. Like, for instance, the one that stood out to me the most, which comes to mind, is in the Book of John when they talk about Jesus. He rises from the dead 3 days later, and then eventually ascends into the heaven. He lifts into and ascends into the heaven in humanly form. And I and then connect it with Ezekiel's wheel. When you talk the Old Testament, I'm going. I'm kind of thinking, well, okay, if he's ascending into the heavens, what is he ascending on, or what is he ascending in? And I remember asking a pastor that whenever I was like, I don't know, 11 or 12, because that's what came to mind with me. And he gave me a very stern look, and he goes, he didn't ascend in or on anything. He just ascended. And I'm going, well, that doesn't sound scientifically correct. I mean, that doesn't sound, he wasn't very happy with me. But yes, the questioning is not a good thing to do, especially with a lot of this, because they want you to look at it a certain way. But once you start looking into it and start seeing the connections, and then looking at the old tapestries and some of the old paintings, you start getting a bigger picture, don't you?
Oh, yes, definitely. There's no question about it.
Very interesting.
The specific verse that you're talking about is very clearly defined in the Bible about him ascending into heaven.
Yes.
It's not what he ascended on, but it's where he ascended to.
Yes.
The story is he was having his final conversation with his apostles, and it says when he finished speaking these things, a cloud received him up out of their sight. There was a cloud overhead, and it received him up out of their sight.
Right.
What's amazing about this is that suddenly two men appeared in white. Now, whenever that's said, I think they're talking about Nordic angels, Nordic aliens. This is I think the angels and the aliens are the same thing. I think they're talking about Nordics here that are standing next to them, dressed in these incredibly white clothes, and they said, "Why do you stand looking up into heaven? Because the way you see him go, that's the way he will return." So whatever that cloud was that received him up out of their sight, that means he got beamed up.
Right.
And that's the only way. That's exactly. I mean, how clear? How much clearer a description can you have?
Yeah, no kidding.
Than that he was beamed up into a cloud. Now, whatever that cloud looked like. Now we see that. Like I described what all these clouds are. The main word that cloud is taken from in the Old Testament is the word a word that means scud cloud. Now, scud cloud. You've been on stormy days and you see these big thunderclouds and you see these little black clouds that sort of scoot under the main thing and they move very fast.
Absolutely.
There are many words for cloud in Hebrew. They use that specific word to describe most of the clouds where it's not described separately. But these clouds are definitely things that in general, in most major instances where God is appearing, he's appearing, talking out of a cloud. Moses made a fantastic statement. Apparently people were really confused because they heard the voice of God talking out of this cloud, out of the fire.
Yes.
Is the way it's described, out of the fire. And Moses said, I want to point out that you cannot see who is speaking, but you can hear it. And he repeats it. He calls it similitude. You can see no similitude of who you're speaking to. Well, that's broadcasting, Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Hey, that's broadcasting. So there's technology here. Now, what's fascinating about this, I often am compared to or asked about my views about Erich von Däniken.
Yes.
Well, I read The Chariots of the Gods. That's one of the things that stuck in my mind.
Right.
I didn't read it until later on when I was beginning to study all this. But he and I are pretty much on the same page, except that he believes the aliens were mistaken for gods. Now, I believe that the gods were mistaken for aliens, but we need to define that term God. God, in the Bible, as the Bible is described, has a physical presence. Daniel saw him, Moses saw him, and John saw him.
True.
And Daniel and John both described him the same way. They saw after when he went up into that cloud, something happened to him. Well, actually, something was happening to him on the ground because he wasn't even recognizable to his apostles.
Yes.
They didn't know who he was.
Yes.
And he had to prove to them who he was.
Right.
So he was changing, and of course, you remember. I don't know whether if you ever read the incidences, like Mary Magdalene saw him and ran up to hug him.
Yes.
And he said, "Don't touch me."
Right.
Because I have not yet ascended up to my Father.
Yes.
Now that was weird. He's like, warning, stay away from me. You know, he's morphing. He's morphing right as they speak.
As if it's dangerous to touch him, in a sense.
Right. Well, it's very interesting that there's a lot of dangers involved with this. There's a lot of warnings in the Bible, like when the Ten Commandments were delivered and this great cloud came down on the mount.
Yes.
The God told Moses to establish a perimeter around that no human or no animal could go within, or they'd get zapped.
Right.
So what we're talking about here is very real.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Let me stop you right there, though. We're at the top of the hour, a little bit past. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, we're going to talk about that because Erich von Däniken, you and him don't really you don't agree on the same thing, but it's on the same line of thinking, correct?
Hello?
Oh, did we lose you? Or are you back?
I'm here.
Okay. You and Erich von Däniken, you guys don't agree on the same thing as some of the descriptions, but it's still the same line of thinking, correct?
Oh, yes, absolutely. He's got Eric Von Daniken broke the ground that I walk upon.
Yes.
Basically, is where the map stands.
All right,
I just took a little bit further.
We'll talk about that when we come back. Stick around, everybody. It is Monday night. My guest tonight is Patrick Cook, and this is Paranormal Radio, and we'll be right back after these messages. I promise.
She waits all night for him to call, but he won't call anymore. He waits to hear her say forget, but she just drops her pearl black eyes and prays to hear him say I love you, but he tells no more lies.
IRN USA Radio News, I'm Carson Tager. A 35-count indictment has been announced against 5 former Blackwater security guards. They're facing manslaughter and other federal charges for the shooting deaths of 14 unarmed Iraqi civilians last year in Baghdad. Former football star turned actor O.J. Simpson is going to prison for a long time. On Friday, a Nevada judge sentenced Simpson to prison on charges of armed robbery and kidnapping in connection to his role in a Las Vegas hotel heist last year. Fred Goldman is the father of Ron Goldman, a man Simpson was acquitted of murdering 13 years ago.
It's incredible to see it. There's a level of satisfaction that maybe we caused it to happen, and I think that's the case. We pushed hard enough for all these years. He always had to look over his shoulder.
And 2 civilians were killed when an F-18 fighter jet crashed into a residential area in San Diego today. Authorities say 2 others are still missing, but the pilot safely ejected and was taken to a nearby hospital. This is IRN USA Radio News.
An official message from Medicare.
Today I found out that my drug plan's monthly premium changed. So I compared other plans and found similar coverage at a better price.
Now's the time to review and compare Medicare prescription drug plans. From November 15th to December 31st, you can even change your plan. Call 1-800-MEDICARE. That's 1-800-MEDICARE. Or visit Medicare.gov and use the Plan Finder to see options in your state. A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
So, you're out and about this holiday season, going in 9 different directions. So much to do, so little time. So, you treat yourself to a yummy sweet onion chicken teriyaki sub at Subway, and it hits you. Why not give the gift of fresh and satisfy everyone on your list with a Subway card? They can get what they love, like famous $5 footlongs or new scrumptious Subway flatbread sandwiches, and now you have time to enjoy the holidays. A win-win. Subway, eat fresh.
At participating stores only. Offer excludes double stacked and premium sandwiches. Prices and participation may vary. No substitutions allowed.
The U.S. Supreme Court has declined to take a case challenging the citizenship and election of President-elect Barack Obama. Legal expert Royal Oak says the court's decision to not hear the case was not a shock.
The U.S. Supreme Court is never eager to get into the middle of an ugly political fight, especially after the 2000 Bush versus Gore controversy. It's just a matter of allowing the lower courts to do their thing and not get involved.
5 terrorism suspects at Guantanamo Bay want to plead guilty. The defendants, including the so-called 9/11 mastermind, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, passed a note to the judge today asking that they be allowed to confess. The judge, however, says he will not allow the pleas during this week's pretrial hearing. And things are looking up for Detroit's Big Three. The White House says a deal on a $15 billion bailout for the struggling automakers could come as soon as this afternoon. Press Secretary Dana Perino says there was significant progress in talks with congressional Democratic leaders over the weekend. For more news and analysis, log on to irnnews.com.
Tom Castor here, VP of Banquet Foods. Recently, we launched new Banquet Select Recipes frozen meals. At only about $1.50, they've been going fast. Then came the letters. Meg B says, I made your pot roast meal for my husband. He loved the tender chunks of meat and rich gravy. But when I told him it was only about $1.50, he got into the fetal position and kept saying, it's not possible. Please do something before he's committed. Duly noted, Meg, and thanks for the letter. New Banquet Select Recipes. So good for so little.
Closing arguments are underway in the sentencing phase of the case of convicted Atlanta courthouse killer Brian Nichols. Prosecutor Clint Rucker told the jury Nichols is a cold-blooded, vicious, and unremorseful killer who needs to be put to death. The jury will soon begin deliberations to determine if Nichols gets life in prison or death by lethal injection for his March 11, 2005 shooting rampage where he killed a judge and 3 other people after escaping from the Fulton County Courthouse. Recycled materials are piling up as demand for scrap shrinks. Cardboard, plastic, newspaper, and metal is accumulating by the tons at scrapyards and warehouses across the country. The New York Times reports recycling contractors are struggling to find buyers or are not selling to the ones they do find who are only willing to pay rock-bottom prices. Mixed paper that was selling for $105 a ton in October is now selling for about $25. A ton of tin was worth more than $300 earlier this year and is now worth about $5. And Chicago is the place to be, according to GQ magazine. GQ has named the Windy City its City of the Year. The magazine cites several reasons for giving Chicago the top spot, including the fact that President-elect Barack Obama is its most famous resident. GQ also gives a nod to Mayor Richard Daley for his push to make Chicago a green city. GQ also applauds the Chicago Spire, which is expected to be the world's tallest residential tower when built.
Are you having problems in a relationship? Would you like to know more about your soulmate? Wonder when finances will be better? Trying to find your best career path? Looking for life's purpose but can't find it? Wonder who you were in past lives? Has your health been bothering you? Maybe you're confused, worried, or stressed. Do you want answers, guidance with accuracy you can trust? Dr. Kelly offers past life, soulmate, aura, spirit guide, soul symbol, life path, soul path, pet readings, and more. Whether your problems or concerns are in the area of love, finances, family, career, health, education, or your path in life, Dr. Kelly offers very affordable, professional, intuitive counseling, caring guidance, and solutions that work. Dr. Kelly offers psychic readings and intuitive counseling available via phone, live chat, or email, whichever you feel most comfortable with. In these days of turmoil and chaos, Dr. Kelly offers answers to your most crucial questions. Do you need answers? Purchase a reading today. Visit PsychicReadingsByDrKelly.com.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we are, Paranormal Radio, Monday night. We during the break, we put on the Skycam. We had it, trained on the moon. The low-flying clouds that we were talking about a moment ago with my guest, Patrick Cook, well, that's what you're seeing in the sky there. We have it, the camera is like right below our antenna system here. So you can see the antenna in the silhouetted against the moon there as the clouds are going by. We are really excited to get the Skycam up and going since last Monday night we had, well, all of us here had our first UFO sighting. We're out here next to Stephenville, if you don't know. And we had our very first UFO sighting. I'm telling you, it's a surreal experience when you see one for yourself. I still think what we were looking at was military, but I tell you what, it wasn't an aircraft. Unless they got rectangle aircraft with no safety lights on them whatsoever. I don't know what the hell that thing was that we were looking at, but it was a surreal experience, and it had such a fluid motion to it. So we got the Sky Cam up here tonight. We'll be switching back and forth from the studio cam to the Sky Cam, and you guys can see it. But tonight, my guest, Patrick Cook, we're talking about, well, talking about the UFO Bible connection. Bible, UFOs, it's all there, right there in the Bible. Now, there's some interesting things whenever it comes to the Bible. We could kind of go back to Sumerian text. We're talking about Zechariah Sitchin for a minute. Sumerian text, I mean, some of the stories in the Bible go back longer than we think. So we're going to ask Patrick about that a little bit so he can kind of give us his perspective of that and tell us what he thinks about it. So first, let's get Patrick back in here. Patrick, you still with us? Or did we lose him? It is 10 minutes past the top of the hour. I bet we lost him. We got him? Yeah, we did lose him. Look at that. 10 minutes past the top of the hour every single time. Never fails, but I think we can pull him back in. Not a problem. We'll just turn that down here. We'll get him back in here. Every time. 10 minutes past the top of the hour, our phone system just goes, gone. See you later. I'm not cooperating with you anymore. All right, I think we got him back here. Patrick, you back with us?
Yes, I am.
Sorry about that. I don't know what it is. 10 minutes past the top of the hour, our phone system just decides to take a coffee break. I don't know why that is. I mentioned here at the break that with Zechariah Sitchin, looking at some of his work and others, some of the texts in the Bible, some of the stories in the Bible go back all the way to Sumerian text. We can find those. Now, knowing that, how do we connect that? I mean, what are we looking at whenever we look at the Bible? We look at the stories in the Bible. Are they stories that have been adopted in and all put together in the Bible, or what are we looking at?
Well, the concept that people have about the various religions, and of course, it goes back, they take it back as far as Africa, the Sumerian text. You mentioned Zechariah Sitchin. I don't have a great deal of respect for the credibility of Zechariah Sitchin, considering that he had no education in the field that he studies.
Uh-huh.
And if you deal scientifically, you have to deal with peer review. That's a very important thing. And his peer reviews are very murky.
Yes.
He's not. He has a lot of ideas about the way things were. He's been at this for 25, 30 years.
Yes.
I think his work has been grandfathered in. From an astrophysics standpoint, it would be virtually impossible for a planet to enter into the space that he says it would.
Mm-hmm.
The planet Nibiru.
Yes.
And the strange concept that these people are an advanced race of beings that apparently have these amazing flying craft and what have you, but they can't find gold without coming to their atmosphere is controlled by big machines that use gold as fuel, and supposedly every 30,000 years or so they come by here, enslave mankind, have them mine all their gold, and shoot off and go away as the planet moves away from us, because they apparently can't jump to space after a certain distance.
Yes.
So it's a rather wild idea, and the peer reviews that I've seen is that Zechariah Sitchin doesn't have a great command of Sumerian as would be expected, mainly because of the fact that Sumerian is one of the most difficult languages to understand.
I bet.
And I've had Sumerian scholars here at UC Berkeley tell me that they are at the C-Dick run and C-Spot jump stages of learning that text.
Well then, that's...
And he also mixes Sumerian and Akkadian texts, which is the wrong thing to do. So I actually, on my website, BibleUFO.com, I have a number of links to Zechariah Sitchin's work,
mm-hmm.
or what I believe the critique of his work.
Yes.
But I also get compared to the Raelians, which is another thing. But the whole concept that there's an origin here somewhere, that's a very murky state. You got Sumerian, which is everybody believes that is the cradle of where it started, mainly because the stories are so similar. But if you take, for instance, the I'm gonna explain. I'm gonna ask you a question here.
Okay.
The person I'm speaking of was born of a virgin.
Mm-hmm.
His birth was announced by a star in the east and attended by 3 wise men.
Mm-hmm.
He was carried to another country to escape the wrath of the leader at the time.
Mm-hmm.
He was a child teacher at the age of 12 in the temple.
Mm-hmm.
He was baptized when he was 30 years old.
Mm-hmm.
He had 12 disciples and performed miracles such as feeding bread to the multitudes and walking on water.
Mm-hmm.
He raised a man from the dead. He was transfigured on a mountain.
Mm-hmm.
He was called the way, the truth, the life, God's anointed son, the Son of Man.
Mm-hmm.
On and on it goes. Who am I talking about?
Horace.
You know that.
I do.
Yes. So you see that the stories are incredibly similar.
Absolutely.
Now, could it be that they originated someplace, or could it be that this God, who claimed to be the God Almighty, who terraformed, and I believe it was terraformed, not created, the planet was terraformed. He terraformed the whole planet, supposedly created all the human beings that are on the planet, and yet only dealt with less than 1% of the population that lived on less than 1% of the landmass of the earth.
Yes.
The Bible is a Hebrew-centric book. It is the history of the Hebrews.
Right. Now, I want to...
So think the very first part of it.
I want to point this out because you asked me that question, and a lot of people are sitting there going, obviously he's talking about Jesus. And I said Horace, and you said, you know that one, and we continued right through. But a lot of people are sitting there going, wait a minute, what did he just say? What did he just call Jesus? Horace? What's going on here? Explain that one to him, because there's a lot of people that don't understand that connection, and especially the parallels between it.
Horus was the son of the ancient god Ra. He is the supreme god of the Egyptian religion. Now, it is very strange that all came, but is it that this god did this not just there, but did it over and over again? We have civilizations. Krishna has a similar description. So does Buddha.
Yes.
And if you look at the major religions around the world, the major leaders, they're all like that. There are 17 of the major gods that are born of a virgin. Why is that similarity? Well, is it a whole bunch of people describing a whole bunch of different gods, or is it a whole bunch of many diverse cultures with diverse environments, languages, eating habits, clothing, environments, seasons, concepts of the world, all describing the same God?
Yes.
Just giving him a different name because they speak a different language.
Right.
So that is, there's a possibility that they're not a bunch of gods, that it's one God appearing to a whole bunch of different people. Jesus said he had other sheep.
Yes.
Besides the people that he was dealing with at that time. And could they have been one of many flocks? Because the religions that believe in Buddha and believe in Krishna are just as devout and just as inspired by their God.
True.
So is it the same God, or is it? And is this? Does this look a lot different from could it be that there's a separation for some reason?
Right.
Could it be that the best way to conquer the human race is divide it?
It would suggest that it's pretty obvious that, and once you start looking at all the different the religions across the globe, that it does seem. I mean, let's just take two for example. The two that most people will know anyway is Christianity and the Muslim religion.
Right.
There's so many parallels there. They're talking about the same person, but then you start expanding out and you start going across the globe to all the different religions. It seems like they're all talking about the same person. Its natural conclusion would be that they are.
Right. Well, Moses spoke of Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
There's no question about that. Moses had an alien encounter when he was past his message. But people get Muhammad.
Yes.
Muhammad is who I'm speaking of. Muhammad considered himself a prophet, but he did not want to be recognized as a deity. He made that very clear. But you're going to see a lot of strange things within the Muslim religion, just like you see a lot of strange things within the Christian religion.
Very true.
In the course of me coming up with this whole concept, initially, the reader response, anybody that was really questioning it heavily would ask me, why doesn't the church reveal all this? Well, I've got what I described. I have the website broken down into vehicles, flight characteristics, the beings that are flying, and the technology that they're in those four categories, the technology that they exhibit. I've got over 1,500 verses backing all that. So there's a lot in there that the church seems to be ignoring or just not even aware of, and it's just, we have to have this ethereal God and whatever. That's another story altogether, why the church seems to ignore it. But the whole concept that there may be just one God talking to everybody. But let's look at the most important thing. They're messengers. They send the message. They all give a message to people. And what is that message? That Muhammad, that Krishna, that Buddha, and that Jesus all brought to mankind, and all the rest of them, every one of them, all say that love is the key.
Yes.
And that you need to take care of each other, and you need to forgive each other, and you need to be fair and just with each other. And you need to get your crap together. This is not working. You're too spiteful, and that you're pursuing wealth, and that you should be pursuing community. That's what they're all saying.
Right.
So there's further proof right there. They've all got the same message.
Right.
So that's.
Let's talk a little bit about who these beings are, where they came from, why do they come here? I mean, a lot of people sit and say that. Some people have said that they believe that it's just a theory that I'm throwing out there just for reference, but that we're kind of like a penal colony in a sense. We have not graduated to that level to interact with all the beings. And I don't really think that's true, because when you start looking at ancient history and ancient civilizations, you see that there's been interaction in the past. A lot of people believe that there's interaction still going on, that the masses just don't know about it. How can we connect these questions and these theories to what's actually going on from looking at the Bible?
Well, let's get back to your first question right there. The most important thing is, who are these people?
Yes.
Are these beings? Okay, that's very important. The Bible describes two specific types of beings. In general, there are others, but the main characters are the Elohim. Now, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. That word God comes from the word Elohim. IYM on the end of the Hebrew word in that pronunciation immediately makes it plural, and that's exactly what the definition is. Gods in the ordinary sense, but specifically plural. Now, Elohim is the plural of the word Eloah. So properly rendered, it should have said in the beginning, the gods created the heavens and the earth. So there are a bunch of them. Now, the others, presumably there'd be a lot of them because it is plural. At least we know that there's God the Father and God the Son. So that's two right there. So it is the Bible is polytheistic. Yes. The way you look at it. It's not a monotheistic book. But the other ones are the Malach. We call them angels. And those beings, the word Malach, comes from the Hebrew word which means an ambassador. Someone who does things for somebody. Now, let me try to put it in in layman's terms. Okay, let's look at the concept of Star Wars. Steven Spielberg was visionary insofar as what I believe the Bible says.
True.
But he wasn't talking out the Bible at all. But let's look at this. Three main connections. You've got the Force, you've got the Jedi, and you've got the Federation.
Yes.
Okay? Now, the Jedi, I believe the Jedi are the God, the Elohim. The Force is their power, whatever we define that to be, whatever that entails. The Federation is a group of what appears to be alien races from the galaxy that have all come together to support the Force.
Right.
To support that power. So they're actually in service to the... So if you take it that's basically what I believe it is. Now, these angels are never described specifically. There are no angels with wings, with halos, with hearts, strumming hearts, flowing gowns, long blonde hair, sitting around on fluffy clouds. That doesn't exist. As a matter of fact, whenever, if you'll notice, whenever somebody encounters an angel in the Bible, they drop to their knees. That's what happened to Moses. He dropped to his knees. That's what happens to all of them. They're in fear. And the first thing that an angel usually says is, fear not.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Don't fear me. I'm okay. You're okay.
Right. But there's no descriptions of them. From an academic standpoint, I can state this. The Bible does not preclude that angels are little gray guys.
Yes.
Or little blue guys, or little brown guys, or tall, stringy guys, or Nordics, or reptilian, or anything. It does not preclude that.
Right.
And the only physical description we get of the size of one of these happened when Peter went to the sepulcher after Jesus ascended. And he walked in and he said there was a youth in there, a small person.
True.
So, and he told them that Jesus was already gone. Now, could that have been a little gray? The Bible says over and over again, he had the appearance of a man. But what is the appearance of a man? Were the arms, legs, the head, torso, body, hands, eyes?
Could have been saying a midget. I mean, someone who's a smaller person.
Right. So that's the only physical description we have.
Right.
So basically what I believe is that, okay, now, when we, in the ancient writings, in the ancient wisdoms that have been passed on to us, we find that the gods drive rapidly spinning, glowing, flashing, flying craft that ascend off the ground, descend to the ground, hover for long periods of time.
Yes.
Beings and angels, beings called angels or what have you, whatever their definition is, are seen coming out of and going up into, and men are taken out of, men go up into these things. They broadcast lights and sounds.
Yes.
And they seem to be able to defy natural law. Now, throughout our history, there have been descriptions of the same thing. You're familiar with UFOs in ancient history.
Oh, yes.
The same thing is described. Now, what do we see in our skies right now? Rapidly flying, glowing, spinning objects that hover and ascend and on and on and on. It's exactly the same description. So my belief is, did God, the gods, and these angels leave the planet and a whole new crew come in and took over and have been sort of watching us this whole time? Or did the gods never leave? Now, we have not defined that term God yet. Let's get that into perspective.
Okay.
Arthur C. Clarke stated that any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic.
Absolutely.
Now I have Michio Kaku. You're familiar with him.
Very good friend of mine, in fact.
Okay. When he was on the Peter Jennings UFO special, they were talking about how advanced these beings are and how advanced their transportation system might be. How do they get from there to here?
Yes.
And they were talking about wormholes and the whole 9 yards. And Michio Kaku came out and said, the problem we have here is that we view these aliens, the people who fly these crafts, as being hundreds, if not thousands of years more advanced.
Oh, much older than that.
The problem is that we really should be thinking of them in millions
Yes.
And billions of years more advanced than us.
You know, recently, the new movie coming out with Keanu Reeves in it, The Day the Earth Stood Still, classic of mine, childhood classic, favorite of mine.
Oh, wow, they're going to remake that.
They've remade it. Keanu Reeves is in it. And Michio Kaku did a little comparison to say to look at the odds scientifically of what the odds were between Keanu Reeves winning an Oscar for that movie or us actually being invaded by aliens for another being. The odds of us being invaded by a hostile species is actually higher than him winning an Oscar for it, which the chances of him winning an Oscar are pretty damn good. How's that for a kicker?
That's another issue altogether.
Indeed.
How evil are these things?
Yes.
Of course, if you go out, I'm one of the few, and there's maybe 3 others in the world that I know of that are saying that these, we don't know, from my studies, we don't know, there is a problem. You see, that there was one being that got into a fight over the birth of Jesus and got shot out of the sky. His name was Satan.
Mm-hmm.
He is a major character in religion, a minor character in the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
He's a buffoon.
Yes.
Constantly losing everything that he gets, that he tries. And that being, the battle is described in Revelations. It's described as a woman about to give birth to a son who will rule the nation with a rod of iron. It happens during his birth. I believe that the great battle in heaven happened about 29 BC.
Yes.
Or excuse me, not 29, about 4 BC.
But isn't all that isn't all of that kind of referenced off of Dante's Inferno though? I mean, isn't that where all the perception of Satan and the fallen angel kind of comes from? Or can we look further? Can we look further back and see evidence?
The concept of hell is completely misunderstood.
Yes.
By the Orthodox world.
Yes.
Hell in the Hebrew word was actually a dry, desolate place and a fertile place at the same time, divided by a river.
Oh.
The concept of hell, the concept that we get of an unquenchable fire, is very easy to understand. I've got a whole section on my website about that. But it's hell is a grave.
Mm-hmm.
It's a place you go when you die. They put you in a grave.
Right.
But the description of what happens to us is not that we go any place, basically. The description is, there's only one description of death in the entire Bible. I mean, of what happens after death. And this is it. Most people have never heard this. The church won't bring it up to you, but this is literally the only description of exactly what happens to you after death. It says, the days of our years are 70. And if by reason of strength, they be 80 years, or 80 years. Yet is in their strength labor and sorrow. Life is tough, is basically what it's saying.
Yes.
For it is soon cut off. And the last 4 words of this are the only description of the Bible of what happens after we die. This is what it says. And we fly away.
Huh.
That is in Psalms 90:10.
Uh-huh.
It is very clearly saying that after this miserable life is cut off, we fly away.
Huh.
Now
go ahead.
Let's compare that to one thing that the scientific community is just now beginning to study, called the near-death experience.
Right.
What do people say happens to them after they die? It says they float up above their own body. They can see their own bodies, and then they eventually float up through this tunnel of light. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Human experience backs what the Bible says, or the Bible backs what human experience is. So where is hell there? What happens? It doesn't say we all fly away except those that get grabbed and pulled down into this fiery pit where God will torture you with pitchforks and thirst and hunger forever and ever and ever. Is most you can't even imagine. It's so terrible, and God loves you.
Yes.
So think about that. It doesn't work. It's contradictory. Hell doesn't work.
No.
It doesn't work. It's a scheme of a fair, loving God.
Right. And didn't they just add, didn't they start, I mean, like I said, with Dante's Inferno, I mean, we started getting these images of hells, this hell mouth is what they described. And he always came out to be a beast of some kind. And as time went on, Satan himself just started turning into like this horrible looking creature. It went from the angel of light, basically, which was a human looking form, very beautiful, very pure, very, and over time they demonized him in a sense. They gave him horns and hoof feet and horrible, monster that will torment you forever. I mean, a lot of that, we have to look at that and say that was kind of a propaganda tool in a sense to kind of get people to convert to Christianity, wasn't it? I mean, that's my thinking of it.
Well, you've got two forms of incentive in the Christian church.
Mm-hmm.
It is fear incentive.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't do this, that's going to happen to you. Yes. Or it's heaven. You are going to go and live forever in some divine retirement home, but only if you fill that collection plate and don't talk about anything else. Just do exactly what you're told. Yes. Pray, and obey.
Yes. Yes.
That's your duty as a Christian. And those two motivations, incentive motivation and fear motivation, are what they use. The Bible speaks of attitude motivation.
Yes.
You don't do it because you're going to get your butt kicked if you don't, or you're going to get, you're going to get well rewarded if you do. You do it because that's what you're supposed to do.
Yes.
You do it because it's better for you and it's better for everybody else around you.
Which kind of brings us back full circle to the Ten Commandments in a sense, when we're talking about the Ten Commandments and how the story behind it, it was kind of, in a sense, a roadmap for the survival of the human species, wasn't it? And that's the way I took it anyway.
Well, there are 600 commandments attached to that document.
Oh.
The 10 are the ones that are published. The rest of them, they don't talk about.
Is that right?
There was some very severe things. There were some very severe things in there, like rules on whether you can beat your wife, or how much you should sell your firstborn male child for, or who should be put. There were all kinds of capital crimes and things like that.
So why do they? Why do they?
That was the Old Testament.
I see. I understand. Okay.
Right. The New Testament, Jesus said, "I'm going to change all. I'm going to change all that," and He did.
Yes.
And what He said was, He says, "Okay." Well, He was approached by a doctor of the law. He said, "What is the great commandment?" And He said, this is repeated in all four Gospels, and in three of the Gospels He says, "Love God with all your heart," and the second is equal to the first, "Love your fellow man." In one of the Gospels it just says, "Love your fellow man." So, in other words, He made this statement. He said, "On this one commandment hang all of the laws and all of the prophecies." Everything written in the Bible is about that. And basically, then He changed it and He says, okay, just love one another. No rituals, no nothing. There were 4 basic commandments that were put out by the first church, and that was to don't eat things that are offered to idol, don't eat things strangled, don't drink blood, and don't commit fornication. Fornication not meaning having sex with your neighbor's wife, but committing fraud. It means fraud in general.
Yes.
And those were the 4 commandments they put out. No, and of course there's never any commandment to go to any weekly meeting in the Bible. You're supposed to rest once a day, but you're not supposed to go out and get dressed and in your fine room and go listen to somebody scare the hell out of you for 2 or 3 hours. It says you're supposed to rest, but there's no commandments about wrap your head this much or do this or face in this direction or anything like that. It just says love your fellow man, and that's it. And that's what I believe the whole concept. Just basically, let me read to you the only description. The religion appears about 7 times. The word religion appears about 7 times. It's only described in one verse. It says that pure religion and undefiled before God and the Father is this, to visit the fatherless and the widows in their affliction, and to keep himself unspotted from the world. That's James 1:27. In simple terms, it means to take care of the needy and keep your nose clean.
Yes.
It's that simple.
Yes.
And that says, again, I'm going to repeat that, pure religion and undefiled before God and the Father, and that's God and the Father, that's polytheistic right there. That's what it is. That's what religion should be, and that's what the early church began to do. They began to feed the poor and clothe the poor and the poor and make tents and things like that. So that's all the rest of it was put away, and you wouldn't want that. There are theocrats. There are people that want to turn, as we see this government turning religiously. Theocrats that would like to have all those 600 commandments put in as law in this land.
Yes.
That's a scary thing right there. But,
indeed, it is.
Yeah. So the whole Bible, the whole concept of the Bible is a little bit different than the way the church portrays it.
Right.
And it's no wonder that they don't speak to this strange phenomenon.
Right. So we know that whenever we look at a lot of the religious tapestries throughout history, we see things like discs. There's a graphic that we have, and I'll put it up after the break, an image that we have. Religious, I believe it's Mary and Mary Magdalene, I believe. And there in the sky is a huge spherical object. I mean, it's massive. It's obviously, and there's such detail to this painting, this drawing, that for someone to put a big circled object there in the sky that has no real reference to anything in the landscape at all, it's just there, and then for people to say, oh well, that was just artists additions to it, it just makes no sense. I mean, it's telling us something, right?
Yes, absolutely. I have thousands of graphics.
Yes.
On the website.
Yes.
And many of those are these ancient paintings. Matthew Hurley, I believe, has a number of things up. I've got a pretty good collection, though. I've got more than you're going to find anywhere else.
Yes.
The thing is, Jack, is that what we have to realize is that if I took a picture of a UFO and time traveled back to Judea, this 40 square mile area around Jerusalem, before or after Jesus was there, and I took this picture of a UFO and I pointed to it and I said, "What's this?" And they say, "That's God." I honestly believe that.
Yes.
And I believe we knew that for a long, long period of time. And so that's why you see those images. You know that the Catholic Church, which a lot of those were inspired by, there were a lot of Catholics that did those paintings.
Right.
A lot of Italians, especially, but a lot of Catholics, because that was the dominant religion prior to, the Church of England was just the Church of England for a long period of time, and the King James Bible took many years before it was ever accepted. So there was a whole different concept of what we have as a church there.
Yes.
So, but they knew what it was. This is why, when Jesus went up, he knew he was going to be crucified, and he had a meeting up on this mountain with two guys that came out of this bright cloud that was hanging over them, and he was transfigured by what apparently was a white light shining down on him. And what happened was there were 3 apostles, Peter, James, and John were with him, and they wanted to make an altars for the 3 people there, for him and for Moses and for Elijah.
Yes. Oh, did we? I think we might have lost him. Patrick, Are you still with us?
So they immediately saw this whirlwind, which they knew what it looked like, and they figured, well, since those two guys came out of it, they had to be Moses and Elijah. And he said, no, you're wrong. See? But they knew what that was. They knew it was the same thing that Moses went up into, and they knew that it was the same thing that took Elijah up.
Yes.
So they had the understanding. I believe that they knew what UFOs were. They just called them clouds, and they probably saw them all the time.
Yes.
We have a description by Pontius Pilate, a letter that he wrote to the governors in Rome. It's a legitimate document wherein he describes what happened after the death of Jesus and about these amazing craft that appeared all over the place, and even talking about giant beings that came out of these things.
Right.
And an amazing description of what happened after the death of Christ.
Right.
So we see these things. It's just that there was a paradigm shift that happened, Jack, back in the late 19th century. In 1877, Vincent Schiaparelli was the chief astronomist at the observatory in Milan, and he just got himself a fancy new telescope, and he looked at Mars, and he saw these lines. And it was amazing, and he described these lines, put it into a big report, and he said that, well, he called these lines canales, Canales. That was mistranslated to English when it came down, and they said he saw canals. Well, canale means a gully. That's a natural formation. A canal is something constructed. Instant life on Mars. And then right after that, about 20 years after that, H.G. Wells published The War of the Worlds, which was the first introduction of the possibility of an alien invasion from Mars.
Right.
So this, all of a sudden, for 6,000 years, 10,000, 12,000, how many years of recorded history we've had, they were always thought of as the people from the sky, the gods, never being mentioned as being from other worlds. As a matter of fact, it wasn't until the 17th century that we really started thinking of planets as planets. And it was, we were somewhat of a primitive age. Knowledge didn't double every day like it does here in this era.
Yes.
So they had these, so all of a sudden, now, since that point, everything has been about aliens from another world.
Right.
I believe that the Malak may be that, but I don't believe these beings called the Elohim, these highly advanced beings that claim they're the most powerful race of beings in the universe. The concept, they're physical. They're very physical. They travel in these physical things. The concept that we have of a God, this whole concept that we have a God, seems to be negated by what the Bible, especially his physical nature. You ask any Christian what God looks like. But see, you were talking about John, how he described Jesus. Okay, the first chapter of John says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was with God, and all things were created by the Word. And then the Word became flesh and dwelt amongst us, and brought truth and light to us. He is saying that Jesus was the God of the Old Testament.
I see.
Now, in the Bible, you will see God, the word God appears about 30,000 times in the Old Testament. But if you ever see it with the Lord God, in that phrase, that is, the word Lord comes from the Hebrew word Jehovah, which is mistakenly translated to mean, it is pronounced Jehovah in the Hebrew language, but now they use the word Yahweh. But that the word Yahweh is not in the Bible. The pronunciation is not in any Hebrew translation.
Right.
It's Jehovah. It means Jehovah, God, which is translated from the word Elohim. It means Jehovah, the Elohim, and he is the national God of Israel. He's the one that spoke to Moses, to Isaac, to Abraham, to Adam, all of it. But when he speaks to Adam, he said, let us make God in our image. Not let me make God in our image, but let us make God in our image. And after our likeness. He's talking to other gods. Apparently he wasn't the only one involved in that.
Right.
He became the national god that dealt with Israel.
Right.
And then apparently that God became Jesus, and then when he ascended up, he went right back to being a god. He was described as having long white hair and glowing eyes and red skin in the Old Testament, and he's described the same way in the New Testament. So he just morphed from a godly form to a human form, and then godly. There it is. What is this God?
Now,
it is not the God in the sense of a Christian world.
We also have in the Christian religion that Jesus will return, the rapture. We're talking about the rapture a little bit. I want to get into a little bit of that in the second half or the next hour of the program, because there's something very significant with that to understand what we're talking about here, what we have in our ancient texts, what we have shown, obviously, and like I said, we'll put them up on screen here shortly so you guys can see. Jesus, the God will return eventually. I mean, this is clearly outlined in the Bible too, and there's some very significant things that you've discovered with this, right?
Right. Oh yeah. Well, it's the amazing thing about it is that it's not going to be a very welcomed event, as we can see from the character when Jesus. There are two basic descriptions of the end times. Matthew 24 is the most comprehensive, and the book of Revelations. But the entire book of Revelation is not all prophecy. The first 6 books are letters. The first 6 chapters are letters to the churches. And it says that these, if you read the description of what John is writing, he says very clearly that these are things that are to come and things that are, things that have been. So it's not all prophecy. The description in Matthew, he talks about, you've heard it over and over again, the earthquakes in diverse places, famines, floods, pestilences, all kinds of ugly things are going to happen. And then he says, and then you shall see the Son of Man coming in the glory of the clouds, the same clouds as the 2 men that were standing beside the apostles said, you saw him get into one, he's going to come back in one.
Yes.
Those clouds. He says, and the nations of the earth mourned.
Right.
Now, that's a really bizarre concept right there. Why would this Jesus that everybody's expecting to come back, he comes back and the earth mourns, and the end of it, the way it results, is a massive battle in this place called Armageddon with a 250 million man army going up against Satan? No. Going up against Christ. Now what is going on there? There's something wrong with that picture.
Indeed, there is. Are we seeing, and I have to ask this, the email came in about this, are we seeing kind of the end of times? I know it's been throughout the past few decades, people have said, okay, look, we're seeing the end of days now. All the things going on the planet, we're seeing it. But there's something very intriguing going on right now. There is increased UFO sighting flaps all across the world. You have governments coming out, kind of revealing their documents of what they have, all but the United States. The United States is kind of held back on that. Are we kind of seeing what is portrayed in Revelations right now?
Well, every generation before us, Jack, has thought the same thing.
Yes.
But certainly, a lot of the things, especially now, I tie a lot of this to the corporations, the big corporations around the world. I tie that directly into my work.
Yes.
And that we see that happening. I'll explain that later if we talk about the end times prophecies.
Okay.
But the UFO sightings, and then of course, if you look at Revelations and look at it logically, try not to look at it metaphorically, look at it literally what's happening. You know, these vials are being poured out and things happen. But what is happening? Environmental disasters everywhere.
Yes.
And what do we see happening right now? I think we are in the opening throes of a major environmental disaster, which will be beyond anything that we could have imagined.
Yes.
We are screwing with this planet, and it's going to bite us real hard. And I think that's exactly what the Bible is talking about.
Right.
Not that God is punishing mankind, but if you see over and over again, mankind is not listening to God. God is trying to say, okay, we need to talk, and they won't talk to him.
Right.
You need to understand. You need to think. You're not approaching this the right way. So the angels are warning mankind that they're in big trouble. And what it says that it will come to a point that if God does not step in, or if this Jesus does not step in, that no flesh would be saved alive on the planet, and we are rapidly approaching that. In other words, I think so how close are we? Well, we don't know. How resilient is this planet? We don't know. How long is it going to take for the corporations to take control of all the finances in the world and make it a global financial system, as the Bible speaks of? I don't know.
Yes.
So that is, it's a matter, but I'm 60. I may live to see it.
Yeah.
We got 2012 coming up too, huh?
Yes, we sure do, which is Ba'aba, the return, he shall return. Yeah, we'll talk about that too. Stick around, everybody. It's Paranormal Radio. It's Monday night. We're going to take a quick break here. Station identification and more. So we'll be back right after these messages. And when we come back, we're going to be loading up some of these graphics. We did it a little bit here in this last hour. We put up some up there. We're going to put up a lot more as we talk, and we'll let Patrick comment on any of them as we put them up. And stick around. We'll be right back.
Radio News, I'm Carson Tager. A 35-count indictment has been announced against 5 former Blackwater security guards. They're facing manslaughter and other federal charges for the shooting deaths of 14 unarmed Iraqi civilians last year in Baghdad. Former football star turned actor O.J. Simpson is going to prison for a long time. On Friday, a Nevada judge sentenced Simpson to prison on charges of armed robbery and kidnapping in connection to his role in a Las Vegas hotel heist last year. Fred Goldman is the father of Ron Goldman, a man Simpson was acquitted of murdering 13 years ago.
It's incredible to see it. There's a level of satisfaction that maybe we caused it to happen, and I think that's the case. We pushed hard enough for all these years. He always had to look over his shoulder.
And 2 civilians were killed when an F-18 fighter jet crashed into a residential area in San Diego today. Authorities say 2 others are still missing, but the pilot safely ejected and was taken to a nearby hospital. This is IRN USA Radio News.
An official message from Medicare.
Today I found out that my drug plan's monthly premium changed. So I compared other plans and found similar coverage at a better price.
Now's the time to review and compare Medicare prescription drug plans. From November 15th to December 31st, you can even change your plan. Call 1-800-MEDICARE. That's 1-800-MEDICARE. Or visit Medicare.gov and use the Plan Finder to see options in your state. A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
So, you're out and about this holiday season, going in 9 different directions. So much to do, so little time. So, you treat yourself to a yummy sweet onion chicken teriyaki sub at Subway, and it hits you. Why not give the gift of fresh and satisfy everyone on your list with a Subway card? They can get what they love, like famous $5 footlongs or new scrumptious Subway flatbread sandwiches, and now you have time to enjoy the holidays. A win-win. Subway. Eat fresh.
At participating stores only. Offer excludes double-stacked and premium sandwiches. Prices and participation may vary. No substitutions allowed.
The U.S. Supreme Court has declined to take a case challenging the citizenship and election of President-elect Barack Obama. Legal expert Royal Oak says the court's decision to not hear the case was not a shock.
The U.S. Supreme Court is never eager to get into the middle of an ugly political fight, especially after the 2000 Bush versus Gore controversy. It's just a matter of allowing the lower courts to do their thing and not get involved.
5 terrorism suspects at Guantanamo Bay want to plead guilty. The defendants, including the so-called 9/11 mastermind, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, passed a note to the judge today asking that they be allowed to confess. The judge, however, says he will not allow the pleas during this week's pretrial hearing. And things are looking up for Detroit's Big Three. The White House says a deal on a $15 billion bailout for the struggling automakers could come as soon as this afternoon. Press Secretary Dana Perino says there was significant progress in talks with congressional Democratic leaders over the weekend. For more news and analysis, log on to irnnews.com.
Tom Castor here, VP of Banquet Foods. Recently, we launched new Banquet Select Recipes frozen meals. At only about $1.50, they've been going fast. Then came the letters. Meg B says, I made your pot roast meal for my husband. He loved the tender chunks of meat and rich gravy. But when I told him it was only about $1.50, he got into the fetal position and kept saying, it's not possible. Please do something before he's committed. Duly noted, Meg, and thanks for the letter. New Banquet Select Recipes. So good for so little.
Closing arguments are underway in the sentencing phase of the case of convicted Atlanta courthouse killer Brian Nichols. Prosecutor Clint Rucker told the jury Nichols is a cold-blooded, vicious, and unremorseful killer who needs to be put to death. The jury will soon begin deliberations to determine if Nichols gets life in prison or death by lethal injection for his March 11, 2005 shooting rampage where he killed a judge and 3 other people after escaping from the Fulton County Courthouse. Recycled materials are piling up as demand for scrap shrinks. Cardboard, plastic, newspaper, and metal is accumulating by the tons at scrapyards and warehouses across the country. The New York Times reports recycling contractors are struggling to find buyers or are not selling to the ones they do find who are only willing to pay rock-bottom prices. Mixed paper that was selling for $105 a ton in October is now selling for about $25. A ton of tin was worth more than $300 earlier this year and is now worth about $5. And Chicago is the place to be, according to GQ magazine. GQ has named the Windy City its City of the Year. The magazine cites several reasons for giving Chicago the top spot, including the fact that President-elect Barack Obama is its most famous resident. GQ also gives a nod to Mayor Richard Daley for his push to make Chicago a green city. GQ also applauds the Chicago Spire, which is expected to be the world's tallest residential tower when built. This is
Are you
IRN
having problems
USA
in a
Radio.
relationship? Would you like to know more about your soulmate? Wonder when finances will be better? Trying to find your best career path? Looking for life's purpose but can't find it? Wonder who you were in past lives? Has your health been bothering you? Maybe you're confused, worried, or stressed. Do you want answers, guidance with accuracy you can trust? Dr. Kelly offers past life, soulmate, aura, spirit guide, soul symbol, life path, soul path, pet readings, and more. Whether your problems or concerns are in the area of love, finances, family, career, health, education, or your path in life, Dr. Kelly offers very affordable, professional, intuitive counseling, caring guidance, and solutions that work. Dr. Kelly offers psychic readings and intuitive counseling available via phone, live chat, or email, whichever you feel most comfortable with. In these days of turmoil and chaos, Dr. Kelly offers answers to your most crucial questions. Do you need answers? Purchase a reading today. Visit psychicreadingsbydrkelly.com.
Captain Jack.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we are, Paranormal Radio. You know, it's pretty dark out there. Usually when we walk outside, there's such a big sky out here. You can see all the stars and the moon. We got a little bit of overcast out there. We tried switching back to the sky cam for you here during the break. The moon is directly above us, so we couldn't get the camera to look straight up for you. We just catch a little bit of it. Thought we'd, focus in on the Venus and stuff out there, but now that's even gone too. Got some clouds moving in tonight. It's going to be rainy a little bit later here tonight, but oh well, we gave it a try. We will activate the Skycam throughout the night, and we are adding an interface to our website where you can access the Skycam and actually take control of it. You only get about, 15 minutes of control over it, and then you don't get access to it again for another 2 hours. But being able to scan the skies out here in Texas, where all these sightings are, I mean, I'm telling you, there's lots of sightings, lots of activity out here. It's not a bad gig. Help search for stuff, and then you get the opportunity to take still images and what have you. We're even going to open this up, a special section to where you get access to all the cameras that we have here. You got to cycle through them at will and do recording onto your own computer. How cool is that? We'll telling you about that a little bit later in the week. My guest tonight is Patrick Cook. Now, just before the break, we started talking about Revelations a little bit. Making these connections. He's the author of a fantastic book called UFOs in the Bible, by the way. Or, excuse me. He was actually part of the History Channel's production, UFOs in the Bible. His website is BibleUFO.com. If you have not looked at that yet, I really suggest you get over there and take a look at it. He's got lots of fantastic imagery depicting UFOs in ancient civilizations. I mean, we got them all, and we're going to cycle through those here. But we started talking about Revelations, about the coming of Jesus, the return of Jesus in the book of Revelations, and he said in that, all nations will mourn. It's not going to be a big battle between, humans and Satan, the Antichrist. It's going to be against Christ specifically. It's kind of interesting. It's very, very fascinating stuff. Patrick, welcome back.
You're in Stephenville, huh?
Yeah, we're if you walked outside and picked up a rock and threw it, you'd probably hit Stephenville.
I'm originally from Fort Worth.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah.
Oh, very nice. So, do you miss the big sky out here, by the way?
Oh, well, that's about the only thing I miss in Texas. It's a little bit too conservative for me. I'm Californicated. I have to have a passport to go back into Texas, even though that's where I was born.
Patrick, we're so far out, where my studio is so far out in the middle of nowhere that everything we have has to be wireless or satellite because they don't have any main lines in here. And whenever I had Eric Parker on, we were talking a little bit, and I was telling him that, even our mailman, where we are, it's his last leg of his route, and he lives nearby. So what he does is he parks his Jeep, he takes the rest of his mail, and he drops it into the side saddle for his horse, and he delivers the last leg of the mail by horse around here, which is really funny to see.
Yeah, you're in the boonies. There's no question about it.
Indeed,
I come from an era, Jack, where you had boots on your fence post that meant certain things.
Yes.
And it's like the left boot on the fence post was for the mailman. And if it was turned in toward the driveway, that meant there was mail in the mail for the mailman. And if it turned the other way, that means he could go right on by. And a mailbox was a mailbox sitting up on a post.
Mm-hmm.
Looked like a little barn sitting up on a post. And that was that's the area that I came from.
You know what I'm going to do now?
Rural.
tomorrow I'm going to actually put a boot out there, and I'm going to try that and see if he knows what that is.
if he's as old as I am, he'll remember it.
That'd be funny. I'll have to let you know how that turns out.
Well, that's what you did with all your old boots. That was it.
Yeah.
You didn't throw them away. You just stuck them on a fence post. And like if you had gleaning was a big thing back then, and you had posts for the milkman and posts for the if you were hiring, that was another post.
Yes.
And on. You could go for 10 posts out on either side, and depending on which side it was and what position it was on that post, you always knew what it meant.
Is that where the term postman comes from?
It could be. I don't know. I don't know.
Makes a good
That's an interesting thing.
Yeah, makes a good logical explanation to postman.
Right. Yeah, there's a possibility. I don't know.
Very interesting.
Go figure.
Well, just before the break, we started talking about the coming of Christ, and well, what we're seeing today, the environmental disasters we're having. You can just go through on a checklist. Tell me what we see now to the Bible and what we know, what you know, as far as the return of Christ.
Well, the most popular belief, the Orthodox belief in mainstream society, is that the Revelation is a future story of the rise of an Antichrist world power, his actions to demand royalty by forcing everybody to have the number 666 tattooed on their hands.
Yes.
The creation of a world government and a world religion, the rebuilding of the Temple of Jerusalem, a rapture of good Christians, a great battle at Armageddon, which is thought to be the final battle that defeats Satan. The earth is going to be destroyed by fire, and a new earth will be created. Now, of all of those things that I just stated, only one, the great battle at Armageddon, which is not the battle between Jesus and Satan, but between the armies of mankind against Jesus, is supported in Scripture. There is mention of global financial control by the great merchants of the earth using some kind of device to control world trade, but no world government. The individual nations clearly exist in the Bible. It talks about them all the way in Revelations. They're still nations. There is no new uniting of world religions and no mention of a new temple being constructed at Jerusalem. The word Antichrist does not even appear in Revelations, nor does any description of any individual controlling the world.
Yes.
So the concepts, the battle that brought Satan down, as I stated, was at the birth of what I believe is at the birth of Christ, and you put it in context of the way it's read, you can see that's the way it is. And the rapture is a whole different thing that basically is 144,000 virgin males. Not likely that you're going to find 144,000 virgin males in most Christian churches. The concepts found in almost all of those end-time scenarios, including the wildly popular Left Behind series, are taken from a very strange theological practice known as dual prophecy.
Yes.
In simple terms, it means taking prophecies that have already been fulfilled about past events with no regard to the context in which they appear, all of them from the Old Testament, applying them to end times events and claiming that they have a dual meaning.
Yes.
Of course, they do not use all prophecies, but only those that fit their chosen agenda. In other words, they don't claim that Christ will be born again, as is prophesied.
Yes.
What the Revelation does describe is a tremendous environmental upheaval, which we see in its infant stages on this earth right now. A time of great pressure on world society. You've heard the word tribulation. That comes from the Greek word that means pressure, which is now rising at a disturbing rate. It speaks to economic control over all people by financial giants, something we see that is a growing problem in our world today, and a great deception being committed by the great nations of the world on all the nations. And, of course, you have to, if there's evil in this world, you can point it right toward the corporations. They see they're responsible for everything.
Yes.
The economic upheaval, the environmental upheaval, it just goes on, and they control every aspect of our lives, and now they're controlling our wars, and they're controlling our educational systems, and they're controlling our media, except for alternatives like you.
Yes.
We are so lacking in proper information coming from the government. I believe that the government is basically, they listen to the government, and of course they are controlled by it is generally accepted now that the major media in this country is now controlled by 5 organizations.
Which,
compared to 1,200 in 1970.
Right. When we look at the FCC, I mean, I've been in radio for a long time, and, looking back at the FCC used to be filled with engineers that really cared about radio, was really excited about the technology, and was there to regulate, to make sure that no one got stepped on. But over time, the engineers got phased out, and the bureaucrats got put in, and then it all kind of went to hell. I mean, corporations own, several hundred stations and so on and so forth. And they're all federally funded. They're all federally regulated, where you get your license from them. So if they wanted to pull your plug, they could. And now we have several different avenues. The internet has opened up a huge avenue. I mean, I'm still a broadcast on mainstream, FM and AM radio stations, but I'm telling you, I mean, it's a tricky dance. I mean, if they wanted to pull my plug, they could do it in a heartbeat.
Yeah, well, we should have control over the media. The airways are owned by the people of this country.
Right.
We license. Remember that government is something that we do together. It's not the way it's perceived. It's not our big brother.
Right.
It is not somebody to control us. It is not somebody to tell us what to do and to watch over us.
Right.
We have, and it's not the President of the United States. It should be in control of our armies. It's a Congress.
Right.
And the security that we see and things like that, it's beyond belief what we're seeing. We're so close. Anything could tip the edge anywhere in the world right now. We saw this stupid thing that happened in Washington over the bailout.
Yeah.
is working like dominoes around the world.
Yes.
Well, that's because they were all a bunch of crooks. They all bet. They were all playing a high-stakes gambling game.
Mm-hmm.
In the Clinton administration, they literally went in. If you think of the economy and the banks, if you think of a bank as a big, think of it like a casino.
Mm-hmm.
They're dealing money. It's all kinds of money going here and there. Imagine if you got the management here, and you've got the people out on the table, but all those security guys, let's say you just pulled all the security cameras up, and you let all the security guys go. Well, it's the equivalent of taking all the referees off the field during a rugby game, and that's exactly what happened.
Yes.
And they ran wild with our money, with their money, and now they're making us pay for their bad bet.
Yes.
That's literally what's happening. So this global control, we're seeing it incredibly. There's let me just read this. Let me just read this.
Okay.
This comes from Revelation 13, 15 through 17. This is the description of the mark of the beast.
Okay.
And he had power to give life unto the image of the beast, that the beast should both speak and cause as many as would not worship the image of the beast to be killed. And he caused all, both great and small, rich and poor, free and bond, that's everybody in the world, to receive a mark in their right hand or in their foreheads. Now, everybody knows about that. That number is 666. You know about that.
Yes.
But you have to read the next sentence to understand exactly what the purpose of it is. It is not a sign of worship. It is not a sign of loyalty to anybody or anything except the corporations. This is what it reads. And that no man might buy or sell save he had the mark. It is a global, it is some kind of mark controlling global finances. We have nailed that down to the closest possible thing at this point as being a corporation called Verichip.
Yes.
Which will stick a capsule in your hand or anywhere on your body that they want it right now, but I think it's going to be required there. And that will send if you get close enough to a reader, it'll send a signal up, and instant identification will be made of who you are.
Right.
And if they want to activate it, they can find you using that chip as well.
Right.
I believe that that's what that's talking about.
RFID.
This is the only time the word deceive, deceives, or deceived only appear very few times in the Bible. But this is the one that is most telling. After what I just read about it being, this obviously has something to do with financial control. And this is the verse after the Great Babylon, this huge economic society where they're making tons of money and life is beautiful all the time and everybody's just happy-go-lucky. It describes that in Revelations, and people are just, the gold and silver going everywhere in the whole 9 yards. And then it fell, and this is what it said: "And the light of the candle shall shine no more, and all of the voice of the bridegroom and the bride shall be heard no more at all in thee. For thy merchants, who were the great men of earth, for by their sorceries were all nations deceived." Now, who are the great men who are the merchants of the earth? I mean, we're talking global corporations, the rich, powerful elite, are deceiving the nations. And that's what it says, brought it down. That's exactly what it said. That's in Revelations 18:23. There is a direct description of the great merchants, the global corporations of this world, being directly responsible. It doesn't say anything about Satan in there, which is another story altogether, but think about this. What is evil? Right. It's very simply defined in the Bible. It says, for the love of money.
Yes.
The word love comes from the word avarice, which means an exceptional dedication to money, is the root of all evil, which some covet after, and they err in the faith and pierce themselves through with many sorrows.
Yes.
In other words, money is the root of all evil. Well, if you want to know where, if Satan is the author of evil and he's out there and he's manipulating people, I think that if you want to look at that realistically and you want to find Satan, you need to go watch the movie Deep Throat.
Yes.
And Deep Throat told Woodward and Bernstein, or Woodward, I can't remember which one it was, to talk to him in that parking garage. What did he say? He said, follow the money.
Yes.
If there's Satan down here, and if he's manipulating the world like everybody claims he is, you're not going to find him in some cave with goat heads all over the place and altar fires and virgins being sacrificed by a bunch of hooded figures. You're going to find that guy in an Armani suit sitting in the boardroom somewhere.
That's right.
That's where the evil, and this is what the Bible says. Now, this ain't religion. This is real. This is very real stuff they're talking about here.
Yes.
This is not some kind of wild-eyed thing, and this is what, and of course, can we back that up by anything Jesus said? He said it would be harder to get a rich man into the kingdom of God than it would be to squeeze a camel through the eye of a needle.
Right.
That's tough.
Right.
So it is the money. It's all about the money, and it's all about the pursuit of wealth. And so if you are an evil entity like this Satan that supposedly was banned to the earth and went out, according to what it says, he went out, he was mad as hell, and quite literally said, the sons of heaven rejoice because you're not down there.
Right.
Because if you were down there, you'd be miserable. And that's exactly what we see happening. And then, but the whole thing about this is that none of what you see in the Orthodox beliefs are found in the Revelations. The second coming is, and this is the verse where I said that, let me just read it, immediately after the tribulation, which means pressure, of those days shall the sun be darkened, and the moon shall not give her light, and the stars shall fall from heaven, and the powers of heaven shall be shaken, and there shall appear the sign of the Son of Man in heaven in the sky. Remember, I said this always means the sky, wherever you see it. And then shall all the tribes of the earth mourn. Now, why are they mourning the return of Jesus? What is that about? It says right there, that's very clear. I checked that out, and that's not mistranslated. That's exactly what it means in the original languages.
Yes.
And they shall see the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven with power and great glory, just like the two guys that were standing back there said. So, what it is about, is it possible that if I am correct, and as you hear, and I'm sure you've heard the theories before, that that aliens are going to present themselves as the gods to deceive man, and they're going to come down here and they're going to claim that they're Christ, and they're going to be the big alien is going to come down here and claim that he's Christ. But everybody should know that that's evil. However, he says over and over again, look to the skies, watch it. If there was a deception that was going to happen before he did it, as he says he's doing right here, wouldn't he tell us about it? Wouldn't that be something that we would need to know? No. So what I think it is, and this is why I call it the greatest deception, the name of my book is The Greatest Deception, The Bible UFO Connection, is because I believe that what's going to happen, and as we see, aliens have been turned into evil beings.
Yes.
And if God is driving UFOs, and he does come here in a whole bunch of UFOs, the instant thought, just watch Independence Day, which is on every weekend faithfully on any given channel that you want to.
Yes.
Just watch that, and that's exactly what people are going to think is going to happen. I believe the government's going to support it. I believe the church is going to support it because they cannot handle anything more powerful than themselves. There are only two things in the sky, God and aliens.
Right.
And so, I'd like to. I want people to think them as one and the same, but they think they're different.
Right.
So,
a lot of very religious people even will say that. I mean, I can't even count how many emails that I've gotten from people that are extremely religious on one form or the other. Has sent me emails saying that I am doing the work of the devil because I am talking about aliens, and aliens are demons, and aliens are bad, and aliens are this, that, and the other thing. I mean, I get that all the time, and we see that, just like you pointed out, in Hollywood. We got War of the Worlds. We've got now the day the Earth stood still. We've got War of the Worlds. We've Independence Day, and the list goes on, where, and again, when people see these things, they have described, it's been a mix of feelings whenever they see a craft right there in front of them, big as day. Some people have described that they've got this just overwhelming feeling of everything's okay. Everything is fine. Others have said they've seen it and it scared the hell out of them. They didn't know what the hell to think of it.
Of course.
It's a mixed bag with all of that, and with the power of the media. I mean, we saw this with War of the Worlds with Orson Welles. I mean, the way that it was presented, I think that's whenever the government itself kind of caught on to the power of the media and thought, boy, the way things are presented, we could really sway the masses one way or the other, and they've slowly been doing that, conditioning us for a certain thinking. I mean, I believe that is absolutely wholeheartedly true.
Right. Well, what you're talking about comes from a term called theophany.
Mm-hmm.
And now this is found. There's a criteria that has been generally laid out for abduction.
Mm-hmm.
Starting with the capture, then the examination, then a conference, then a tour of the thing, loss of time that they experience in the return. But the abductee, in almost every case, has a profound mystical experience accompanied by a feeling of oneness with God or the universe or what have you. This one thing that we have to realize is that there are no incidents. Every time I hear about a human mutilation or I hear about a UFO attacking something or what have you, I jump on that and I go find out whether it's true or not. I haven't found anything. I honestly have not found anything in 10 years of researching this that is verifiable and on a solid foundation that is proof that UFOs have any malevolent intent toward humanity. I believe in a lot of cases, the abduction scenarios, well, let's talk about abductions. They're very important in this because obviously they're evil things. Well, Jesus, Moses, let's see, Elijah, Elisha, Philip, all kinds of people were, Enoch was the first one that was abducted. It said God loved Enoch so much, he took him.
Yes.
He just took him. abducting him. He took him. It says he took him. That's exactly the way it's described.
Yes.
So there are abductions, but see, you've got to think now. If you're kidnapped on this planet, and somebody throws you in the trunk of a car and drives you out of the country and puts you on a bed and ties you to the bed, and
I know I'm in Chicago
it's a
again.
very, very traumatic experience.
Yes.
Very traumatic experience you're having.
Yes.
But you know what a car is, and you can hear the tires on the road, and you can hear people talking, you can hear normal sounds around you, you can hear all kinds of things happening. You get out into the farm or wherever they put you, and you're on a mattress, and you can feel your arms being down and things like that. But if you encounter an alien, something that you've never seen before, something you probably didn't believe existed before you saw one, just that reality is going to throw you into shock.
Absolutely.
Then you are taken into a place that is completely foreign. It has no reality for you. It's a spaceship. You don't know what a spaceship is. You're seeing all these colors and these things all around you, and these beings that have total control of you. They don't tie you down. Your body is controlled. Your body is controlled, and they're not talking to you, but you're hearing them in
like
your
a
head.
Broadcast.
You want to talk about trauma? Let's talk about trauma.
Yes.
And then after you get back, this has been going on for like 3 days, and you get back, and everybody asks you where you've been for the last half hour.
Yes.
Or you've been gone, you think it was 10 minutes, and they say you've been gone for 4 days. That's very common.
Travis Walton.
What's happening?
Travis Walton. That's the first thing that comes to mind is Travis Walton.
Yes. Well, Travis Walton was not happy about the betrayal of him in the movie.
Oh, yeah. They did a horrible.
He said it wasn't that traumatic. Yeah. And if you look at the interviews with him, you're going to see that wasn't. They were scared to death. Of course they were scared to death. I would be, too, even though